unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live. What came before you? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Unmuted.
Are you ready for a very
I'm ready for a very radical statement indeed. What are we looking at here? So, what am I dealing with? Okay. Hassan was so happy to hear the nose. It was cute to see the coconuts. The way I'm looking at it, we're no longer headed to a definite loss anymore. Whether we can still win is debatable. Don't know much about Kamala. You guys really think she can win? She's got a better chance. She's got a better chance. She's got less than, she's got more than no chance, right? Biden had less than no chance. Kamala has more than no chance. So, yeah, it's definitely a new day. A new day has dawned for those who stand long, and the forest will echo in laughter. Yep. It's just the question of, like, whether Kamala can actually buy that stairway to heaven or not. Or more appropriately, whether the donors can buy it. Oh my god. We got the Coconut Tree Weasel Party. See, that's the nice thing about being a chatter, is that you don't have to get dressed. That's my responsibility. Like, you know, doing my hair, getting dressed, all the other stuff that, you know, I can worry about that. Sort of. I don't know. Yeah, I got up, I heard the news right when it happened, and then I was like, wait, but I need to drink a smoothie, and then I was like, but you know what, also I need some stir fry. I think some stir fry would taste really good. I made myself some stir fry. I was like, you know what would go good with this? Actually, coffee. Coffee would be really good. I make coffee. I drink the coffee. I was like, actually, you know what? Another pot of coffee would be extra good. So I'm extra late to the party, but that's okay. That's okay. I kind of know how this goes in terms of everybody goes to the big streamers. Everybody goes to Hassan. And then we wait for them to tire themselves out. What's going on with Destiny having over 9,000 meltdowns right now? Yeah, Destiny, Xanderhall, can we think? I'm thinking, I'm still considering, chat. Should we dunk? Should we dunk on all the riding with Bidens? Like, right, is that the right thing to do? Is that the appropriate thing to do? Or should I be like the bigger person? I don't want to be too big, right? Because then you start to get too big for your britches. What is RFK talking about? Does he think this is his opportunity? All you Democrats that were going to vote for Joe Biden, now you can vote for me instead. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so, RFK Jr. I would vote for this guy's brainworm before I'd vote for him. Just like I would vote for Trump Shark before I would vote for Trump. Like, do these people think that I just fell out of a coconut tree? I mean, I feel like I fell out of a coconut tree. I don't know, chat. Do I look like I fell out of a coconut tree? I'm still kind of tired. I was planning on look, I knew that this was going to happen today. Some of you heard me say it yesterday. I can feel it. I've got the what is it called? Prescience. Yeah, I'm a prescient jellyfish. I'm prescient like a jellyfish, all right? The news. Destiny's ex dodged a bullet. No thanks, RFK. Look, I'm going to try to talk about this thing. Like, I'm tempted to, like, just go into, like, a bunch of reacts, especially since... Wait, do I even have a screen that is just, like, fully, like, me? I kind of think not. I mean, we could do, like... We can do this dealy. Wait, is it...
You think you just fell out of a coconut
Coconut tree!
in the concept
Yo!
came before you? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which
This is so good.
you think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be
Unburdened by what has been.
can be unburdened by what has been. What 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 can be unburdened.
There we go.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
Oh, wait.
You think you just
Those throat noises are done.
coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is
Oh my god. Okay, well, the coconut tree is like, look, I'm gonna get sued by the creator of that song. Anyway, whoever made that song, thank you so much. Whoever made that song, I can actually shout them out, maybe. Would be the right thing to do. It's Jonathan Mann. Here, I'm gonna give you the link in case you wanna follow this person and see what else they end up creating. All kinds of interesting stuff. There we go. That's Jonathan Mann. That's the person that made the song. Thank you, Jonathan Mann. We live in a society that fell out of a coconut tree. It feels like it, doesn't it? Saw somebody suggest that Kamala VP should be Adam Kinzinger. Oh God, Technopack. Technopack. That is not even the worst. That is not even the worst. You want to know the worst? the guy that made the West Wing, what is his name again? Aaron Sorkin, yeah. Aaron Sorkin said that the right thing to do for the Democrats right now would be to have Biden drop out and replace him with Mitt Romney. And I don't even know what Aaron Sorkin is smoking. Like, what? What? Wait, oh, your pee is sugary. I thought for a second in Soul Life you're going to say it's surgery. And I'm just like, wait, no, you can't. Like, pee is not the same as surgery. Right? If you need surgery, you need surgery. If you pee is different. But no. Aaron Sorkin wants the Democrats to be so fucking bipartisan that they come out with Mitt fucking Romney just to get rid of Trump. And it's just like, I don't even think that would work. Can you imagine that if they ran Mitt Romney and then lost to Trump? Which they would. I think they would. I think that a lot of Democrats would just stay home if the Democrats ran Mitt Romney, because what they think is that, like, there's these gettable voters out there that are like, oh God, Donald Trump, can't we just have a real Republican? Can't we just have a George W. Bush, a Jeb Bush, a Mitt Romney, a Ted Cruz, somebody normal, somebody fucking, neoconservative, right? Can't we just get back to the good stuff we were doing in Iraq and Afghanistan? That seems so much better. Let's fucking do that instead, right? They think that this voting block exists, and it doesn't. It doesn't. They don't understand the neocons have no constituency. The David Brooks has no constituency. There is nobody represented by that. The Lincoln Project, like, literally gets retweeted by Dems, and it's only because they're shitting on Trump. If they were doing something where they were like, actually, the real good candidate is, Mitt Romney, they would get laughed at. They would get dunked on. Depends on the strength of your stream. Well, we got the very strongest stream right here, Soul Life. So, don't you worry. Don't you worry, chat. Don't you worry. The strength of this stream is over 9,000. We need Jeb more than ever. I was thinking, okay, so yeah, I told you in May. All right. And if anybody can find this, this is a needle in a haystack, right? Because I've done a lot of content around this time, right? But it was right around when the time was that Trump and Biden locked up their nominations, supposedly. And I said, I know that we're talking about locking up the nomination. I know that it looks like it's Jover, and this is going to be it's going to be a replay of 2020. But I have a feeling that something's going to happen. And I said, because of Joe Biden's health, because of Donald Trump's legal woes, not that I think he's going to get like arrested and locked up, or that being in jail makes it so that you can't campaign. But I thought that maybe he would just be so occupied with legal cases that they would, pass on the torch in order to have somebody that actually can go out. I thought maybe Donald Trump would be too busy, or his health problems could, he is 80 years old as well. And even though he doesn't look like he is 2,000 years old the way that Biden does, he doesn't look like he's on death's door the way that Biden is. He has not lived a very healthy life. He has lived the opposite of a healthy life. The man thinks that exercise is bad for you. Lit Romney, yes. But yeah, Donald Trump has this theory about exercise, right? I think there's a story that goes like this. He goes to see somebody. The dude is in his house running on a treadmill, right? Running on a treadmill. And Donald Trump is like, geez, what are you doing? And he's like, Donald, I'm staying healthy. You should too. What are you exercise. Exercise is good for you. He's like, nah, it's not. What if your heart has a limited number of ticks in it? What if everybody's heart has like a number on it? And when it ticks like past, 5,000,071,000 or whatever, that is you're over. You die, right? That's what Donald Trump thinks. He literally thinks that you got a limited number of heartbeats, and if you do exercise, you make your heart beat faster and you die faster. That is Donald Trump's theory of life, of health, of everything. So yeah, he's a very unhealthy man himself. The Oracle of Philly? I wish I was that East Coast. The Oracle of Motown Philly, maybe. He will seek to change the times and laws to wear out the saints of the Most High. He has both Roman and Assyrian blood. Are we talking about... Who are we talking about? Trump? Trump or Kamala? Well, now that's the real question, right? Because my prophecy. All right, so I'm oracle, I guess. I mean, I'm not. I need to drink more coffee. Aren't oracles supposed to be on mind-altering substances? I'm not real. My mind isn't very altered right now. All right, so I don't feel like an oracle, but I'm thinking like an oracle, and that's what's important. I predicted the future back in May that it wouldn't be Biden and Trump, so that part came true. And I also told you that there was a chance that neither of them would be the ultimate nominee for their candidacy. Now, Trump has accepted the nomination. We are getting very close to September. In September, you can start voting. Depending on where you are, in September, you may be able to vote by mail. All right. So, as much as we say that the election is November, whatever, in reality, it kind of rolls out slowly. It's not, and it starts in September, right? So there's not a lot of time for anything to happen. I mean, obviously, very likely they're going to go with Trump. I think they're in danger, though, because here's the deal. Trump and Biden were holding each other up, all right? Neither of these are good candidates. Neither of these are strong candidates. Neither of these are popular candidates. Joe Biden was not selected for his unique ability to beat Trump. He was selected as somebody they could consolidate behind to rat fuck Bernie. And because of that, he's always had kind of a caretaker presidency. He could have been president maybe like in 2008, but he fucked up his own campaign. And also 2008, like Obama is kind of a once in a lifetime speaker. There was very few people probably that could have beaten Obama, so that just wasn't going to happen. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's been in politics all his life. He wants to think of himself as a great man of history, and in reality, he did one good thing, maybe, right?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
He did one good thing, and that was have hairy legs. He had hairy legs. So let's just do this one more time for Joe. Before it went out, let's remember how it began.
I saw that made me aware when I was in law school, proudly for Holloway, proudly for your dad, first African-American state senator in the state of Delaware. Everything about. And by the way, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again.
Look, I mean, I don't know if there's anything to the fucking the rumors, right? This comes from him smelling people's hair, from him being vaguely creepy, and from, he's talking about kids like rubbing down his legs, right? That sounds hella sus. But also it's Biden, and you kind of just want to give him a pass for like, no, he's a weird old man, right? That is a weird old man being a weird old man. There's nothing more to the fact that the hairy legs turn blonde in the sun, and the kid, the leg hair, it kind of floats a little bit in the pool. The kids are swimming, and they're like, yeah, let's rub the hairs down, and then they go back up again. But Jesus Christ, did this guy ever get lucky that he did not have, a history with Jeffrey Epstein the way that Trump does, right? If he was on those flight logs, it would have been Jover. If he had anything like, more suspicious than, I mean, obviously he had allegations. They weren't they weren't regarding minors, right? But Jesus Christ, I just forgot how like rough the story was, and how like when I heard this, I was kind of like, this is over. This is the guy that said, oh yeah, Obama's an amazingly eloquent speaker. I'm surprised at how he's able to speak so well and sound so intelligent. He just gives this weird racist backhand compliment to Obama, and that ends his presidential run in the nomination. Obama, I don't know, in my headcanon, Obama felt sorry for him. or something, right? But in reality, Joe was just what Obama needed. They usually try to balance out the ticket, and Joe ends up being the kind of racist bookend to Obama, I guess, to appeal to that vote, the people that took the Hillary Clinton campaign of that Obama can't represent the white working class, right? So here comes Scranton Joe riding on the bus, lifeguarding in the summer just to pay his college bills because he's doesn't come from wealth like Trump, right? And it's such a weird story. It's so wild how we got here.
Look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my...
Miska says, thank you for the unbidened thumbnail. Hey, you can thank Vamps for that. That's Vamps's, look, if it's a good thumbnail, chances are I didn't do it myself, okay? Chances are it's Vamps. If it's a mid thumbnail, it might be one of mine. It might be an Irene job. But yeah, Vamps is the one with the magic touch when it comes to Photoshop.
And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Oh no, Joe, no.
And I tell you what, the
only reason that this did not doom his campaign is because this is his image, that he's like this out of it, that he's this goofy. And it's like there's a certain level of like, old manness that is assumed, but it's just like it reaches it jumps the shark when it becomes the dude can't keep Vladimir Zelensky and Vladimir Putin separate, right? When he's talking about Vice President Trump, when he wants to finally beat Medicare, right? That's when it jumps the shark.
They're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time. They're all good men. Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And Earl Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender.
What? I came back as a public defender? You came back as a... Like, that sounds like he's talking about reincarnation, Jack.
You just said.
Okay, that will get us shit canned. That is a mini seconds from a actual... Wow, they're just going to keep on going, aren't they? Look at that. How do you not get copyright claimed? How do you not get a strike for that? That is that's a movie right there. All right, well, there we go. The corn pop story. Let's see the corn pop. This is a longer segment.
Mouse, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Can I, before we start, hey, all the kids, you want to come up here and look?
Hey, all the kids! Come on! Hey, all the kids! What the fuck?
Listen, come on up here.
Come on up here, rub my legs. No! Jump on my lap. No!
Behind me.
We've never heard Trump's laugh? Wait, Chad Alpha, are you... I think you might be correct on that. Still sniffing women's hair, still sniffing everybody's hair. Kamala's giggling is get less creepy. I don't know. Look, honestly, I don't mind Kamala's laugh. Like, look, Kamala's relatable, okay?
Because I'm not holding up between them and the pool, man.
I'm not holding up between them and the pool because they're going to push him in the pool? Is that what he's saying? Come on, tug on the leg hair. Do I have Tumblr? Not really. I think I made a Tumblr that I wanted it to be like some kind of a stream journal. I don't know what I had in mind, but no, I didn't ever. I have not kept up with it. There's nothing of value of mine on. I have an abandoned Tumblr that has like one post that's like, hey, this would be really cool to post some stuff on this. It'll be, can't wait, right? And I never did. So yeah, there's nothing.
My name's Joe Biden, Vice President Biden. Everybody come on up and stand with me. What's your name? There's okay, Cherry. Look, folks, I want to set the record straight in a couple things.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
I'll wait till everybody gets up here.
Hi.
You're on television, so be good. Okay?
Grandpa Joe.
You are, yeah. See those television cameras?
Hi, Mommy.
All right. Can everybody be quiet for just a minute? You're on TV, so you got to be quiet a little bit. Folks, look, I've received, because of the people of the state of Delaware, I've received an awful lot of wonderful honors all my career. The greatest honor was serving you for so long. But this does mean more to me than anything that's happened. My daughter Ashley's with me. My daughter Ashley got her first job down here at Kingswood out of school. She's a social worker. Bo is associated here. Anyway, the point I want to make is I owe you all. I owe this neighborhood. I learned so much.
I learned a lot.
Kid from suburbia. I lived out in Mayfield in a split-level home with my grandpop living with us, and in a 3-bedroom home with 4 kids, my grandpop. And folks, when it's a whole 100 years ago, but I was a senior in high school, and Przicki turned out to be a great athlete at the University of Delaware, but I was runner-up the state scoring championship here in football. I wasn't bad either.
Wait, is he talking about basketball? He was a basketball player? This guy was a basketball player?
And, but I wanted to get more involved. And I realized I lived in a neighborhood where I'd turn on the television and I'd see and listen to Dr. King and others. But I didn't know any black people. No, I really...
Oh, this is going really well. Technoapuck says, you know the deal that AOC and Bernie made with Biden to tell people to keep him in the race? I can imagine Kamala being like being like Darth Vader? Being all Vader-like and saying she's altering the deal, pray she does not alter it further. Yo, those are some good memes, right? Kamala Skywalker? Kamalakan? Corn Pop was a bad dude. Yes. We're just we're reminiscing. It's a walk down memory hill with this guy, and like a swiftly fading memory too. It's kind of yeah. And like, look, you don't even know how much of this stuff is true. I mean, remember the story about didn't he have like a uncle that got eaten by a shark or something? No, wait, his uncle was eaten by cannibal. Was it his grandpa? Who was it? Somebody in World War II. He said got eaten by cannibals, and then the U.S. Army was like, this guy did not get eaten by cannibals, right? There was no cannibals. They did not eat anybody. Bernie would have been a better president. Yeah. And Bernie wouldn't. The thing about it is, right? As old as Bernie is, he would have not had these problems now, or even like 4 years. Like, I honestly feel like Bernie could probably look, if Bernie would just lie about his age, right? He could get in there and he could serve out 8 years, no problem. That guy, I got no qualms that guy is gonna be healthy for the next 8 years. But this guy, I don't know if he would last like 1 year. I don't know if he'd last till the end of the term, honestly. And that's going to be a big thing, right? The Republicans' next line of attack is going to be that there is something undemocratic about replacing Biden, right? Biden won the primary, and how can you just replace him? And then they're also going to say that, if he can't run for office, how can he be president? Like, why are you still letting him be like, that's the bigger problem, right? They're going to say stuff like that. And they're also apparently going to go for like a legal attack, although I don't think that's very smart, right? So 2 options with the legal attack. One is they are able to force Joe Biden's name to appear on the polls, right? And you would vote for Biden and just know that it like somehow counts for Kamala, I guess then. And that's not going to be acceptable. That's going to be taken as a dirty trick, right? If the Republicans try to do that, they will be seen as dirty tricksters, right? That's not going to work out for them. The second is that they would, go forward with a legal case that would be heard and decided after the election. And that would mean that the only way that legal case is even applicable is if Kamala wins, right? And the Supreme Court has fucked around a lot, and they are starting to find out. All right, and I'm not like, gleeful about this, or I'm not putting my stamp of approval on anything that anybody's done, but the Supreme Court has never been more politicized. The Supreme Court has never been more hated. And that allows, presidents to do things like what Franklin Delano Roosevelt threatened to do in terms of reforming the Supreme Court. Normally, it's seen as a referee. When the Supreme Court acts like a referee, it's seen as a referee. And it's like generally has like the least like negatives of any of the branches. When the Supreme Court looks corrupt, acts corrupt, because remember, the whole thing about the Supreme Court is that they're supposed to, any of the judges supposed to recuse themselves, not just if they have a conflict of interest, but if they have the appearance of a conflict of interest. So they're supposed to be above that. Like anything that even looks like it might be a conflict of interest, you recuse yourself. They don't do that. And they've made a bunch of decisions that are like heavily politicized at this point. So if on top of that, the Supreme Court were to reverse the results of an election, it would just be, and yeah, like, look, there is an effect of just like the fact that people go to these dudes' houses now. People show up. People, there's a pressure that's applied, like right or wrong. I'm not saying anybody should be, put in danger or anything like that, but they've got to know that danger is there. The more they fuck around, the more likely they're gonna, they're gonna find out, right? So, I mean, there's that. And then there's the fact that when they become a political issue, it's easier for the executive branch to kind of claw back some of that overreach that the Supreme Court has taken, or reform the Supreme Court, or, change the way that it works, term limits, age limits, this, that, or the other thing in order to kind of just to push back against this unaccountable and I would say illegitimate branch of the United States government. So if the Supreme Court were to overturn an election that went to Kamala and say, no, you didn't get Kamala on the ballot in the right way, therefore it's Trump, oh my God, it would be so Jover. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's one thing for the Supreme Court to stop the counting of the votes in Florida in 2001, right? Because you don't end up counting those. And they make the decision, they throw the election to Bush, and it's only years later, or not even years later, I think months later, when journalists go through and they take a look at the votes in Florida and they say, actually, kind of looks like Gore won. But at that point, everybody's moved on. You've got a new president. And then as soon as 9/11 hits, he's the president that, like, I don't know, he takes on an air of unassailability, right? You can't, the Democrats are supposed to be supportive of George W. Bush after 9/11. Anyway, chat. Anyway, let's finish this.
You really didn't. You didn't know any white people either. That's the truth. So I wanted to work here. And there's my daughter, Ashley. Come on up here, Ash. And so what I did was I came down and I...
Democrats are done, says Brimtime. Wrong, Brimtime. The Democrats were done. Right? That's why Biden's a piece of toast. His campaign was going nowhere. He was toast. Now there is a number of possibilities. Many possibilities for how this will shake out. And I would say, and here's my prediction, most of them are not good for Trump. And if the Republicans were smart, they would do the same thing. They won't. They can't. Trump owns their ass. But if they wanted to have a better chance, they would go with a different... JD Vance would honestly be probably as flawed of a candidate as Vance is. Probably better luck than Trump would have.
I applied to the city of Wilmington for a job.
Wait, I got to do this right. I got to do this the right way. It's this one. Yeah.
And I was the only white employee here. And I learned so much. I learned that folks that I work with, like Spencer Henry and Lafayette Jackson and a whole range of people, Jamie Rolls, a lot of great people, who were my fellow lifeguards, there were 13 of us, I learned that they treated me as an equal. We used to go in what was not as modern as that. We used to go in the key room at lunchtime after a free swim and sit on the floor because it was nice and cool. And remember Boom Boom Cannon and a few other guys that worked here as well. And we sit there and we talk, and they'd ask me questions.
Okay.
Because I really was.
Yo, unironically, the way that he says this, it's like he thinks that all black people know each other. Yeah, you know Boom Boom Cannon? They're like, no. It's like, that was years ago, Joe. This is like, come on, you're talking to kids.
The only white guy they really knew. And they'd ask me questions about everything, I mean, things that just startled me. I remember one time, I won't mention which lifeguard, said, do I have a jerry can, a 5-gallon can for gasoline? And I said, no, I don't. I said, but what do you need it for? He said, we're going down to see my grandmama in North Carolina. We can't stop at most gas stations. They won't let us stop at most gas stations. I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and there was a 3-meter board. And if you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch.
Again, like, I don't know. Like, where Corn Pop just out of nowhere, like, right? He hasn't introduced the character yet, but he's a bad dude. He was a bad dude, actually. I don't know. This is Wilmington, by the way, city of Wilmington. Wait, is it Wilmington? Yeah, Wilmington, Delaware, right? This is not like, I mean, it's not a huge city. Delaware is not a big place, but it is it's like the biggest city of Delaware. It's just, I just don't know. Like, it seems like the fact that he thinks that everybody knows Corn. Oh yeah, Corn Pop. Yeah, no, he was a bad dude. Yeah, that's right. You're right, Joe. You're right. You were right.
Bad boys. And I did. And back in those days, to show how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen.
All right, chat.
Hey, Esther, you.
Oh my God. Come on. Look, here's my deal. Here's my thing, okay? I think there's some chance that Corn Pop was innocent. I think there's some chance that this, like, pomade thing was, like, a way to, like, I don't know. There's something sus about this story. Corn Pop did nothing wrong, okay? That's what I'm gonna say. Maybe they just assumed that he had pomade. I don't know, chat. I don't know.
I'll come up and drag you off. Well, he came off, and he said, I'll meet you outside. My car, these were all public housing.
Mike says Corn Pops was a bad cereal. Okay, so the one thing I will say about Corn Pops, which is a cereal I enjoy, I like the texture. I like the mouthfeel, right? A little bit of soaking in the milk, and it's great. It's great. The little slight mushiness on the outside, and then the crunch as you bite through. The only issue that I have with Corn Pops is that, anybody else relate to this? Corn Pops gives you burps, and they're smelly, right? You're gonna burp up like some bad smelling air if you eat Corn Pops, and I think it's because of the air in the middle of them, right? Like, somehow when you eat Corn Pops, you end up with that air. You swallow that air, and then you burp, and you're smelling like Corn Pops all day.
My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There was a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, what am I going to do? He said, come down here.
I said, what am I going to do?
Where mechanics, where all the pool filter is. You know the chain, there used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. and you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head. I said, you kidding me? He said, no, if you don't come back. And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And they had, in those days, you used to remember the straight razor. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, first of all, I said, when I tell you to get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again, but I shouldn't have called you Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, you apologize to me? I said, I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, close the straight razor, and my heart began to beat again. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw that made
Oh yeah, yo, grape nuts though. Grape nuts, hell yeah.
me aware when I was in law school. Proudly for Holloway. Proudly for your dad.
Wait, Raisin Bran? Yeah, I don't even like Raisin Bran, but like there's something about when you've got the sugar on there and the bran flakes. Yeah, it's actually really good.
First
Was he gonna assault Corn Pop? I mean, the way he tells the story is like that, you know, he's this like white guy going into this like violent place. This is what I'm saying about it being sussy, right? Look, as a white person, I gotta say, white people's assessment of neighborhoods and their relative danger is always sus, and always it tends to be like tinged with a little bit of racism, right? So I'm just kind of like, I don't know. We gotta what's the word for it? Unreliable narrator is what we're dealing with, right? I don't want to take Biden's word for it on this, because I've got too much experience of these kind of things being a little bit biased. But anyway, I don't know. I wasn't there, Chad. This was before my time. This was a few years before my time, actually.
American state senator in the state of Delaware. Everything about. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy.
We got the hairy legs, yes.
That turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool.
I love how the kids are completely zoned out, right? It's just like he's bro. The parents are entertained. Oh no, here we go. I forgot about this part of the story. Yeah.
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Wait, I learned about roaches. I love kids jumping on my lap. What?
And I tell you what, the men, they're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time. They're all good men.
Except for Peter Pan. For some reason, he's still a boy, but the rest of them, those guys are all men now. Those boys are all men.
Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And Earl Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender. I came back to Delaware and I got a fancy job with the oldest law firm in the state. But the city was burning. It was burning down here. And I couldn't do it. So I quit and became a public defender. And the first trial I had, I walked into court as a public defender with another guy named Eddie Sobosinski, a defender. I'd only been admitted to the bar 1 week. And Earl Larkin was in chains around his ankles and on his wrist, and they were chained together, so on a belt.
Oh my God, Chad! Even back then, he introduces the roaches, right? But we haven't got to the roaches yet. We're not at the roaches. He's gonna explain the roaches in a second, but like now he's explaining.
He said, "Who's gonna try the Larkin case?" I just got started. And he was aptly named. His name was Judge Stiftel. And he said, Sobosinski said, well, that's my colleague. He just joined the public defender's office. He said, will you, in fact, defend him? So he turned to Larkin and said, he'll defend you. I said, whoa, Your Honor. I know nothing about the case. He said, I'll give you till tomorrow, but you draw the jury today. And he
Chat, I gotta say something, all right? Anybody that thinks that Trump is an electoral juggernaut, anybody thinks that Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime transformational candidate along the lines of like an Obama or a Reagan, all right? This guy beat Trump. This guy beat Trump. This fucking muddling, yapping, like nonsensical, unfocused grandpa beat Trump. All right? One time. And if it wasn't for the fact that his brain has turned into pudding by now, I have no doubt he would beat Trump again. But that is not the reality that we live in. This dude is, he's past his expiration date of his pudding, right? That pudding has gone bad. That pudding is no longer good. So we're gonna turn to Kamala's jam instead.
He said, "You mind if he represents you?" And I never forget what he said. I learned a lot. He said, and I mean it since...
He keeps on saying I learned a lot.
He looked at me and he said, "One hunky's just as bad as any other. I'll take whatever you send me." And here's what I want to tell you about Earl. Here's what I want to tell you about the neighborhood and the heart. I defended him. He got beat up right on the other side of the field here. He walking along the tracks. He was a sailor in a sailor's uniform, the guy who he beat up and robbed. And so I thought he was innocent. I kept the jury out 5 hours, but they convicted him. And I felt so bad. So I go down to the old prison all the time. They had little wooden tables and two little chairs in a big dome you'd sit under where you'd be interviewed. And I was sitting there, Councilwoman, and the third time saying, "I'm appealing this case." And finally he took the table, he flipped it up, and he said, jumped up, and the guards came and grabbed him. He said, "Don't you understand, Joe? I did it. I did it." But here's the point. He cared about me. This is a man who saw me bleeding because I saw this guy going to jail and I thought he was innocent.
Wait, I don't understand why he's bleeding. Where's the bleeding thing coming from? Where's the bleeding thing coming from? Yeah, the hair's, it turns blonde in the sun. That's right. That's the feature of the hairy legs. Like, the hairy legs is actually his stand. Democrats can't even do damage control right? Bob, this is damage controlled. This guy's off the case. We've taken this detective off the case. Now it's Kamala's case to prosecute. And I think Trump is going to find out that he's biting off more than he can chew.
Character, even in great...
Look, I spent, let's see, I'm trying to remember when this was. Was this yesterday or was this the day before? Destiny is kind of popping off right now, and not necessarily in a good way, right? He's got like all kinds of attention, saying like, the ghoulish things that he always says about Palestinians or about protesters. Now he's saying them about Republicans, right? And there's a lot of people that are not super happy with that, and it's definitely a bad look. But he went and did some kind of research stream about January 6th, and not just like January 6th, like it's like there's a whole set of court documents that talk about like what Trump said, what Trump did, the way that Trump had tried to lean on officials in his cabinet, in his administration, to try to retain power, to try to stay in power. And it is damning shit, right? And I think that in the hands of a competent prosecutor, like I feel like there's a lot we have not heard about this stuff. And these are like quotes from Trump. These are quotes from Trump, quotes from people in his administration. This is an account of what actually went down. The level of entitlement this rich motherfucker had to being able to circumvent the laws in some way. And then when his officials told him, "You can't do that, Mr. Trump," he would say, "Well, we got to fire this guy and replace him with this guy and replace." And they're like, no, Trump, you still can't do that, right? You're ordering people to do stuff that would cause them to get criminal, sentences, criminal convictions, they get indicted, right? And it's, you may be able to dodge this stuff because you're a rich dude and you're an ex-president, but they can't, right? You like nobody wants to take the fall for you, asshole. You lost the election, suck it. And that's going to look so, when people see what a sore loser Donald is, I think that's going to really change the assessment of some of these people in the middle that can't quite make up their mind. And that's who's going to decide the election right now, right? There's a hard limit as far as like Trump fans. There's a hard limit as far as people that are even open to the idea of voting for Trump. The question is, who's going to show up at the polls? And, you know, it doesn't even need to be, you know, like we're talking about, you know, people that are sort of on the fence, that they're not excited by Biden. They don't want to vote for, you know, a vanilla pudding of a man like Joe Biden. But they're also really freaked out by Donald Trump. And once they start to hear the actual quotes that he said, the actual way that he tried to lean on people in his administration, put them in legal danger in order to save his ass after losing an election. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. I think Trump is kind of fucked now.
Problems. There's so much character in this neighborhood. There was so much character back then, too. So many people didn't get a shot. So many people didn't get a shot. Who could be standing right where Lisa's standing today, a lot earlier, could be standing where I'm standing today. Let me end by saying, I was a pretty darn good lifeguard.
That's iconic. That's iconic right there.
Yeah, man. I taught swimming, too. And I remember going over, we used to play the other pools, and we played basketball at lunchtime, remember? Went over to Riverside.
Wait, remember, wait. I'm seriously like, right, there better be people in the audience, like, you know, not the kids, obviously, but the parents that Joe actually knew, because otherwise this remember stuff is just like, I mean, there's your Joe Mencha right there. There's the beginning of it, right? People should have been able to tell. It's kind of amazing that this guy even got the nomination, and we remember how that happened. A call from a Barack Obama went out, freaked out by the fact that Bernie had just rolled up Nevada and looked to be the nominee. And Obama could not take this. Obama would not allow this. Obama calls the candidates, the Klobuchars, like all these, you know, lib shit candidates, like calls them up and says, you got to drop out and you're going to endorse Biden. And they did it. And Elizabeth Warren stayed in. And they rat-fucked Bernie out of the 2020 nomination. And honestly, I feel like Bernie's got a better chance of completing like 8 years in office than Biden would. This was kind of a... Like, I don't know. I feel like people should have known even back then that this guy's brain was slowly curdling in the hot Delaware sun.
And someone on the other team threw the ball to me by accident. And they looked at me and said, oh, God, I thought you were on my team. I'm thinking, I'm the only white boy within 20 miles. Remember, I had to get invited down to Baby Grand. I walk in and say, who's this guy? And they say, he's ours. He's ours. You've always had my back. The neighborhood's always had my back. And God willing, I've always had your back. And I'll always have it as long as I'm around. I love you. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. And if I were still a lifeguard, I'd say, time to get in the pool. Thanks, everybody. And Councilwoman, thank you so much for this honor.
Okay, I gotta say, as a former kid who went to the swimming pool, like, I would have been so pissed if they were... Look, it's bad enough when... Do you remember Adult Swim? Anybody remember Adult Swim? Adult Swim sucked. I'm just like, what the fuck? You can swim... Like, we're in the pool. Why do you need the pool to yourself? Like, right? For 15 minutes or whatever, however long Adult Swim was. I was not a fan of Adult Swim, all right? But, like, the idea that you got pulled out of the pool, all right, everybody get out of the pool, get in the picture with Joe Biden. We're going to take a photo op for Biden, right? I don't know. I would have been so pissed. I would have been like, why? I'm not interested in a politician. I'm here at the pool to do some swimming, right? We've got a certain amount of time to swim at the pool. like, can I please spend that time swimming instead of for no reason at all being told to get out of the pool? But yeah, at least they get to go back in the pool ostensibly after this. And
Thank you. So how you guys doing? Who here is going to be president someday? Raise your hand. All right. I'll tell you one more story and then we're
somebody said you. Actually, they were right. They were right. That kid was prescient. That kid had it right. That kid was right? That he was president.
You know what? There was a guy, when I first started, black folks weren't even allowed to vote very easily. That's how
Very much. Wow. I mean, there's still a whole party trying to keep black people from voting in whatever way they can, but
it was. And guess what I got to do? 8 years ago, I got to be in the Wilmington train station, looking over the 3rd Street Bridge that had been burned to the ground, most of it, thinking nothing was ever going to get any better 40 years
wait,
ago.
I thought he was...
Waiting for a black man to pick me up.
What?
To take me
Okay.
124 miles to be sworn in as president and vice president of the United States.
That's a weird flex. He's like, do you know I got picked up at the airport by a black guy? What? Cool story, Joe. Cool story. All right. Well, so there he is.
That's progress.
What is this music? That's progress. Wait, what? Oh my God. I don't know what he's talking about, and I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I feel like we need to do some gaffes, chat. I'm gonna talk to chat. Okay, we got distracted by the hairy legs. Joe Biden gaffes. He's kind of the king of gaffes. And look, look, that's back in, wait, 3 days ago. Look, you can find gaffes from Biden like going back to at least 2008. He was always a goofy, gaffy kind of guy. Oh my God, everything is like gaff prone president. Come on, let's just see. Like, I want a compilation. I want a gaff compilation. U.S. President Joe Biden's gaffes 7 months ago. These are 2023 blunders. There's so many more blunders though. This guy's a blender of blunders. He's got the blunders in the Vitamix just with his brain. He's mixing it up to some kind of pudding, some kind of brain pudding, and it's a delicious dessert. Toe curling gaffes from I want like a history of the gaffes, right? I want to see the gaffes from like 1988 to present. Gaffes and weirdest moments. See, I don't know, but that channel seems big. We got to be careful, chat. I got in trouble for watching a Jubilee video. Really likes ice cream. Oh, there we go. No. Okay, wait. We can't have the music though. We got to be careful about the music. Well, there's the ice cream. There is the ice cream. He's a real big fan of the frozen concoction that is ice cream. He bites into it. That freaks me out. Right? I can't bite into ice cream. I've never been able to bite into ice cream. Even when I was a little kid, you put your teeth in some ice cream and it hurts. It hurts. Maybe these teeth back here, right? Maybe you can like bite into like an ice cream pop with the teeth back here, but you are not going to bite into ice cream with your front teeth because it is too damn painful. It is too painful. All right, chat. So normally what we do at this time is we start the short stream, but today we started with the short stream, which means that I got to get the other stream going. Maybe I don't know. I've got one set up for Twitch and YouTube. Oh God, and I was supposed to start it. Oh, I haven't created it yet. Good. Okay, I think we're good. I'm just gonna set this for... Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, last night, if you were watching me really late at night, we went over the noises that are coming out of Marjorie Taylor Greene's throat, and I'm left with more questions than answers. I thought maybe it was explainable by the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually Marjorie Titan Greene. She's some kind of Titan from Attack on Titan. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe that's what the sounds are. Maybe there's like steam being released from her Titan body. But now I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure what was making those sounds, but regardless. This is a momentous day. This changes everything. With Joe Biden in the race, I would have said that there is not much chance for any sort of outcome other than Trump winning, right? And now it is back to, it's kind of back to 50-50 land. All right, let's see what Kamala's statement is. Well, I guess get this up.
The Vice President, Kamala Harris, has issued her first public statement. I don't know if you have it right there, but presumably it's on your phone. If you didn't have it, maybe you can read it to our viewers.
Yeah, I've got it, Wolf. We do have the first public statement.
Let's pause this and see what just happened. I just heard a noise. It sounded like Izzy Sanchez. I'm happy that Biden is moving back. Here's a dono. Well, here's what I need from you now, right? I need to replace. May I suggest a lighthearted and highly topical detour? What do you got for me, Kilo the Giant? Trump loves corn. Is that how he spends his executive time? I have no idea. Trump is kind of a mystery, right? I mean, he is a horn dog, that's for sure. You got to bite the cone. It doesn't hurt. I can't hate ice cream well, ice cream is good. I just like, I don't know how he bites it with his front teeth. Well, maybe does he have a, oh, I know, chat. It's obvious. He's got dentures, right? He doesn't feel the dentures. Trump is now the oldest in the race. Yeah, and he's not that much younger than Biden. Don't let Biden try to blow up the floaties on his own. He'll make them smell like saliva, the saliva of all of Delaware in the summer heat. What is up with saliva? The kids want to go back to the pool. Yeah, that's what I would be thinking. Don't trust this ice cream schlopping man. It does sound a bit like corn music, SM. It does. You're right. The links don't work, but if you tell me the name of something, I can maybe check it out. Very funny and appropriate. Is it Brianna Wu related by chance? Oh God, what is Brianna Wu? Wait, no, Brianna Wu actually, this was one of the times that she didn't have a horrible take, right? I think she was pro Biden dropping out. It's just like the thing. Okay, so that's good for her for once. I love that for her. I love that not all of Brianna Wu's takes are stinky, but I gotta say, I haven't heard who Wu. Should we check in with Wu? Do you all know my friend Brianna Wu? She's like the worst. She's like the very worst. Wait, let's look her up here. Here, Brianna. She's the bad take machine. All right. Okay, so what is she saying? Kamala Harris comic book. I mean, look, wait, is she not posting cringe? Nope, she's still posting cringe. Still posting cringe, Brianna. Oh my God. See, like, this is... Okay, maybe we should look at the comic book. I don't know. Obama...
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
So Obama's made a statement not endorsing Kamala. I wonder where she's at, right? Oh my God, why is there Penta water? Motherfucker drinks Penta water? Do you know about this stuff? This is like really expensive water that like is broken into like it's the biggest scam ever. It's supposedly broken into like 5 H2O chains. Like there's 5 H2Os attached to each other or less, and therefore it's more theoretically more hydrating. In reality, they're just like upcharging water. This is why Kamala stands lovingly use the word coconut a lot. Yeah, okay. So wait, she's not anti-Kamala. I would have thought she would have been like a Hillary person. Okay, well, surprise, surprise, right? My usual source for cringe. They're fresh out of cringe. They're fresh out of cringe today. Wake the Beast, I'm in love with Kamala Harris. Okay, The Beast. Beast? Kamala. That should be enough to find it. I'm in love with... Okay, Wait, Wake the Beast! Yo, Kilo, how long have you been around on Twitch? This is some old school shit right here. I think I talked to this guy. This is an old Twitch streamer named Wake the Beast. I never figured out what the fuck was up with him. But yeah, this is a deep cut right here.
I'll hang out with Kamala.
I'll hang out with Kamala. This is a Twitch poll guy, right? He blew up on Twitch really quickly. He said just out of pocket shit, and then he disappeared just as quickly as he appeared and faded into obscurity. I tried to set up a debate, I believe, between this man and Dario back in the day, and it never happened.
With Kamala. Can I holla at Kamala? I don't want to talk to Mike Pence. Leave me alone. Dick Cheney, leave me alone. Leave me alone, man. I'm good. Leave me alone.
I don't even know how to describe his content. Like, he was kind of like early on the manosphere stuff, right? He was definitely doing like manosphere type content. He was doing like, you know, here's how you're gonna like live your life as a man. Like, I don't know. He was like, and this was before any of the like Fresh and Fit or like any of that shit, right?
But if Kamala Harris wanted to have lunch, I'll holla. All right. I'll take that call. Is Kamala? I'll take that. Yo, Kamala. I was just thinking about you, girl. Oh, just looking back on old times together. You know, that's what I do sometimes. Thinking of...
Not sure about the music though. Look, Twitch used to let you get away with a lot in terms of music. YouTube, not so much.
About whatever's clever.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay, well, no, we can't do it. I can't be assured that this music is okay on YouTube because like nothing is. Wait, is he singing? Is this like a karaoke track that he's got?
When you get it on your tongue, you won't want it to get off. Yeah, I got that silent, it's gonna be valid. When I'm done, I'm gonna sing to you a love ballad and say, come around my way. You can come around my way.
Feels like he's got this prepped.
Maybe after dinner you could stay. And you can come around my way. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Oh, for real? What time to get off work? He wants you home by then? Okay. Is he gonna trip if you're not home? Oh, he is? He's that type? Okay. We'll put him on the phone.
Put him on the phone. Maybe we could do a three-way.
I heard you had an
Yeah, if it's destiny, you're good.
attitude. I just wanna cook for her, dog. Don't you try to be rude. I know that she is your lady. Even if I took her, dog, could you really fade me? Yeah, I don't even think you want all of these hands, so you better sit down before you meet a real man. And I'll give you a Rap Johnson on the face, and when I'm done, I'm gonna show you how to stay in place, or you can come around my way.
He can come around his way too.
She can stay. Maybe after dinner we can play. Kamala Harris, come around.
Gonna have a three-way. God damn. God damn. I didn't realize that Wake the Beast was like this. I've never seen him do this before, right? I knew this guy as like a... I mean, he was kind of a debate lord, but not really. Like I said, he did his own content. It was mostly about like helping men be men and live life the right way. And, you know, he's this like... it was like alpha male shit. Like, I'm the alpha male. I'm going to show you the rest of you how to be alpha like me. And you just got to like listen to what I say. And you're going to get all the, you know, you're going to get all the girls. Oh my God. There we go. There we go.
Oh, you gotta go? All right. Yeah, I know you're busy. You gotta run the country. Hey, but can you wear that perfume I like? That's the one. All right, I'll see you later.
That's the one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there we go. There's Wake for the Beast. This is takes me back. This was a different time and a different place in Twitch. And wow, talk about a blast from the past. Thank you, Kilo the Giant, for that suggestion.
From Vice President Kamala Harris in the aftermath of President Biden dropping out of the 2024 race. She says that she was honored to have received President Biden's endorsement and intends to earn and win the nomination for the presidency. This, of course, is the first time that we are hearing from him. We did report earlier that President Biden and Vice President Harris did speak on the phone earlier today. That is not surprising. Just a little bit more from the Vice President's statement here. She says, "I am honored to have the president."
Post-left Luddite says Harris would be a guaranteed loss. What about Biden, though? What's your assessment of Biden? Because that's exactly how I see Biden. I don't see any way that Biden's going to even stay in the race. He just cannot do the Yeah, Shakespeare. There's a lot of these sussy bakas I need to go over. Right, I'm looking right now, and I cannot get into that. Well, can we? No, wait, I can't work this in. Oh, I want to drop this in the dono poll, right? Because I need to add something to here, right? And I was thinking about this guy named Yarvin Curtis, all right, or Curtis Yarvin Curtis, whatever his name is. Who is like this right wing like, if you're wondering where shit like Project 2025 comes from, this is where it comes from. This is some dude that conservatives, especially Silicon Valley, we're talking about JD Vance, right? We're talking about whose hand is up JD Vance's butt. That's right, Peter Thiel's hand. Okay, maybe I can think of a better metaphor than that between JD Vance and JD Vance. Peter Thiel is the puppet master, the marionette manipulator, right? On JD Vance. I don't need to make it like a sock puppet. I can make it just like a marionette instead. He's a marionette for Peter Thiel. That's what he is, right? So and then, you know, you start to look into Peter Thiel and you start to look into all these people, and like all roads lead to this guy, Curtis Yarvin, the Dark Enlightenment. He is a very strange Republican, but if you start to listen to him, you start to understand where this whole deep state fascination, the administrative state, and the monarchy thing comes from. And you'll understand that as wild as it sounds when Trumpites say we need a monarchy, we need a king, you think like, well, we got a constitution. That's never going to happen. No. That's not what they're talking about. That's not what they're talking about. They are talking about an imperial presidency. They are talking about turning the presidency into more of a monarch. They are trying to centralize power around the executive and then, use all kinds of dirty tricks to win elections. So, I mean, they won 2 elections in this century without winning the popular vote. So don't think that they can't do it. Don't think that they've not got enough stuff in place. This is what all the voter ID shit is about, lowering the voter rolls. This is what the opposition to, making voting easy, making voting doable by mail, and all this shit is. They don't want more people to vote. They want less people to vote. They want their people to vote. This is what depressing the running a negative campaign the way that Trump does and depressing the turnout is all about, right? This is the Republicans' way, and this is what the Supreme Court gambit is about. This is what grabbing control of the Supreme Court is about, right? They have, there are certain anti-majoritarian aspects to the United States government that Steve Bannon and company have been trying to game, and this is their end game, to be able to continue to retain power even after they are electorally, sort of, doomed, after they have lost the hearts and minds of the people, after they have turned off a majority of the people. And that's what Donald Trump has done. Let me tell you, his ceiling is lower than half the country. In other words, Donald Trump is never going to have the support of more than half the people in the country. What he can have instead is the support of enough people to win the electoral college, is the support of maybe enough people to win the popular vote if he depresses the vote in the right way. But if it's ever a situation where you've got a candidate where the majority of people can rally behind, there is a coalition now that is just there, to keep Trump out, right? So, I mean, he's kind of fucked in that way, but don't put it past these sussy bacas like Steve Bannon and company to try to game the system and win anyway, because that is what they got their eyes on right now.
Endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. And she also says, talks about how it has been such a profound honor to have served as the president's vice president, expresses her gratitude to First Lady Jill Biden as well, and talks about sort of the relationship that they have built over the years, including the relationship that she had with the president's late son, Beau Biden. This, of course, is something that the president has talked about in the past as having been a factor when he was trying to decide who his vice presidential running mate would be back in 2020. The vice president also says in her statement, with this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. Wolf, all of the attention now is going to really be on Kamala Harris. This has already been the case for the last several weeks, as we have been sort of in limbo, trying to see where the president was going to land in terms of his own decision. But of course, given that things seemed headed in the wrong direction for the president for a while now, there has been a lot of speculation about Vice President Harris and whether an endorsement formally would come from the president, which of course it has. And so now we are going to.
So yeah, this was what I was worried about. And when I first read his, and we'll take a look at this. We'll take a look at his actual statement. He did the thing on Twitter where you photo a picture of like something you've written out and put that out. And that's the one that did not contain a endorsement, right? So when I first saw this, I was kind of worried because I know that there is a there is a faction. There are factions in the Democratic Party, including a faction that wants to see somehow by hook or by crook Hillary come back to power. And most of the people that hold institutional power in the Democratic Party are not people that want to see a more progressive candidate. They're probably people that were a little bit uncomfortable with some of the more progressive, some of the more pro-labor aspects of the Biden policy playbook, right? And they want to see something further to the right of that. So that's why I feel like an open convention is like a pathway for these people to try to take power. And what I was worried about is that maybe Biden might withdraw without endorsing Kamala, thereby paving the way for these people to try to put Hillary back in, or maybe even somebody worse.
To be paying close attention to everything that she does just in the coming days. How does she carry herself in public now that this news is out? Does she sort of step up her campaign operations, which according to our reporting, of course, is going to be the case. We already know that in the last several days, we have seen her sort of step up as the president has been in Rehoboth, including at the last minute jumping on a call with concerned donors just several days ago, within the last 48 hours or so. So this is something now that is totally a different situation for Vice President Kamala Harris than it was, of course, a day ago. And all attention is going to be on her as the party now figures out how they are going to move forward with this nomination process. Wolf.
Yeah, she's going to be the leader of the Democratic Party and the Democratic presidential nominee. We'll watch all of this very closely. MJ Lee, we'll get back to you. Thank you very, very much. Dramatic developments unfolding right now as well. Caitlin, I want to go back to you.
Yeah, Wolf, obviously we're monitoring this. Everything is changing by the moment here. We just got that news from Senator Chris Coons a few moments ago. That is the co-chair of the Biden campaign, getting behind Harris as the nominee as well, saying that they will talk about in the coming days who she could select to put on that ticket with her as her running mate. Obviously, a dramatic development to see Harris now in this situation. We're waiting to see what other Democrats continue to say about this. I want to go back to Van Jones, because Van, you were just talking about what this day means and the significance of this in a personal level for President Biden.
Okay.
Also, it's a real calculus now for Democrats of what do they do, given there are 4 months to go before the presidential election. What do you make of Harris's statement where she plans to earn and win this nomination?
I think it's very politically astute of her to say that, because, again, this is a party that runs by rules, and we take the rules very seriously. Technically, Joe Biden can't just say, you're now the nominee. If Joe Biden stepped down from president, the Constitution says she's automatically president. But this is not about the Constitution. This is about the Democratic Party. And under our rules, it's the delegates who make the decision. It's
Wait.
not Joe Biden. It's not Kamala Harris.
Oh, my God. Wait.
It's not the
Van Jones. This is an old Obama administration official. He was actually, I think, kicked out of Obama's. Look, back in the day when Obama was in office, right? Any kind of chirping from Fox News and the Republicans would have Obama, calling you up to tell you that you don't need to come in on Monday. You're fucking fired, right? Obama would just throw everybody under the bus. Van Jones is one of these guys that I think I'm trying to remember why it was. It was somehow like he was, connected to, I don't know, some sort of, I feel it was some organization that was perceived as anti-white in some way, right? And they dumped him. They dropped him out. So I don't know what he's been doing in the meantime. I think he had a cable show at one point, senior political commentator right now for CNN, and he's one of these guys that was like yucking it up with MAGA, right? He's kind of completely flipped from a guy that was ostensibly too left wing for the Obama administration to somebody that is flirting with MAGA now. And so, it's like one of these grifters, like Anna Kasparian, somebody that's got no core, they got no beliefs, they got nothing there but the desire to, make it in the media world, to find a lane and occupy it and make money off of it. And anyway,
our delegates make the decision. And so she's being very politically astute by saying to the delegates, I am going to work to earn your support. I appreciate the support.
So yeah, that he's right about that. Like the delegates, when Biden drops out, he frees his delegates. And those delegates, are the instruction is vote your conscience. Now, he drops out with an endorsement, meaning that the delegates who are pledged to him are more likely to take his endorsement into consideration, right? He is the biggest factor as far as who he endorses. Not the only factor. It doesn't mean they're all going to vote for Kamala. It doesn't mean that something else couldn't happen, or if some kind of skeleton from Kamala's closet emerges, and they don't want to deal with that, or they perceive Kamala as like a weak candidate, it doesn't mean that they will for sure vote for her. It just means that the biggest potential factor in how they vote has dropped, and it's gonna be in favor of Kamala.
Getting from the Clintons and from everyone else, but I understand that it comes down to you. And by saying she's going to work to earn that support, I think that's very, very smart. So that gives the delegates the opportunity to feel that they can, they have a job to do. They have to make a decision here. Also, I think that she's letting other people know the water's warm.
Oh crap!
You want to jump in? You want to get some? You can try to earn these delegates' support as well. She's not saying, if you come against me, it's a problem. She's not closing the door. She's not saying, I accept Joe Biden, therefore I'm in. No. So that puts other Democrats in a very interesting position. If you're a swing state governor, if you're a rising star in this party, if you're a celebrity, if you're somebody who wants to say, look, I don't believe in Kamala Harris. I don't trust that she can win. I think I can win. What are you going to do? You're going to have to make the decision that no, I'm going to raise my hand and I'm going to say, I think I could do a better job. I think I can win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. I think I've got a better shot, and I want those delegates to listen to me. So you're going to have to watch over the next 24, 48 hours. Does anybody else raise their hand?
All right, there we go.
They want to also earn the nomination. What she's acknowledging is the nomination is not yet hers, and that's a very, very big deal. That's a true fact. But
okay, so chat.
other parties, you might just have somebody just.
I'm going to leave you with Van Jones. This might be a bad idea.
Get behind me. I am.
Here, I'll
She's not doing that. Very political.
listen to what's going on the stream. Well, I just need a really quick bathroom break, and I will be right back at it for more.
Her as the nominee. Do you think anyone else, if you are a governor or a Democrat who has a lot of star potential going forward, that they'd be brave enough to kind of get in this ring at this point with seeing who's lining up behind Harris so far?
It would take an extraordinary amount of self-confidence and belief in self to do it. But are there doors that are still open? Yes, there are doors that are still open. For instance, Pelosi hasn't yet said she's for Kamala. President Obama, as usual, is staying very, very neutral, at least publicly, to make sure that, because he is the rock star of rock stars in this party, that he doesn't tip it one way or the other. And so you do have some doors that are still open. And so, but the grade just got steeper because Joe Biden gave the endorsement. He gave it immediately. The Clintons came out immediately. It wasn't just, by the way, wasn't just Bill Clinton. Let's be fair, it was Bill Clinton and it was Hillary Clinton, a beloved, powerful nominee. The last time we nominated a woman, it was Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton came out immediately and said, I'm with Kamala. So the grade just got steeper for you, but the door is not yet closed politically. It's certainly not closed from a bureaucratic or technical point of view. Kamala Harris wants to earn that nomination. I guarantee you the whip operation, it's called the whipping operation. She had people who love her, who believe in her, who work with her for years, who are calling delegates, who are calling online personalities and other people, trying to get people ready to stick with Kamala if the ball comes to her. And so can you put together a whipping operation that's as strong as Kamala's in a short period of time? You have to look at a lot of different challenges here. But if somebody has the fire in the gut and say, listen, I don't believe Kamala can win it at the top of the ticket. I don't believe this. I don't believe that. I think I can do it. Kamala Harris just said, come on in, the water's warm.
Well, and you know what I thought about when I saw that both Clintons got behind her? I was thinking of Hillary Clinton, because she is a woman who knows what it's like to run against Donald Trump. And that could be the position we see Harris in. We don't know yet. Obviously, we are keeping our powder dry. We're waiting to see what Democrats decide here. But it does seem like that's a scenario the Trump campaign has been prepping for. They have been singling out Harris. I noticed it multiple times when you and I were in Milwaukee last week for the Republican convention. And I just wonder what, on its early basis, what you think that race would look like.
All right.
Versus.
What a relief.
The prosecutor versus the person who got prosecuted. I mean, it kind of writes itself in some ways from our side. Also, you have a younger voice. You have a younger, more dynamic presence. You have somebody who, is we've never seen this before. We've never seen a black female, an Asian female. You've never seen that before. And I think Trump's got to figure out how he wants to deal with it. They love to demean women. That's something that the Trump team does a lot. They do it too much. It actually goes against, they put women in positions of power sometimes inside the Trump team, but they still have this public thing of just demeaning women.
So yeah, we saw this in action when it came to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Hey, everybody's just joining us on YouTube full screen stream and on Twitch. We're gonna get we've been going for a little while on Shorts. I'm gonna let you know what's up with the poll. We do this every day. In fact, I gotta get the poll on both of these streams. But yeah, you can see the options there for a second topic. Obviously, what is the first topic? I mean, Biden out, Kamala in. That's what we're doing. We're taking a look at what's going on right now, what's being talked about, who's gotten behind Kamala. The most important person is Joe Biden. Van Jones is letting us know that it's also Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton who has not gotten behind Kamala yet. That's Obama. And he like retains his role as the kingmaker, right? In terms of in a lot of ways, right? He's still like this once in a lifetime transformational figure in the Democratic Party. He had a chance to transform the Democratic Party away from the party of Hillary and Bill Clinton. And instead, he sided with them, right? And then we saw him come in. The last time he played kingmaker was actually to get Biden in, to the, to the nomination when it looked like Bernie was going to win, right? He definitely did not want, the party being transformed in the way that a lot of people really assumed that he was going to do it by Bernie, right? And what I'm talking about, chat, is the party taking a turn away from the neoliberal tack that they have taken ever since Carter, honestly. Like the party's been turned over to the neoliberals after Carter. Before the neoliberals, we had the Keynesians. We had Keynesian economics, which is, and kind of a Rooseveltian New Deal type coalition supporting labor and supporting a social safety net, a baseline for Americans that would try to stimulate the economy through the workers because the workers are also the people who buy shit, right? So this worked for capitalism. This saved capitalism from itself, right? Back in the day when FDR, enacted all of his New Deal policies, you kind of had a question. You kind of had an unstable looking capitalism, and FDR solves these problems by creating, somewhat of a welfare state, by enacting regulation. A lot of the regulation comes from that era, and that's the Keynesian New Deal type era, which changed in the 70s under Carter. Carter, like a lot of times, Reagan gets the credit for being the one to bring in neoliberalism, but actually, Carter had already done a lot in terms of deindustrialization through his policies in an attempt to fight stagflation being a weak economy at the same time as inflation is going on. And, the panacea for that was to, anyway, Chad, I'm getting too into the weeds here. Not all of you are here for like a deep dive into the political history of the Democratic Party. But that being said, what the Democrats have been doing since Reagan and since Carter has not worked and has lost the faith of the American people, has lost the faith of the workers who the Democratic Party used to stand for. And you've seen more and more the Democratic Party's solution for political problems that they run into is to throw another group under the bus, whether it's workers, whether it is, demographics that they've taken for granted. They assume that like black voters have nowhere else to go. They're finding out that that's not exactly true now. And that if you take a group for granted for long enough, you're going to lose a portion of that group. So something's got to change. And the question is, are any of these centrist Dems willing to make that change? You saw a little bit of an appetite from from Joe Biden in terms of some of his policy towards student loans, some of his policy towards labor. You saw a little bit of a willingness to change, but you haven't seen like a wholesale change. And also, Joe Biden's been great at losing parts of that coalition through things like his policy in Gaza, his steadfast support of Netanyahu and Israel, despite what we're all seeing, the ethnic cleansing that's going on. So we're going to see if Kamala has a slightly different answer and, is brave enough to take the party in a new direction, because it's needed it ever since 2008. And a lot of people assumed that the election of Obama was going to be that change, that electing Obama over Hillary Clinton would take the Democratic Party in a new direction. Unfortunately, though, hope, change, all that shit, it was just a slogan. It was literally just a slogan. And Obama is more of the same, more of the Democratic Leadership Council, more of the third way, more of the, the Democrats who calculate that they're going to look to the Republicans, they're going to look to Ronald Reagan, would have been who it was back in the day, for a, for a guide as far as like, we're going to be just to the left of this, right? We know that the money in politics that runs our elections is going to Reagan. We know that Reagan's been phenomenally successful with that. And we're going to be afraid of our own shadows. We're going to run from the New Deal coalition. We're going to run from the Keynesian economics and actually enact kind of a weaker version of supply side economics, sort of follow Reagan's lead in that, right? That has, that's run its course, right? There's not a lot more that the Democrats can do running in this direction. It's just a question of, is it going to be like a centrist Democrat who takes the party in a new direction, or are they going to wait around until the next Bernie comes along and forces it into a new direction? So
tougher to do when you've got someone like Kamala Harris. Is Kamala Harris going to make the abortion issue a lot tougher? Kamala Harris, the first couple of years, she wasn't impressing a lot of people. Her polling numbers weren't that good. Her confidence inside the Democratic Party wasn't that high. But you've seen her over the past year get stronger and stronger on the stump. You've seen her get more and more self-confident in interviews. You've also seen the party warming up to her, especially black voters who are so critical. And so you've got a real matchup here, because you've got somebody who has at times been a very, very strong in that prosecutor role. Most people think about Kamala Harris, they don't think about her as vice president. They think about her being in the Senate, grilling nominees from the Trump administration, grilling CEOs, just going after people and putting them in their place. So that side of her personality gets a chance to come forward now in a very different way. Kamala Harris won a lot of support from people when Biden stumbled. Biden stumbled. He didn't do well in the debate. Everybody was freaking out. And I was sitting right next to Anderson Cooper when Anderson Cooper brought Kamala Harris on. Mm-hmm. She was cool. She was calm. She was collected. She was strong. There was no time for anybody to hand her talking points. There was no time for anybody to write up a speech. There was no teleprompter. She had to just literally walk out there after her running mate had fallen, look in that camera, and deliver. And she delivered such a strong performance that it gave people in this party much more confidence in her. So she's riding a little bit of a wave now of momentum and support. But the door is not closed. There is a process we have to go through. There are still big donors and big figures in our party that have not yet said where they stand. So if somebody wants to jump in, it is not a done deal yet. Somebody could still yet challenge Kamala Harris.
So like, there's a lot of the big people have already given their take. A lot of them were on earlier in the day, earlier than I was. Oh God, you want to see Van Jones get emotional here, chat? Jink Uger, Sam Cedar, Hassan Piker, they've all given their take, and I'm tempted to kind of like look at, just take a look and see what their read on this situation is. There's the majority report up there. Some of you may have already watched that though, so I'm sensitive to that, and I don't want to like give you a rerun content. Let's see this emotional reaction.
About conversations between President Biden and Vice President Harris. I want to go back to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez, who is covering all of this from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Priscilla, what are you learning?
Caitlin, I'm told by a source that President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris spoke today. It's unclear exactly at what time they spoke. Remember, the president put out his letter publicly that he would not seek re-election earlier this afternoon. But the president made clear after that letter that he was putting all of his support behind Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee, and also calling on the party to come together. Now, the vice president was on the trail yesterday. She was at a fundraiser in Massachusetts, where again she was defending the administration's record and also trying to underscore the stakes of the election. It was a fundraiser that brought in more than $2 million. Today, however, she was back in Washington, D.C. at her residence and with her staff. So this latest reporting is that the president and the vice president have spoken. That, according to a source who I spoke with, we're still trying to get more information as to what that conversation looked like and when exactly it happened. But significant all the same.
Yeah, of course, and also fascinating to learn about these conversations that he was having. Obviously, you expect him to speak with the vice president about this. Priscilla, keep us updated on what you're learning about this. We also have Van Jones joining us. He is CNN's senior political commentator and a former Obama administration official. And Van, obviously, you and I were talking a lot about this dynamic and how this was ultimately going to play out when we were covering the Republican convention in Milwaukee last week. And with this news, this entire campaign has just upended itself.
Yeah, there's a lot of political stuff. The Democratic Party is a family. At the end of the day, this is a family matter. You know, Joe Biden's body may not be as strong as it used to be. His language skills may not be as strong.
I'm sorry, but it's a really dysfunctional family, right? If the fucking Democratic Party establishment is the adults in this metaphor that Van Jones is talking about, and the voters and the constituencies are the kids, like, this is a family that's not doing right by its kids. Yeah, this metaphor is kind of grossing me out. Let's let him go on.
It used to be. His heart is as big as ever. His heart is as big and as true and as strong. And this is the difference between a politician and a leader. He made a selfless decision, and people are heartbroken. Even people who are pushing for this to happen. It's kind of like when your grandpa, you got to take the keys, and everybody, you got to take his keys, you got to take his keys, you got to, and he's fighting, and everybody's so frustrated, and then you finally get the keys back, and then you just cry, because this is somebody that you love, this is somebody that you care about, this is somebody who was there for you, this is somebody you wouldn't be here without him, and you had to take something from him. Now, this is not, look, politics is politics, but this is a human moment for one of the great humans in America. This is a huge moment for him, for his family, for all of us who love him, for all of us who wanted him to get across the finish line. But if you're a young person watching this, this is leadership. This is patriotism. This is what it means to put the country first, and put the party first, and put the cause first. When your arm gets tired, you let somebody else finish pitching the game. That's what Joe Biden has done, and he's done that for all of us. And so I just want to say, I don't know who's going to be the VP, the non-VP. I don't know anything about politics. I just know that I love this.
I don't know anything about politics. Your life is politics. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe he really is emotional. This just doesn't sound like something he really thought out.
Painful every day to sit up here and talk about him like
it's his career.
Some problem for the party. Wait till we get to the convention. You're going to see people crying, standing, screaming, cheering. He may not get a chance to talk for 10 minutes when we finally get a chance to put our arm around this guy. He did the right thing for this country. He did the right thing for this party. All of us are going to be in this situation someday, and I hope that we take a moment to honor this man and to love this man. I love Joe Biden. I appreciate what he's done, and a lot of people are heartbroken today. Even if it's the right thing, it's still just horrible.
Well, and Van, I mean, on that point, which is a great point that I think resonates with a lot of people, of the personal nature of a decision like this. We often talk about things in a harsh political lens of who's going to fare better, what this looks like. I mean, I also have to imagine what it's been like the last 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks since that debate, to see, you know, what the reporting has been behind the scenes of Democrats who wanted him to get out. On Friday night, the reporting was that he was seething over, you know, seeing big allies of Pelosi come out and call on him to get out, even upset to a degree with his former running mate, President Obama. And just to see, what he personally has witnessed and these calls from his longtime allies, people who certainly praise his legacy, but said, it's time for this decision to be made.
But have we all gone through this with our own family members? Like, yeah, he's hurt, he's pissed. A lot of us wouldn't have careers. I wouldn't have a career without Joe Biden. Joe Biden picked me out of the puppy pile. He's the person that everybody says you work for Barack Obama. No, I worked for Joe Biden when I was in the administration. I was on his middle class task force. All of us have known that embrace. All of us have gotten those phone calls and those cards when bad things have happened to us. So, that's a family. That's what it is. He's hurt now. He feels let down. He feels that his friends turned on him. In the fullness of time, he'll recognize that it was done out of love and as loving a way as possible. But at the end of the day, some people, and I don't want to mention any names and ruin this day, but some people will back their leader no matter what. Some people, they don't care how many people this man has hurt and how many laws he's broken, no matter how many bad things he's done, that's our leader, we're going to back him no matter what. But this party is not like that. This is not a cult. This is a political organization. And we believe in these principles. And if somebody is sick, if somebody can't do it, there's no shame in that. There's nothing wrong with that. If somebody can't do it, that's okay. And what you see with a Joe Biden, yeah, everything was falling apart around him, but he could have stuck it out. There were people in this party who wanted him to stick it out. There are people in this party right now who are mad that he didn't stick it out. Don't act like it was all on one side. It wasn't about the donors. It was about, could this man hold together all of us anymore? And when he realized he couldn't, he did the right thing and he passed the baton. That is leadership.
Okay, so Chad, if you watched me yesterday, you saw me react to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And I had some criticism for her. I have had some disagreement with her. Like, I was not 100. Like, there was some stuff that I thought she said was just, playing wrong. And I felt like her Instagram live was a little bit confused, a little bit muddled. It was hard to tell whether she was against the idea of Biden withdrawing writ large, or if she was just against the idea of throwing it to an open convention. But she did talk about, Democratic Party establishment. She talked about the people up here was what she said. You got the Democrats, the people down there. There's the voters and everybody. And then there's like a whole nother like stratosphere where the real decisions get made, right? And the people with power. Like, I feel like we're hearing a little bit of an insight on that conversation right now. And yeah, is he right that Biden needed to step down? Yeah. Is he right that they needed to take the keys from grandpa? Yeah. But the problem is that, like, I don't trust these movers and shakers any more than AOC does, to be totally honest with you. And I don't like the narrative that, that she sort of lended herself to, because that's what Joe Biden was talking about too. You got the party elites and you got me over here, Jack, and I'm trying to do right by the American people, but the party elites are giving me shit, Jack. So you got to stand up for America. I don't know, like, right? He's trying to invoke this idea that he is not a fucking tool of the same elites that he's bitching about, when he absolutely is. The reason he's in there as the caretaker president, to come in there and, he was, like I said, not uniquely able to take on Trump. He's uniquely able to take the nomination away from Bernie. That's the reason that he was chosen. And those same people that made that choice, right? AOC is worried that they're going to try to throw this into some kind of an open convention. She's worried that they're going to try to bring somebody in that's more under their control and, in their eyes, a better candidate than Kamala, and that's going to end up in disaster. And it very well could. So, yeah, those concerns are, just as much in play as they always were.
Pelosi did the same thing with Hakeem Jeffries. That's leadership. That's responsibility. That's what America's supposed to be about. I love Joe Biden. You have people on both sides of the fight in the party who are crying right now, who can't believe it right now. This is not a normal time, y'all. This isn't just politics.
I mean, you got that right.
This is a moment in time to honor someone who for 50 years put this country first and sacrificed and sacrificed and sacrificed and sacrificed and sacrificed. And today, he's sacrificed again. That's Joe Biden. I love Joe Biden. This country should get around Joe Biden and help our president through these last few months.
Jamal Simmons, you worked in that administration as well. I wonder what you make of how Van just laid out what a personal decision this was for President Biden to make after facing these calls for 3 weeks now, sustained calls from his own party. And obviously, you worked with him, you worked with Vice President Harris. I wonder what you make of that.
Yeah, listen, as I started out, it's a very sad day. I have heard both Van's sentiments and feel them, right? I mean, there's nothing I found after the assassination attempt last Saturday, when Joe Biden went on television to tell us what was happening. I know people had different feelings. I felt a little easier about it, right? Knowing that Joe Biden was in charge, because here's somebody who was going to be willing to put the American public first and not just his own political needs, not just do what he thought was best for him. And listen, we can try to make this not about politics, and Van, I'm with you. This is a day for Joe Biden. But on the other side of this coin is a guy who is the antithesis of Joe Biden, right? Who's completely, as we think about President Biden, all of us who know him and those of us who work for him, like Van, really feel an incredible sense of loss. At the same time, this is going to help the Democratic Party finish Joe Biden's job, which is the point of what it was he was running for, which is to keep Donald Trump out of the office and to make America a better place that includes more people and has more opportunity for people. And I think that Kamala Harris is going to do a good job doing that. Let me just say this about her. I worked with her every single day. I met with her every single day. I talked to her on the phone just about every single day when I was there. This is a woman who has great public values. She knows what she's in the game fighting for. She's fighting for people who are being left behind, people who are being left out. She's been a prosecutor her whole life. I think that she is uniquely built for a moment. We've got a candidate who's got 34, felony convictions to go out and prosecute him every day. She's somebody who I think has an incredible ability to go out and inspire people and to get them excited about her. I remember seeing little girls. One of the reasons I went to work for the vice president was because I have a daughter. And I remember thinking that I wanted my daughter to have the same kind of model for her life that my son has when he thinks about Barack Obama. And I remember seeing little girls grab her by the hand and look at her like she's Superwoman, like she's Wonder Woman. I remember seeing older women who many of them didn't agree with her politically. They grab her by the hand and they have tears in their eyes and they'd say, I never thought I'd see the day that a woman would serve in the White House. Those are the kinds of cases that I think as we go forward in this, what will become the next political campaign, I think we will see the kind of energy that and emotion that we're talking about today. We'll see those out of a lot of Americans.
All right, so there we go. So, oh my God.
Conversations between presidents.
Why did it just replay? I don't know, chat. I don't care. I'm not going to worry about it. All right, so yeah, I finally got everything set up. I can finally talk to chat. What is up, chat? How is it going? There's a lot of you today, so I'm going to try to get to some of your comments here. She was definitely pushing for it. I think she knew ahead of time he was gonna drop out. Yeah. Was she pushing for it? I don't know, Yop. I don't know. He does not. If he felt pushed by her, there's no indication of that. Jerry McLean says elites can do it with Biden's endorsement. Can't do it or can do it. It's going to make it harder for them. But you're right, and I think that other people have commented that this is not. It's definitely not in the bag for her. The delegates have been released. They are with instructions to vote their conscience. Obviously, Biden endorsing Kamala so early gives her a lot of wind behind her sails, but there are, as we heard from AOC yesterday, there are factions in the Democratic Party that have other ideas for where they want it to go, and none of those are going to be good ideas. It's not like there's not like a Bernie faction in there. There's not a progressive faction. There's not like a Democratic Socialist faction, right? These are far to the right of even like Kamala and Biden, and that's the design that they have on it. Because you know that when Biden took a turn towards supporting unions, established like his policies with the NLRB and some of the stuff, it probably pissed off a certain contingent of the third way Democratic leadership Council, Obama, Clinton consensus, like the neoliberals that have run the party since Carter. How many years is that? 24 plus, oh my God, chat, 46 years. Is that how long the Democratic Party has been neoliberal? Yeah, I mean, look, that's the establishment right there. That's the establishment. And there you see a little turn with Joe Biden away from that, right? A little bit of recognition that there is a reason that this is a time for outsiders. This is a time for monsters, when it comes to Trump. But this is a time. This is not a good time for the institution. That was what was wrong with the Clinton candidacy. It was not only a historically unpopular, uncharismatic candidate who just got there by the weight of her institutional presence, but it was also the worst year you could possibly do that, right? There's a reason that Donald Trump, had such an easy time.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
There's a reason that Trump had such an easy time gaining the nomination, and that's because it was the right year for that. And it's been kind of welling up ever since 2008. Something has been rotten, and people have recognized that. People are not happy that after the financial crisis, the banks got bailed out and they didn't, and the workers didn't. And it's been and when you have shit go on like this public health emergency that happens, and the inflation worldwide, global inflation that results from that, and then the solution to that is to raise interest rates, you see it even more. You see it even more. Something needs to change. Something's got to give. This center will not hold. This center is not strong. And if they're allowed to take this candidacy, this nomination, and put their person in place of Kamala, it's going to end in disaster. It's going to be more Trump. It's going to, and for how long, I don't know, right? Because look, they've got designs on the White House, and they've got designs on the country. And if they get a hold of that ball again, they're not giving it back. They're not giving it back this time. She spent her entire career putting people in jail for minor weed offenses. That is true, Transjaded. That is true. There's definitely a negative aspect to. Oh my God, sorry. I want to catch everybody in. Right as I was about to read somebody's comment, it disappeared. Why am I not seeing this? Wait, is this real? Shaxby says Trump farted in the face of a union person. The whole video showing him ass blasting a union rep. I mean, that sounds like something he would do. I was just about to read somebody's chat, and look, on one of my screens, it like the chats disappear. It was right where somebody was talking about Kamala and her, her involvement in the prison industrial complex. Let's be real about this. Inako Sam says, I've seen Xander Hall say a part of him hopes that Trump wins now because Biden dropped out. Are you serious? Oh my God, chat, do I need to talk to Xander Hall? One in chat. I've already got the polls up, so I can't run a poll, but one in chat if you think I should have a little conversation with Zan the man. He's been posting some serious cringe lately. Most people make an honest spec, so hoping to help the Weasel Ranch get on board. Oh God, yeah. Wait, I'm trying to read. Oh my God, your Kamala is pronounced Kamala, like comma, not Kamala or Kamala. Wait, it's Kamala. So I'm not supposed to. It's la Kamala. Really don't fixate on pronunciation, but her name's been used in the right for years specifically to highlight her ethnicity. It's very obvious at times that these, why these assholes do what they do. Absolutely. Obama Harris. Obama Harris. Wait, Obama Harris? Wait, Lena, are you thinking that Michelle would get involved? Is that what that is? Obama Harris 2024? People have talked about it. Michelle, says it's not going to happen, but, things look, everybody says that shit could, Gretchen said that she wouldn't be interested, right? Everybody says that, like, that's not going to happen. It's not going to be a thing until Biden drops out, and then, all bets are off. We need Andrew Yang to be the winner at the convention, Mr. 8658. I'm not sure if that's going to be a popular take, but you're welcome to your opinion. You're welcome to your opinion, my friend. Van Jones always doing calculations in his head while he speaks. Must be please the Dems and elites. I expect nothing but praise and just pre-election and support pre-election. Nothing but criticism and hate post-election. We covered Jink. I'm down to hear Hassan. Yeah, if Xander Hall is seriously joking about voting for Trump, I'm going to be so mad. All right. Here's the thing, chat. You want me to explain my complicated history with Xander Hall? All right, that's making it sound way more interesting than it actually is. It's not that interesting. It's not as interesting as my history with Chud Logic, but it's definitely somewhat interesting, right? In that I actually used to be a mod for Xander Hall back in the day when he was like playing Minecraft and
but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Talking about being rescued from the alt-right rabbit hole by the likes of Destiny. And I was somewhat friendly with the guy. Things obviously have gone way downhill since then, and he said a bunch of bullshit about me. But like I do know the guy, and part of me it still hurts when I see him have shitty takes like the ones that he had before, where he was like, oh yeah, anybody who's against Biden staying in, you must want Trump to win. And now apparently he's saying that part of him hopes for Trump to win because Biden dropped. He's so mad about, he's being a crybaby about it. Xan's being a fucking crybaby about this. I don't think I can talk sense to him. I've tried it once before, and he doesn't listen very well. The other part of the complicated history, right? In addition to me, once having the wrench in his chat, once being a mod for him, is the fact that apparently my name and his mom's name are the same. So yeah, I got that over him too, right? When he says Irene, he's thinking of his actual mom, whose name is also Irene, apparently. What is up with CNN hosts these days? They are so robotic, kind of creepy. Yeah, you're not wrong. Everyone is pissed off at Biden for months after the debate. Biden didn't want to drop out. He was forced out is the line they're going to go with. Wait, you mean they being the Republicans? Parasocial press is cringy. Paternalize him so much. Yo, I'm sorry, chat. Like somebody said something and I was like in the middle of reading it and it like disappeared on me. Can't find it again. I think she knew ahead of time that he was going to drop out. AOC was trying to soften the blow for some of the more out there, more riding with Biden folks. It's weird though, because like AOC and Biden, right? They're, these are two different parts of the party. Like the people that were behind AOC in the beginning were also the people that would have preferred Bernie over Biden and feel kind of screwed over. And yeah, they have every right to feel screwed over because Biden and the Dems rat fucked Bernie in 2020. Notice that none of the Californians are backing Harris, either setting it up for Gavin. I don't think Gavin McInnes, goddamn, I'm sorry, let me say that right. Gavin Newsom. Jesus Christ. That was a Biden moment of my own making, right? Comparing Gavin Newsom to Gavin McInnes. Anyway, setting up for Gavin Newsom. Leadership would have been not running again. Oh my God. I hate Mayo Pete. That he's even mentioned. Yeah, he's mediocre at best. Yeah, bad choice. Kamala. Okay, I'll try to say it right now. Kamala. You pronounce it like Mamala. Okay. Wait, is that wrong or right that I pronounce it like Mamala? I think you're saying that's good. Bro made a video about Biden being based. Yeah, we watched that. We watched that. That was his. That was when he bit the hand that fed him. It's so weird to be like nominally on the side of Vosh on an issue, but you know, it's. I'm not going to change my issues. I'm not going to change my positions to you know, just because somebody cringy has the same take. I hate that Mayo Pete. Yeah, this is no one would support Yang at this point. He made himself synonymous with cringe. Oh my God. I knew him back when he was Pig Puncher. Yeah. And there was a lot that I didn't know about him. There was a lot that I think I caught his live streams, but I would never catch his videos. And like, yeah, he was going after like smaller, he would go after like smaller POC streamers when they, you know, said something he disagreed with and try to like try to ruin them. If anybody says anything bad about Vosh, or there was a lot about Xander Hall that I did not really recognize how pernicious it was. Because I just knew him as the guy that plays Minecraft and who almost fell down the alt-right rabbit hole. That was literally it. Kamala has to stay on the ticket. I think so too, Paul Schwa. It's not about talking sense. I want to understand the psychology of the people that are mad that Biden quit. I wonder how mad they really are, like, right? Because, like, I mean, Zan's saying that he's like hoping that Trump wins. Like, I hope that I'm like misunderstanding that and that was like a joke, or like he's kidding about that, or I don't know. That sounds cursed. Used to be part of the whole community, Zan, Keffels, and Vosh, and then all the bullshit came out, so I left. I don't want to be part of that type of shit anymore. I don't blame you. People, do you know the federal rule? What are you talking about, Paul? I'm not sure, AC. I'll see if we have time for that at some point. Throw it up in stream suggestions, though, and I'll see if I can take a look at it. You're just now waking up? That's relatable. Hey, I woke up like way too late today too. I wasn't on when this dropped. 9 states cannot backtrack the nominee. Okay, now is this something that AOC talked about, Paul? Yeah, so there's a threat by MAGA Mike Johnson to pressure against the Democrats replacing Biden's name on the ballot. And that might be what Paul is talking about. She's bloody awful, but so what? Yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing. Yeah, these are... Okay, wait, we lose 130 electoral votes because he quit. I am not sure about that, Paul. Kamala has to stay on the ticket. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're right about that. Yeah, I can confirm what Paul is saying there. Kamala has to stay on the ticket or else they lose 331 million in donations. Now, this is it's a little bit weird, right? It's not exactly going to be 331 million donations. So in other words, these are donations already donated to Biden to run his campaign, his re-election campaign, right? These are $331 that cannot pass to anyone but Kamala. But were she to withdraw from the race for whatever reason, I think that money would go back to the donors and it would be a huge pain in the ass, but likely some of the money would come back to the candidate. But I get what you're saying. It does present a lot of obstacles. I am not sure about the losing of, 9 states cannot backtrack on the nominee, Paul says, so we lose 130 electoral votes because he quit. I'm not sure how that's how it's going to shake out, right? It does present the possibility for this to be taken. Well, we'll see, Paul. We'll see. Because what you're claiming is that there's 9 states that Biden's name is not going to be on that ballot, and I got a X to doubt on that shit. I got an X to doubt on that. Yeah, a lot of people have talked about the campaign funds. Anyway, chat, I am just catching up with chat. I think I'm caught up with the full screen chat now. I'm going to try to catch up, do the same with shorts. Kamala is already getting delegate endorsements. Is somebody mad at me in chat for not like respond? Like, you got to understand, okay? If you're in any of these chats, all right, understand I am reading 3 chats at once, okay? And I do my best. What's up, Phoenix Dragon? I do my best to like, get to everyone, but it's just impossible that that's gonna happen. And if you're saying something that you wanna, so you're changing the subject. Patagonia wanted to talk about something. Look, I'm giving you this attention now. Are you happy? You got my attention. I literally have not seen AOC went to the Bronx for climate change and Jamal Bowman. What? Too lazy to look. What are you trying to get me to look at? I'm going to entertain this a little bit. Oh my God. Patagonia. Straight up mad. Also, is that how you spell Patagonia? Somehow your name looks like it's not spelled. AOC was on somewhere, I swear. Okay, so is that what you're trying to say? Like, just don't get mad, but like, if you got something to contribute, rally in New York got AOC triggered on something. Okay, look, that sounds interesting. Just like, understand that I'm looking it up because it sounds interesting. I am not at your beck and call. All right. Okay, all I'm seeing come up, unhinged AOC blasts over offensive and ridiculous Trump remark. I don't think that's it. That's Sky News Australia. Was it on her account? She has a YouTube channel. 3 weeks ago, 1 month ago, 1 day ago. AOC fumes at Democrat elites. Yeah, we're still talking about the, okay, Patagonia, are you talking about the live stream that went on Thursday night of last week? Is that what you mean? I'm just trying to figure out what rally in New York. No, that's not it. That's not it. The rally in New York got AOC triggered on something. So not a fan of AOC. Look, I've disagreed with AOC in the past week on some things. I do think that some of what she had to say about the way that the Democratic Party does ring true. Sasha G's like, we don't know. So I'm not weird for, look, if there's some kind of interesting live stream that AOC's on and she's animated, wasn't that a long time ago? So the Jamal Bowman rally, changing the subject. Oh my God. Now you're talking about tariffs? Are you talking about Trump's tariffs? Or are you talking about the tariffs that Trump wants to institute? Or are you talking about the tariffs that Trump did institute and that Biden kept? Need to tie JD Mandel to Project 2025. I agree. Sarah Palin dragged down the McCain ticket. Yeah, no, absolutely. JD Vance. Wait, was there a reason it's called JD Mandel? Or are you saying, like, that's a joke, right? I think it's just going over my head. Good night, Dame Al. Have a good sleep. Have a good night. All right, so yeah, I gotta. Very chill chat. So yeah, I look, here's my intention, right? I do want to talk to chat today. All right. This is a good day to talk to chat. This is, something major has happened. Paul Schwa, I understand your concern. Right. And I believe that AOC spoke to some of that. Now, she's not talking about 9 states. AOC had her hair on fire, right? In the live stream the other night. AOC was very, very, very concerned, but she seemed to be more concerned not with not with Kamala replacing Biden being this huge problem, but rather with the attempt to kick the whole ticket off and replace it with somebody new. And with a faction of institutional Dems that had this in mind. Check on Legal Eagle. They will get sued by the RNC. That's possible, Paul. But understand that the RNC, or sorry, the Supreme. Okay, so it's the kind of thing that they'd have to take to the Supreme Court. And yes, they have a very right-wing Supreme Court right now. So your concerns are not coming from nowhere. However, understand that something like Kamala winning the election and then the Republicans suing to have it annulled and the Supreme Court stepping in and changing that election is too much heat even for this Supreme Court. Too much heat for the Supreme Court. Too much heat for the then illegitimate Trump administration that would come in. And it's going to be, look, it's one thing for them to do what they did in 2001, right? Which they have. They I think changed the results of an election. They stopped the counting of votes in the 2001 election and stopped the counting of votes in Florida, right? So and when when journalists have looked at the votes in Florida, they found that very likely the Democrats did have a majority of the Florida votes, and had the counting gone on, that would have been revealed, right? So that's one thing, right? To change the results of an election that's undecided. But you're talking about either the Republicans keeping Biden off the ballot, which is going to look like and smell like dirty tricks, or you're going to be talking about the Supreme Court annulling and reversing the results of an election, which is going to be, like I said, too much heat for even them. I just mentioned that Legal Eagle dropped a video about Biden leaving. That's a good thing to watch. I've got a few things here already, but I should probably talk about the allegations. Talk about the allegations. No, here's what we do need to talk about, though. Let's go here. There we go, and then we can go here. And there we go. So what I want to talk about right now is the Donegal / the vote. You're gonna see a poll, okay? And you see it says, "What do you want me to react to next?" And that's exactly what I'm asking you. Like, what do you want for me to react to next? We got in the full scale stream, Destiny losing a shit, winning it with 30%. Francesca versus Jink over AOC, second place with 26%. Trump RFK leaked anti-vax phone call, right? 23%. And What If Alt Hist, Christianity versus Marx, in fourth place with 21%, right? We got 39 votes so far in the full screen stream. And you can keep on voting in there, right? Because your vote does affect the outcome. I'll explain a little bit more as I go along. If we look over here at the short stream, I'm imagining you have 56 votes in the short stream. Not enough of you are voting on that. That's a well. Then again, I did just roll the poll out. So anyway. Destiny losing his shit, also winning in this one. Wait a minute. Yeah. Like, so the Destiny thing is, Francesca versus Jink over AOC in second place. Lauren Boebert, live stream meltdown. Wait a minute. Do I have two different things? No! Oh my god, chat. I messed this up. Oh no. K-Hive in the house. I guess so. Yeah, Coconut Gang. It's Coconut Gang now. So, Paul, listen, do you, like, I mean, you wouldn't want to make a bet right now, would you? So yeah, Pennsylvania, Washington, New Mexico, Minnesota, Michigan. These are all states that Biden won last time. And so what you're telling me is that Kamala Harris's name will not appear on the Washington state ballot. AOC is tired now? Wait, what's going on? Is something going on with the AOC? K5s are fake fans. Yeah, Coconut Gang for life. That's right. That's right. Look, this is like if you stand a meme queen, right? You got to say Coconut Gang, not... Got that one. Oh, wait, this is a good one. Here, let's take a look at this. I'll think about, yeah, the Legal Eagle one sounds good. So yeah, again, I need to maybe fix one of these polls, right? Because the polls don't agree with each other. Oh, I hate to do this. I really hate to do this to you. Well, it's got to be done. All right, the sooner I do it, the better. All right, I ended that poll, and I'm going to start a new one because the first question, okay, what do you want to see next? Do you want to see next? The first one is supposed to be Lauren Boebert. Live stream melt down. Yes, it fits. It fits. Okay, yeah, we're kicking off the RFK video because it's just been too long. It's not fresh anymore. Francesca versus that's Francesca Irene, friend of the VOD. Debating against Jink Uger about the AOC live stream. So that should be maybe potentially pretty fun. What If Alt History, Christianity versus Marx. Always fun to check in on the accursed world. And the one that seems to be winning in both polls, Destiny losing his shit. Everybody wants to know finally about what is going on with Destiny. And it's a lot. It's a lot. So let's check in with this. Waluigi for dictator. Hey, I had my I have another plushie for you as well. This is my gator. The gators are kind of like an old school reference to the, like, back in the day when somebody would follow me on Twitch, it would be like, and then the little dudes show up and I'm just like, little dudes, right? There was like a little dudes thing and there was these chonky little gators that would come out and greet you and nip at your fingers because they're adorable. And so that's what the little gator is a reference to. That's why I've got a little gator. But yeah, so I've got both of the polls up and the short stream. It seems like Destiny losing his shit is winning. That's what everybody wants right now. Now look, the poll's a little bit more complicated. I'm going to throw you a swerve. Don't freak out, but I'm going to swerve it a little bit, okay? Because the way that this poll works is that I average shorts and I average YouTube, right? Now there's also Twitch, right? And you might ask, why don't I have a poll on Twitch? Because Twitch polls suck. They only let me leave it open for... They only let me leave the polls open for 10 minutes, and that's not enough time to vote. So if you're on Twitch, come over to YouTube and vote if you want. You can vote in the short stream poll. You can vote in the full-scale stream poll. You can vote in both of them if you want. And that goes for you in either of the YouTube streams as well, right? I got to tell you that some people are probably going to vote twice. In fact, I guarantee it, right? There's nothing I can do to stop it either. There's no way I can be like, you know, only these people can vote in this one and these. There's no way I can do that, right? So I might as well tell all of you right now that you can vote in both of the polls. You can have 2 votes if you want to. You can cross over to the other stream. You go to my channel and look for the other live stream. Right, and you can vote in the other one too. Now, all I ask you, if you want to do that, just do me a little favor and hit the like button on the other stream because that helps me out a lot. The other thing that you can do to affect the results is that when you donate, and that goes for super chats, that goes for super stickers, that goes for when you become a member on YouTube or when you're gifting memberships to other people, right? That goes for make Irene bounce. Oh my God, I gotta get my trampoline out. That goes for people when in oh my God. That goes for Twitch if you are getting yourself a sub because you know that in 4 minutes there's going to be an ad break, and that ad break is going to last for 3 minutes. And that is 3 minutes of your life that you cannot get back, but you can avoid the ad break. You can skip the ad break. You can forego the ad break if you get a sub. And you can do that for $6 by paying $6 to Twitch to get yourself a sub. You can do that for free if you have a Twitch Prime by using a Twitch Prime to, use to get yourself a free Twitch Prime sub. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat, right? So any of those, sub things on Twitch, those also count. Those also, what do I mean by count? I mean that for every US dollar that you donate, you can raise the topic of your choice in the poll. You can add percentages to it at 1% per US dollar. You can basically, add, you like your donos. It's just like the US, where money in politics allows you to skew the poll, right? It's the same thing virtually. Basically, yeah, if you do any kind of donation counts as an addition to the topic of your choice. So whether it's Lauren Boebert's live stream meltdown, Francesca versus Jink over AOC, what if his Christianity versus Marxism video, Destiny losing his shit, or whether you just want to like affirm the vote of the masses and say Vox Populi, right? You can add percentage to that when you donate. All you got to do is let me know what your choice is, what you want to see, which of these topics you are jazzed up about, and I think we already got like a $2 super chat, so we're at 2% out of 100. So that's the third factor, right, of what wins, right? So I told you about the vote, I told you about the way that donations count, and also, god damn it, I always forget some of these. Patreon signups count, Throne donations count. If you donate to any of the links down in the description, that counts as well. Those are ways that you can get money to me without it going through the hands of YouTube or Twitch. So in other words, like it's a more direct, and more of the money ends up supporting the stream that way. Any of those, basically ask yourself, is it a dono? If so, if yes, then you can, add that percentage to the topic of your choice, right? We've also got to hit the dono goal, which is now at 2%. out of 100%. And if it gets to 100% by the end of the stream, then we'll have an extra segment. If not, you know, I'll just pack it in and it'll be like, it's like a, it's like a buffet, right? That gets packed up and refrigerated for the next day. And it's going to be, oh, so much better the next day. No, I'll probably change some of the topics if that happens. But Jesus and Marx are both religions with their prophet. Oh, and eschatology, true. Will Kamala have a different stance on higher taxes on the wealthy? If so, that would be very telling. That isn't a good question, right? What's Kamala's take on stance on labor? Especially what's Kamala's stance on prison reform? There's a lot of questions about Kamala, and yeah, no, she's not. Rudyard is my hero, says Narwhal by Nature. PB says, I just received my Washington primary ballot. Does it show, I'm guessing it shows Joe Biden? Plenty of time for Kamala to appear on the general election ballot. Wait, what did you get then? Like a primary? Primary ballot. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. Well, look, I got no problem looking into the legality of what one of our chatters, Paul Schwa, is saying. And see if we can determine what's actually going on. But yeah, it looks like we already got 65 likes on the short stream. It looks like we've got 32 likes, 35 likes on the full scale stream. So that's doing pretty well. I put up a new poll for anybody who voted in the full scale stream, in the full screen stream. Just understand that you got to vote again if you want your vote to count, because I screwed up the first time. That's my bad. That's my bad. Oh shit. Really? 27 minutes ago? Oh my god. Yeah, now we gotta... Okay, I'm unbanning Paul temporarily so I can find out, like, what's going on. Paul, what? You made an account? You made this account 27 minutes ago? Is that right? How do you answer to these charges, Paul? I must know. I must know. What is your response for these charges? According to Legal Eagle, it's a little messy but not terrible. That's what I thought. Gator Dictator, that's right. The dictatorial Gator. I just want to see what Paul's okay, so was I, or are you speculating? I don't know. Is AC lying to me? Joined YouTube July 21st, 2024. No, I'm just wondering. Just please listen. I don't look. You're allowed to have your opinion, okay? You're not getting banned for your opinion or anything like that. I think the reason that my mods are a little sus is that this is a brand new account. So if you can just explain to me the series of events that led to you just now signing up for a YouTube account and coming into Shorts chat to have this conversation, possibly with me and other streamers. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here, Paul. That's all I want to know. Read and Rap says, is it true? Is it finally Jover? Yes, it is Jover. It has never been this Jover. Okay, so apparently we've got some resurfaced attacks from 2020 from Kamala on Donald Trump, and you know, let's see what the former prosecutor Kamala Harris has to say. Stream should not have gotten nuked. Wait, why would it get nuked? Okay, that's not right. No, no, no. I disagree. Oh no. It didn't say, oh my god. Shorts is still going strong. Oh my god, this is annoying. Okay, hey, Twitch. I hate that you're always like the collateral damage here, but I'm gonna end the stream temporarily, okay? Just sit where you are. You're gonna see the infamous Twitch guy, right? You're gonna see this shit right here. And but then the stream's gonna come right back. So I gotta do this. I gotta go over here. That off. That on. Need. Okay, so I'm just fixing stuff in the background. This is really shitty that this is how shit works, but this is apparently how shit works. Or doesn't work, as the case may be. Now I have to grab this and put this here. All right, there's that. And I think we're good. So update all. Okay, and we're back. And we're back. And look, I wish I knew how that happened. I really do. I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Restream, right? Because I'm paying these people too much money for the stream to go down this much, and I'm pretty sure it is because of the software, right? This would not happen if it was just a straight up stream to YouTube. But it is not the free software, it is not the free platform that I'm streaming on that's causing me the problems. It is, in fact, the one that I am paying way too much money for to have the stream go down. So, okay, so yeah, we are back. Let me just check things really quick. There's stuff that I have to set up. And this sucks, and it shouldn't be like this. Okay, there we go. So let's make the Monetization go burr. And then we're gonna grab that link, and I think I can share it now. Okay, here we go. There we go. There's the new stream. It's all good. You're back. Trump is coping hard. We can cut to that. We can cut to Trump coping. That's always fun. All right, so it's that one. She was never a cop, but she was a prosecutor. True. The message. Okay, so people are getting finding their way back. That's good to hear. Again, sorry for the I don't even know what to do with this. At some point I'm gonna cut off the old stream and I'm gonna here, we gotta add the thumbnail. Oh my god, there's so much other stuff that I need to add too. Come on. The thumbnail is back. What else do we need back? We need the stuff in the description needs to come back. Go. And save that. Okay. Again, chat, apologies. This means I also have to recreate the poll. This would be the third time recreating the poll. But I might as well do it. Do it now. What do you want to see next? Lauren Boebert live stream meltdown. And again, chat, remember that this the second bite of content only happens if we hit the sub goal. We are 2% of the way there now. If we remain that low, this may be a fairly short stream since I wasn't entirely planning. I mean, I had some idea that this would happen today. Like, right, I kind of predicted it. I think I said this to you yesterday, that I thought that this Biden's withdrawal was likely to happen today. And just based on me putting my ear to the ground. But yeah, I mean, I can just cover this stuff and be off and start working on it because I've got a lot to do. I need to work on videos and a bunch of other stuff. So, but yeah, I'm willing to stay on here a little bit longer. Oh my God. So, okay, so now I'm going to cut off, what am I going to do? Cut off this stream with no data in it. How do I do that? I press the button. I end the stream. There we go. End the stream. And then one more thing I need to do is take this from public to unlisted. There we go. And reload and make sure that my thumbnail actually took. All right, we're good. I mean, we're not good. These numbers are horrible because I had to restart the stream. I don't know. Like, I feel like people didn't find their way. I feel like people did not find their way. Owen Jones went off today on Biden. Everyone calling him a hero. and it annoyed Owen. Well, I mean, he's right to be annoyed by that. Trampoline, definitely wait till you have the video going. Wait, is that happening? Is that there's another request for that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's kind of like the setup right now does not lend itself to trampolining, but hopefully, yeah, everybody will come in here and we'll get going. But yeah, just to be clear, Paul, you are totally entitled to your opinion. Um, from what I know, Biden's name is not going to be on 9 states. It's gonna those ballots are gonna say Kamala. But as far as Republicans trying to take legal action, that might happen. That might happen, and they can fuck around and they can find out because that's gonna feel like dirty tricks. That's gonna feel like dirty tricks. Anyway, I've been waiting to hit 5,000 points so you can. Oh no, you can save it for whatever. Oh, the problem is right that the background that I have right now, this background, there's not enough room, so the trampoline's like twice as wide as the room that I have. So, it would take some finagling, but yeah, I love to jump on a trampoline. It's very good. It's very good to be jumping on a trampoline rather than sitting. Sitting is the new smoking. Anyway. Let me get rid of that, and I think we're good. So anyway, sorry for the mix-up, especially for you on the short stream, right? There's nothing wrong with the shorts, other than you had to just sit and watch a bunch of boring shit, because I had to get the other stream fixed. And yeah, if you haven't liked the stream already, that would help me out massively. That promotes YouTube sharing it with more people. A bunch of people just left because they have no faith in me whatsoever. But yeah, they can fuck around and find out too. Oh, they won't fuck around and find out. They will never find out that the stream is actually good and that they missed it because they had zero patience. Zero patience with like the technical difficulties that we deal with every day. Anyway, I've been edging you on this whole, Kamala, what she said about Trump, right, for quite some time. I just wanted to get us going and, define the parameters of the extra content. So how this works, basically, is that if the dono goal gets to 100%, it's now at 2%, right? That is not very auspicious. That's the opposite of auspicious, right? So if the dono goal gets to 100%, by the time that I'm done talking about Kamala, talking about Biden, talking about Trump, talking about all this election stuff, then we get an extra bit of content. And it's whatever you vote for combined with whatever people who donate, when you donate, which is the only way that the dono goal goes up is when the donations get made. Otherwise, this is all an academic exercise of just you voting for something that will never happen. So if you want it to be more than academic, if you want it to be real, if you want me to watch any of this content, we gotta hit the dono goal. Otherwise, this is has every chance of being a very short stream. Because like I said, I was not planning on streaming today. So let's see what's going on here.
I'll show you a video that's just brutal that was reposted, is attacking Trump over his age and his cognitive situation. No longer can an attack be levied at the Democratic side, so it makes the attack against Trump about his brain turning to mush that much more effective. But it's also funny because people are...
Here, let's pause it for a second and I still haven't found a good like way to read donos, but I need to do that. This is how this is how you dono. That's true. That's true. And yo, so the only thing you're missing, Techno, is that if you want to, it's all up to you. You can also say, because you just donated $3, so that makes this go from 2 to 5, which is pretty cool. You can also say Lauren Boebert. You can say Francesca versus Jink. You can say What If Alt Hissed. You can say Destiny is losing his shit. If any of these topics strike you and you want me to cover those next, I can add 3% to the topic of your choice, if you so choose. Only if you so choose. You can also say Vox Populi if what you want is to just say, like, I have faith in the vote and I want the vote to determine the outcome. Vox Populi is what you say if that's the case, or you say any of these if you really want to see one of these. Take my money, says Speedrunner. Thank you, I will. Oh my gosh, that sounded so entitled. I trust me, I'm not actually that entitled, but thank you for the $4.99. Also understand that you know, you can get something for your money, right? So like I said, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you are getting membership for yourself, giving memberships to other people, whether you are signing up for Patreon, whether you are donating to the throne, which is the reason that I have all this cool background and this cool microphone that sounds way better than the microphone I had before. This is all Throne Gang, right? So donations to Throne count, donate subs on Twitch count, gift subs, and Twitch Prime subs as well, and bits count, right? So anything that if it's a donation, it entitles you to put your money where your mouth is, and add a percentage to the stream, to the topic of your choice. So if any of these strike your fancy, just let me know, and I will add that $4.99 to the topic of your choice, Speedrunner. And same goes for you, Techno. Oh yeah, add my vote to Fran versus Cenk Uygur. I will. Wait, okay, so this goes to 10%. Okay, so we're now 10% of the way along the way towards the dono goal. We got, I think it's 3% added to Francesca versus Cenk Uygur. And this even works in retrospect. So if you already donated and you're like, hey, put my money towards this, I will also listen to you. Show must go on. Give $1, take a stream, drop a penny in the jar. The coin. Oh, yes. Toss a coin to your Witcher. Oh, Valley of Plenty. Thank you so much. But yeah, just let me know if you want to put that money to work in, you know, making any of these topics more likely to win, because that's how it works too. But yeah, it's your choice. Anyway, let's see what Luke Beasley has to see. Apparently we got the goods on Trump from Kamala herself. From the mouth of Kamala to your ears.
Immediately posting. For example, before getting to this Kamala Harris video, David Pagman said, "Is the oldest presidential nominee in American history, Donald Trump, really what this country needs right now?" Which is, it's funny, okay? Because you can just see the shift post this announcement from Biden. But before going into the brain-related things, here's an ad that Kamala Harris's campaign put out during the 2020 election, again, when she was running for that Democratic nomination for president. And it does get me pretty pumped. I do want to say that I understand she's not the official nominee yet. I'm just from...
Yeah, Rotten Mouse, as far as I'm concerned, you are under no obligation, right? Vote your conscience. Vote your conscience always.
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $5. Let's make that donut.
Aww.
And I want to see Destiny losing his mind, please.
Destiny is losing his mind, and we can watch that. All right, so yeah, 5% goes to that. Thank you, Izzy Sanchez, and 5% goes here. Vote strategically. I mean, yeah, look, I'm not going to try to look. Here's the deal. Okay. I really don't want Trump to win. All right. So, you can kind of guess where I'm at, right? Depending on whether I'm in a swing state or a not so swing state, as far as where my vote best goes strategically, right? But I understand if you got your stomach turned by Biden's policies, particularly the policy in Gaza. And I don't think that berating somebody into, voting strategically or something like that works. I think that what does work is pressuring candidates to be better, pressuring candidates to have better policy. And so if you're worried about people, that are not, they don't want to vote for Kamala, they don't want to vote for Biden, out of principle, your best bet is to, lobby the candidates to be better, because that's the only way that more of those votes are going to, more people are going to see fit to maybe make a vote that's going to stop Trump, even if it's not a vote for a candidate that they love, right? The reason that there is this holdup, the reason that there are these people that are, to the left of Biden and maybe not voting for Biden is because of choices that Joe Biden made. And if you want more of those votes to, come out, right, your best bet is to, pressure Kamala to being better than Biden was in terms of policy.
My understanding of the Democratic Party, I'm just pretty certain now that Biden's endorsed her and
oh wait, sorry, I hit the wrong button here. Izzy Sanchez says Kamala was against Biden with Gaza. She's against the genocide. So yeah, I mean, that is the thing about Biden. His policy on Israel is phenomenally bad, and I have every confidence that Kamala is not going to be, like, I don't know that it's going to be great. I don't think she's a brave person necessarily. I don't think she's going to have some like ground shaking, difference in policy, but Biden is a really low bar. Biden is an incredibly low bar.
The people, I'm sure some voters will say, no, we want an open convention. I'm already hearing that. We want to pick somebody else. But I don't think any of the prominent people who presumably could challenge Kamala Harris for the nomination are going to want that for the party or the country. And I'm sure the Gavin Newsoms, the Gretchen Whitmers, the Josh Shapiros, etc., will probably unite around Kamala Harris pretty quickly. That's just my speculation, so that's why we're going down this road so immediately. But this is a fantastic ad.
Sick of this? Well, think.
Okay, so this is, I understand, a Kamala Harris ad from 2020.
About this. He's a world leader in temper tantrums. She never loses her cool. She prosecuted sex predators. He is one.
Grab him by the...
She shut down for-profit colleges that swindled Americans. He was the for-profit college.
At Trump University, we teach success.
Literally.
Okay, look, question. Can you even call Trump University a for-profit college? Because my understanding is it wasn't even a college. My understanding of Trump University is it was like a scam seminar. You know what I'm talking about? Is that right? Like, it's just like, okay, I'm not saying like it's not bad or anything like that. I'm just like, I feel like even calling Trump University a college is like it was a scam. Yeah, it was like one of those scam seminars, right? You know what I'm talking about? Look, there's there's seminars that you'll see like an ad for, and it'll be like, come to the seminar, it's free, and you can learn about how you can make $1 million just like I made $1 million. You can make $1 million too, I'll tell you how. And you go to the seminar, and the point of the seminar is that there's actually another seminar that you need to attend if you really want to find out. Like they'll talk about generally like the business or something, like the MLM usually, right? But the point of that seminar is to get you to the next seminar. That seminar you got to pay $200 for, right? So you pay $200 and you go to the seminar and you say, finally, I'm going to get the real information. I'm going to find out how I'm going to make $1 million. $200, that's a great investment. $200 goes in $1 million comes out. So I'm going to go there, and certainly after I've paid $200, they're going to tell me how to make some goddamn money. And you go to that seminar, and the point of that seminar is that there's actually a $1,000 seminar now that you have to go to if you really want that $1 million. And you just go keep on pumping that scheme over and over again. I think that's kind of like what Trump was doing, right? Everything with Trump is a scam. True. Straight up scam. Jules says, like Andrew Tate. Yeah, I mean, Andrew Tate's is literally like an MLM, as in, like, you know, the point of Hustlers University is for you to get other people into Hustlers University. And like, that's where you're going to make your money. But realistically speaking, it's a pyramid. It's an MLM. So the people that are actually making money are primarily Andrew Tate and maybe, you know, people that got on the ground floor with him, maybe his friends and confidence, but it's not you. It's definitely not you that's going to make the money.
She's the attorney general who beat the biggest banks in America and forced them to pay homeowners $18 billion. He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together. This is Trump. And in every possible way, this is the anti-Trump. So if that's what you're looking for in your next president, there's really only one. Kamala.
There it is. Don't tell me that doesn't get you pretty ready to go out there and explain to people that contrast. And that was made before Trump became a convicted felon, a civilly liable rapist, an insurrectionist, etc. By the way, you had Adam.
And look, if you ask Stormy Daniels, we're talking about an insurrectionist with erectile difficulty.
An ex posting this process.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Prosecutor versus convicted felon. Kamala Harris having that prosecutorial background really adds to that contrast. John Idarola said, it's just too good. Donald Trump's accelerating brain rot is about to look even worse. And I'm just saying Trump should be going to the restroom where he shouldn't. Okay, in his pants.
Oh, in his pants. Okay, well that's great. We're dipping into we're dipping into the scatological references already in this video. What the fuck was I gonna say?
Over this matchup, if indeed it plays out to be this again, it's all happening now, so I don't know how certain logistically it is. It feels certain. If that changes, we'll do more discussion.
Okay, yeah. Here's what I was gonna address, right? A lot of what was holding Biden up was Trump. And a lot of what was holding Trump up was Biden. In other words, these aren't... Trump is not a juggernaut. Trump is not like a phenomenal once-in-a-lifetime candidate, right? Trump is actually a phenomenally weak candidate, and the only thing that makes him look strong is the contrast to a man who's literally, his brain is turning into pudding right in front of us, right? That's what makes Trump look strong. Now that that issue is gone, now that a big part of Trump's campaign issues are gone, and you've got somebody that you can attack on that level, you can call her weird. You can call her, what is he calling her? He's calling her Laughing Kamala. Laughing Kamala, folks. I call her Laughing Kamala. Have you heard her laugh? You can tell a lot about a person from their laugh. And she's crazy. I can tell by her laugh, folks. She's not as crazy as Nancy Pelosi, but she's crazy anyway. So that's what he's saying. That's where he's going. In other words, he doesn't have shit on her. He doesn't have shit on her other than she's got a weird laugh, which I think is kind of relatable. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. That's right.
What contentious, open primary or convention would look like. But right now it seems party leaders would unite around Kamala Harris. So that's why I'm going under that assumption. And Trump should be terrified of going up against her in general and on a debate stage. And that I'm really looking forward to. And we're already seeing in the reactions from a lot of right-wing media, and I say again, I'll give you so many examples over the coming days as we get more of this, but it does seem there's some nervousness there. Because I understand that the right-wing media echo chamber is going to do with it what it did with Biden and do that to Kamala Harris, as they've already sort of been doing to her, and just push out all sorts of stuff. We're already hearing some vile rhetoric about her that is very unjustified from these outlets. But
somebody says, "Who's the tweak? The twink." Sorry, it's just Luke Beasley.
Still, I think one of the major things for a lot of Americans going against Biden was not his record, because when you talk about his record with people love that stuff. He's done a great job. And a lot of Americans really don't like Trump. I should say, understandably so. That's what I was going for. But a lot of people did have this lack of motivation because of age-related concerns. And we've made the case, despite that, using facts. But now that big concern evaporates. And I know other concerns are going to be pushed out by right-wing media. But I think the strength of Biden's record hopefully will carry
How about this? We'll do Legal Eagle after this.
over to the advocacy of Kamala Harris and those advocating on behalf of democracy and common sense governance. Millions of people every single week watch this show who are not subscribed. Please, if you're one of those people, go ahead.
Yeah.
We gotta
So
go here. Okay, I'm being forced into
Here, I'll-
it. Jaden over there is forcing me into it. So I'm gonna have to play this for you, and it's talking about the brain of Trump, which all of a sudden is seeming to become much more of a discussion.
And my stupid people, when I wanted to refute it, they said, "Sir, don't dignify it with a rebuttal."
Rebuttal?
Have you been noticing peculiar behavior recently in someone
Rebuttal?
Carried out by Ray,
someone who mixes fiction and reality?
the late great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man.
Perhaps
Wait, who put, is this Midas Touch? This is Midas Touch. God, those.
of advanced age you have known for years.
Did you just see Maduro, Venezuela? Though it's unbelievable, Venezuela.
Of course, we all have our good,
Venezuela.
but consistently odd behavior can be a sign of frontotemporal dementia, a degenerative disease of the frontal and temporal lobes of the brain that dramatically impairs cognitive function. And there are some key signs to look out for, like slurring words,
The failing New York Times by anonymous, really anonymous.
Anonymous?
correct words is another sign.
The Mueller report, I wish, covered the oranges of the investigation.
You may also notice someone veering into incoherent ideas, detached from reality.
You know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
Or an inability to complete simple sentences.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat.
Other notable symptoms include impaired motor function, such as a wavering limb, and decreased balance, often accompanied by a signature lean or arched stance. If someone you know is demonstrating several or all of these symptoms, they are seriously unwell. As a matter of safety, they must be relieved of critical responsibilities and disqualified from any position of authority. Remember, frontotemporal dementia is a degenerative disease.
Right, so you get it. We're going to be hearing more of that in the coming days and weeks. And I'm not here to BS ya. Okay, I get that there's something, what's the word? Notable, I'll just say, okay? I'm willing to take note of how some people will have newfound interest in the age of the two candidates. Totally. But also, I think we deserve to go out
Some
there
payback?
and say some of the things about
Is this so what's what we're talking about? Like, it's funny to see like libs jokerify like this. Like, I think we deserve a little payback after listening to all the incessant shit about Joe Mincha, about Dementia Joe. Like, I feel like the shoe is on the other foot. And I mean, yeah, it is. Look, there are issues with Trump. There are a ton of issues with Trump that could not be talked about with Biden as the candidate, because Biden is exhibiting maybe a more advanced and more pronounced form of dementia than Trump. But now, yeah, it's a whole new game.
Trump, with some evidence that we've heard right-wing media put not just emphasis on, like justified emphasis, making sure the president's competent and being concerned post-debate, all that, not just emphasis, unbelievable, inconceivable, disproportionate emphasis on Biden's cognitive efficacy, while ignoring issues with Trump and ignoring every other important policy subject ever. Not talking at all about the successful policy record, the governance of Biden, only talking about that to try to hurt him politically, right? So if they want to play that game, we're down now. Okay, let's go have that conversation. And of course, because we're dedicated to honesty, we've been having that conversation for some time as well, in a justified way. But now the age, this person's too old, this, that, and the other thing applies to Trump above his competition. And I did notice in Trump's discussion, he indicated, you know, we plan to run against Biden, but then he would go, but it's fine if someone else is the nominee because we can beat them too, which is what he has to say. But the amount of work that has gone into, the amount of lies that have been woven into the fabric of Americans' perception of Biden to hinder his reelection bid, that took time. And right-wing media doesn't have the time to thoughtfully weave that into the minds of a lot of Americans. Because to be clear, we're not talking about MAGA folks, people who plug their brain into Fox News, as so many Americans do, unfortunately. That's not who I'm referencing. They're going to vote for Trump, or they're not going to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay. But what happens, and we don't talk enough about this, is that you sort of have a ripple effect where, sure, Fox News directly misinformed, and I refer to Fox News as a representation of a bunch of right-wing media and different people, but they misinform certain Americans. But then there's this ripple effect where then just in discussion, in the casual conversation about politics, ideas are perpetuated to larger groups of people than just those who loyally watch right-wing media. And that's how you get some of these narratives, like crime is spiking when it's plummeting. Like some of the false perceptions that people have had about Biden. Like,
I mean, yeah, look, there's stupid, the shit that you hear Trump say like over and over again, right? There's a reason that he does that. Even if it's not true, even if there's no truth to it whatsoever, even if it's ridiculous, garbage, right? The late, great Hannibal Lecter, folks, is coming into our country thanks to these other shithole countries that are sending Hannibal Lecter over. He's going to have you for dinner, folks. He's going to be eating your children and your wife and your dog. He's going to be eating all of your family, folks, because he's a cannibal. They're sending the cannibals over. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? And then he'll say they're opening up their mental asylums and they're sending over the mental patients, like the late great Hannibal Lecter. He says this stuff over and over again, and he gets it in people's heads. Like, right, this is the big lie. This is the technique known as the big lie, that you say, something over and over and over again, and even if there's no proof for it and it doesn't make sense, people start to believe it. They're like, yeah, I heard that somewhere. Yeah, you heard that several places. Trump said it. His surrogate said it. Fox News said it. You heard it in a bunch of different places. So you start to think that it's true. Well, I wouldn't be hearing it in all these places if it wasn't for the late, great Hannibal Lecter, coming over to our country thanks to Joe Biden's invitation. He's like, yeah, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead and eat my citizens, you illegal Hannibal Lecter immigrant. That like, right? Just all this shit. Like the immigrants are causing crime. Like you look at the rates of crime among, people with undocumented people actually being lower than for citizens, right? None of this stuff is true. The crime thing, crime is going down, crime is not going up, but he says it over and over again, crime infested cities. And look, on some level, when you've got a crisis with housing and you've got a lot of people that are out of their homes that are living on the streets, it does feel like Gotham. It is dystopian, right? To go out and see a bunch of people on the streets because they don't have a home to go to. But then to turn that around and be like, and you know what I've heard about unhoused people? They commit crime. And so if this is the kind of person I've profiled as a criminal and I see this person out and about because there are, because rent is too expensive to afford, more and more people are getting kicked out of their house, then I'm going to conclude that there is crime. When in fact, the only crime there is denying people a human right to be housed. There is crime. There is corporate crime. There is landlord crime. There is people taking advantage of situations to raise rents. There's a fucking app that these people, that the landlords are using to essentially, raise the price. It's essentially like collusion, or at least I'm not going to say that yet because I guess the courts where this has been taken, this is being taken to court by the government right now. And that is the prosecution case that this amounts to collusion. I'm not going to claim it's legally collusion until that decision is rendered by the courts, but it sure feels an awful lot like collusion. And it is raising it's raising people's rents. That's a crime against humanity, in my opinion, right? You want to talk about crime? Yeah, there's crime. The crime is that people aren't given housing. The crime is that people aren't fed. The crime is that people, don't get their medical needs taken care of. That's a crime. It's not a crime that somebody does not have a home to go home to because they got fucked over. That they are not the criminals. They are not who you should be looking at. They are not who you should be profiling. It's Donald Trump's wealthy friends that are the criminals, and Donald Trump himself. That's why rents are so high. That's part of the reason that rents are so high right now. There's a lot that goes into it, but yeah, a lot of it has to do with the actions of landlords.
Biden crushed energy production when we're seeing record energy production under him. And that would take time that these outlets don't have. And that's really exciting. They planned this whole machine around Biden, and now it's going to be someone else, likely Kamala Harris. And I also don't know how to say this exactly perfectly, but we'll just say some of the vile places we've already seen them go, and that they'll definitely go towards even more now that Kamala Harris is the presumptive nominee. I think that actually turns off a lot of Americans. When they do this whole, she would be a DEI president. What? One of the most qualified people we've had. This should turn.
They do this shit a lot, right? Anytime there's a plane crash, during the attempted assassination, right? Anywhere that they can, even when there are no like minorities to be seen, right? The Republicans will claim that all of your problems are because of DEI, with the underlying assumption being that like white men are the most competent people out there, and that anytime somebody that is not a white, straight cis man, has an important position, is a pilot, is, in charge of, important parts of, of anything. Like it's basically they start rolling out this DEI notion, right? That the idea being that unqualified people are being hired for positions just based on their marginalized identity. And that flies in the face of what we all know to be the truth, which is if you have a marginalized identity, you are very likely not to be put in charge of things, not to be given a good job, not to be responsible for important matters like this, right? But they want to flip the script and claim that it's DEI. Imagine how that's going to work in a presidential campaign, right? When you look at Trump and you look at Kamala and the Trumpies try to tell you this guy Trump, this reality star, eminently qualified, right person for the job. Kamala Harris, with her resume, not qualified, not good. She's somehow there because of affirmative action. Yeah, I don't think anybody buys that. Anybody who's not a Trump voter already is not going to buy that.
Attorney General, Senator, Vice President. Can you be more qualified to be president? Huh? No, DEI. And then, I don't even want to repeat what we heard this right-wing commentator say recently about her, but very vile relating to her race. And that type of stuff, I think, actually turns off a lot of Americans and might motivate them to give Kamala Harris a shot. Because if that's your best attack, get ready. You're going to lose. All right? That's my message to MAGA.
Okay, anyway, that's Luke Beasley. You can go follow him if you want. I linked his channel for you. Yeah, kind of a slow talker. Anyway, I'm a slow talker too sometimes. So I'm curious about this. And I've been seeing more and more of this too. The connection between Trump and Christian nationalism and the use of Donald Trump as a either pseudo-religious or just straight up religious figure. We have covered some of the people that are calling Donald Trump the second coming. And, these are usually marginal figures in, extreme evangelical churches, but you're starting to see this stuff, show up more and more like in the mainstream Trump movement.
Donald Trump has given 3 speeches, 3, accepting his party's nomination for president. His first speech now feels like a lifetime ago, but it will always be remembered for this moment.
I have joined the political arena so that the powerful can no longer beat up on people who cannot defend themselves. Nobody knows the system better than me.
Because he's manipulated the fuck out of the system, right? But then he's going to tell you, no, but like, I'm going to show you the trick now, right? I'm the magician that's been fooling you all these years, but don't worry, you can trust me now to show you the trick, right? No, bullshit.
Which is why I alone can fix it.
I alone.
Seriously, if somebody came to your house and they were like, here's the deal. You know how your TV's missing and your computer, your laptop is missing and all your nice stuff is missing? Well, that's missing because I've been breaking into your house night after night after night, right? And stealing your shit. But don't worry, because if you want to, I'll set up a security system for you where you don't have to worry about getting robbed anymore. Would you let this person come into your house and set up your security? Or would you maybe have some different words for them? It's wild.
Can fix it. That instantly became the thing everyone took away from that speech. It really nailed exactly how Trump managed to turn the Republican Party into a cult of personality focused on just one man, Donald Trump himself. But in the 8 years since then, the cult of MAGA became something of an established religion in American politics. Trump spent that time fashioning himself as a quasi-messianic figure to all of his followers. And then last weekend, a shooter's bullet narrowly missed Trump's head during a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And chat, if you don't know, within the evangelical communities, right, they like to talk about the book of Revelations a lot. They like to talk about the end times, right? This is the theory that that at some point Jesus is going to come back to Earth, and there's going to be like an antichrist, and there's going to be like all this different stuff, right? But somebody like appearing to die and then still being alive, right? That's a Christian theme, and as seen in the New Testament and the story of Jesus, right? It's also worked in, I think, into the story of the Antichrist, that the Antichrist will likewise, appear to be dead. What wows me isn't so much that there are Trump fans out there that paint him in this messianic light, because they are very much obsessed with the end times, with the book of Revelations, and with all this kind of stuff. And they treat the founding fathers like quasi-religious figures, so it shouldn't be that surprising that a modern day politician that they have a lot of affinity to would get the same sort of treatment. But what really surprises me is that the profile of Donald Trump, if you look at it in total, it matches more with the evangelical interpretation, understanding, and description of the Antichrist than it does with the second coming of Christ. In fact, I think from what I remember, the idea is that the Antichrist is somebody that's gonna appear and be taken as a savior by many people, and that it's only after that Antichrist appears that the real the real second coming of Jesus will appear. So I'm a little bit surprised that there's no movement within the evangelical sphere to cast Trump not as the son of man or son of God or whatever kind of like iteration of the second coming they want to make him, but rather as the servant of the beast, the Antichrist, right? Because that matches a lot more with their lore, than this does. Where the fuck is Jesus at? He's late. Yeah, that's right. The only thing I can think of is that if they somehow cast Obama as being the Antichrist or something, then maybe the interpretation of Trump as the second coming makes more sense. I know a lot of conservatives that think he's one of the Antichrists, that think that Trump's one of the Antichrists. You just go further into conservatism and evangelicism, unfortunately. Wait, are there multiples? A lot of evangelicals only vote for him because he is he closest upholds their values. A lot of them really don't care about the policies that much.
Gave his followers all of the confirmation they needed.
And chat, I'll read donos after this.
To fully deify Donald Trump, to thrust upon him the mandate of heaven.
Oh, good question. Somebody asked, is QAnon still a thing? So here's the deal with QAnon, right? QAnon was a huge PR disaster for the people that believe in it and for the Trump movement and for everything, right? QAnon is not a good look. Nothing from Q Shaman on down. None of that is a good look, right? And they've recognized that. So, but they've also recognized that they can call their movement like literally anything that they want. And if they just avoid terms like Q, terms that the media and people at large have caught on to, then they can avoid the stigma of that as well. And so, yeah, they've kind of rebranded, but it's still very much out there. You'll find a lot of Trump fans that believe in it, that refer to it. You'll hear them say stuff about like the white hats and the black hats and the gray hats, right? Now that to a lot of us might indicate different orders, different types of hackers, right? That's usually what I think of, but I think that their version of that is speaking more to cowboys. I think that's where their white hats and their black hats come from, and they're talking about like, I don't know, people in the military, people in, the law enforcement agencies and stuff like that, they're being ones that are sympathetic to Trump, which no doubt there are, right? Law enforcement is famously conservative. No doubt there are a lot of law enforcement, even bigwigs, even people in like federal law enforcement that are sympathetic to Trump and to Trumpism. So it's kind of where they get the idea of the white hats. What's kind of amazing though is that they think that there is a left-wing contingent of these people as well, which makes less sense. But yeah, you'll hear it, you'll see it, but it manifests in different ways because they're aware of how bad the whole QAnon thing looked, right? Jesus walks into a hotel and hands the keeper 3 nails. He asks, "Could you put me up for the night?" Nice.
And Trump used his speech last night to take his martyrdom to the next level.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. Many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead. Just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together. We live in a world of miracles. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail.
In his 2016 convention speech, Trump did not mention God or Christianity once, except for the traditional God bless you at the end of his speech. But this year, Trump chose to cast himself in nearly biblical terms. A Latter-day Saint sent by God and then resurrected to save the country as its president. And at this point, it's not just Trump claiming that he is the chosen one. It is the Republican Party.
Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion.
If you didn't...
I mean, liar? A liar? That fits?
Before Saturday, you better be believing right now.
2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that...
Just Julie says, did you catch the news on Mansion? No, I did not. I did not.
His hand was on President Trump.
You know, I have no doubt that God lowered a shield of protection over President Trump.
God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and he is certainly not finished with President Trump.
By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived.
Now, Donald Trump's religious identity here is more than just rhetoric. For the past 4 years, Trump has aligned himself with the Christian nationalist movement, which has long been part of the Republican Party base, but which has gained enormous influence in the last decade. And this weekend, the RNC adopted a new platform full of Christian nationalist agenda items, like injecting religion into public schools and appointing a federal task force to investigate what the party calls anti-Christian bias. Now, that's in addition to right-wing priorities like protecting the unborn and the sanctity of families by going after abortion rights and limiting access to contraception and maybe even ending no-fault divorce. So there is a revival happening inside the Republican Party, one where Donald Trump plays the role of preacher and prophet and Messiah all rolled into one. Joining me now are George Conway, attorney and president of the new anti-psychopath...
George Conway. Ooh.
And Tressie McMillan Cotton.
Wait, I'm trying to remember.
Columnist. Thank you all.
Oh, what? Oh my God, where do I remember him from? Kellyanne Conway's husband.
for being here tonight. George, let me start with you first. I absolutely understand the reaction of sort of looking to God in a moment of having your life threatened and a bullet whizzing by your head, right? That's a very normal, natural human instinct. But this seems to be a sort of different order of magnitude in terms of the religiosity of the whole thing. I wonder what you think about that as a device to win over unconvinced voters in the Republican Party or in the center who might have been watching Trump for the first time in a long time last night.
I like to think of the religious aspect of it as a separate overlay, and let me explain why. Because I don't want to. I would never criticize someone's religious beliefs for being religious beliefs. What I see here is, so let's set aside the religious. You have a classic cult and a classic authoritarian or fascist party movement here, and one of the elements of both of those kinds of organizations is there's an absolute cleavage of good versus bad, us versus them. And that's true. That's how you maintain a cult.
And this is part of what like lets Trump slide on things, right? Because when he's caught lying, when he's caught being dishonest, when he's caught, taking advantage of people sexually, when he's on Epstein's plane, when he's on Epstein's island, right? They cut him a break because they imagine the opposition to Trump being so much more evil that anything that he does is just forgiven. And this is one of the, this is something that honestly, like, Christianity has not quite worked out. Now, I say this with somebody who's got, a family full of Christians. My, sister that I grew up with, who's like my best friend in the world, is like a Methodist, right? But I do feel like there's an exploit built into the concept of forgiveness. Like, sure, the idea of a God who, you could never run too far to be redeemed by, if that gives you comfort, fine. But the unlimited like line of moral credit that affords somebody like Donald Trump, I think it's pretty clearly harmful. And when you have, it's not Jesus who's forgiving Trump, but the evangelicals that are voting for him, like just literally running out an endless line of moral credit for him. Like, I mean, that's really dangerous.
You're prevented, if you're a cult member, from going out to the outside and being influenced by someone. And also in politics, when you see these authoritarian type, fascist type parties, it's like everybody else is the enemy if you're not a member of the party, and if you have to show absolute loyalty to the party. This just has a religious overlay on it of Christian nationalism that really fundamentally is anti-Christian, because this is the idea of hating your enemy and saying some of the things that these people say, like FJB, is very un-Christian. So but it's a toxic mix, because they're using this moment, this moment where he would, God bless him for surviving that live round, missed his head by whatever. They're using this moment to combine the elements of a tradition of cultism and fascism with, which I think is sacrilegious, with basically religious overtones. I mean, that's why some of his own party members sarcastically call him Orange Jesus behind his back. It's very dangerous and very scary and absolutely absurd given the moral content of Donald Trump.
Yeah, Tressie, what do you think of that, what George is saying, the sort of using religion as a vehicle to deliver this sort of messianic, to position Trump as a messianic figure, a cult leader almost, who cannot be questioned and whose authority is absolute?
I think it's hard to refute that is not only what is happening, but that is the intent. So when Donald Trump presents himself as a singular solution to anything that ails you, one of the things that he is doing is saying, if you do not believe in me, if you do not follow me, then you are not just on the side of wrong, you are on the side of evil. when we start talking in those kind of binaries, good, bad, evil, the devil, angel sort of binary, what we are doing is we are setting up a singular figure to be the only vehicle for political participation, which I agree is I think by definition, a form of fascism. That it is coming in the guise of religion is not surprising. We have seen this growing Christian nationalist movement in this country for many years. That it has found an outlet in Donald Trump might be, mildly surprising, given, again, his actual history. But it shouldn't surprise us that Christian nationalism is attracted to power. That has always been the goal of Christian nationalism. What should scare us is how—
And look, there's a huge difference between that and render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. There's a difference between that and a religion of disempowered people in the midst of an empire. There's a difference between that and a savior who refuses to take on a military role, who refuses to attempt to seize power even when tempted, and somebody who's all about power and that becomes a good in and of himself. And look at the way that, Christianity as a child was presented to me was that it doesn't matter, what you do or what you say or what kind of person you are, as long as you believe in this fucking bill of goods that we got for you here, the Father, the only Son of God, sacrificed for your sins, right? As long as you buy into that, nothing else fucking matters. There are problems there, and I'm not saying that I'm not an atheist that is judgmental of people who are religious. I think that those things are very personal, and I don't begrudge anybody their beliefs. I think that when your beliefs start to interfere and make you question your judgment of what's right in front of your face, the material reality that you see, that's where we run into problems.
Successful it is.
He's already selling his own Bible, true, with the proud to be an American, or what is that song? God Bless the USA. Yeah, it's got the it's the Bible plus the lyrics to God Bless the USA plus I can't remember what else, but yeah, it's this weird. It's like the Book of Mormon. You know how the Book of Mormon, or sorry, I shouldn't say the Book of Mormon. Mormons don't just have the Book of Mormon. They have that, and they have a Doctrines and Covenants, and they have a Pearl of Great Price. There's a bunch of documents that go with Mormon belief, and it's a little bit more complicated than New Testament and Old Testament. But anyway, chat, I said I was gonna read Trump's nickname is Bill of Goods. I said I was gonna read out donos. I did get one more dono from Just Julie. The only thing I don't have is Just Julie, did you want to apply that throne donation towards one of these topics? Because yeah, that gets us to 65, not 25. Let me try to type it out right. 65% of the way to the dono goal. I just, and there's a few people that I have not seen. Wait, did I already, maybe I already added that. I did already add that. God damn it. Chat, I'm actually not feeling great. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I got a little bit of a, I'm nauseous. Yeah, so we're at 40 now, thanks to just Julie, but I wanted to see if you had a topic picked out, because I am fully willing to put your money where your mouth is and allow you to swing. You had one? Okay. Oh my God, it's weird when shit gets religious in here, right? Because I know a lot about a lot of different religions, although I can't say I really practice one. Aspects of the Antichrist, lawless, destroyer, exalts himself as God, or over God, sorry, substitutes, replacement, of Christ, deceiver, heretic, liar, politician. Francesca, gotcha. Sorry I didn't catch that earlier, but yeah, I will. So yeah, look at that. Francesca with 28 extra % added on. I feel like there's some other people that I haven't gotten your choice down. NCC is pregnant? Liberals are owed nothing, just like we are. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just not able to concentrate as good as I normally am. Hopefully it'll just pass, though. I will let the fear pass through me, and when it is gone, it will just be me. Wait, what is that whole thing? Isn't there like a Dune thing? But yeah, I wanted to, okay, so read out donos. Oh God, and the thing that I'm supposed to remember that I should have done earlier was to give a shout out to the Fancy Weasels over on Patreon. So if you don't know already, we have a Patreon. That Patreon has different tiers. I changed that. So if you're contributing to the Patreon, maybe give it maybe give the Patreon another look, and you'll get like the Patreon, the tiers come with perks as well, right? We have a $3 one and a $5 one. So for the $5 tier and above, I give a shout out to you every day that I stream, and I haven't done that yet. So shouts out to my Fancy Weasels over on Patreon. That's Omega Star, Jules K, Just Julie, Moe Noape, Shaxby, Funky Monkey, and Temporal Insanity. Fancy Weasel gang. I feel like when I say gang, it makes me think of the guy. Do you remember the guy with the Benjamin and the blinker, and he was like Yodi gang Fulcrum, like that guy? I think he ended up being a right-winger, right? There was something bad with that guy, but every time I call it Weasel Gang, I'm like, Yodi Gang. So hot right now, my AC can't keep up. That is relatable. Speedrunner says tensions in your abdomen can lead to nauseousness. Sometimes has to do with your posture. Hey, that's true. That's true. Well, my posture wasn't great for a while. As an entertainer, you'll notice your body complaining when you force it into the same position, basically. That's good advice. Thank you, Speedrunner. All right, so, like, yeah, so let's see. We've read the donos, and let's check the poll. So, the full screen stream, I got 41 votes here. Oh yeah, and also I gotta badger you for likes, okay? We restarted the stream. It's very difficult to get YouTube to direct people into the stream after I've already expended one of my notifications and restarted everything, and people have trouble finding it. So if you want to make me kind of rise on the list of what YouTube is promoting, hitting that like button helps me out greatly, and I appreciate it in a way that's almost impossible to describe, especially with nausea in my stomach. But I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's liked the stream already. Thank you to Thumb Gang. You are doing a world of good for me and for the stream and for the community. And if you haven't hit that like button already, give it a thought, right? Remember, you can vote in the stream that you're watching. You can vote in the other stream, which is like the short stream if you're watching on the full screen stream, or the full screen stream if you're watching on the short stream. Just go to my channel and find the other stream and go over there, and you can get yours. You can get 2 votes, because like some people are getting 2 votes. Some people have figured this out already, so I thought I'd just tell you that that's possible. All I ask is that if you do that, make sure to leave a like in the other stream, because it does help me out quite a bit. Okay, so Destiny losing his shit is winning in the full-scale stream with Lauren Boebert live stream Meltdown in second place and Francesca in third. What If Alt History coming up in fourth. If I look at the short stream, we got 40%, 96 votes, 40% going to Destiny Losing His Shit, 25% going to Lauren Boebert's Meltdown, 24% going to Francesca versus Jink over ASC, and 11% What If Alt Hist Christianity versus Marx. So yeah, Destiny Losing His Shit is definitely taken a commanding lead. It also has 5% extra added to it, but Francesca versus Jink, even though that is in third place, I think in both polls, it's got an extra 28%. So I would say it's between Destiny Losing His Shit and Francesca. Maybe Lauren Boebert is doing fairly well as well. And we are at 40% of the dono goal. If we get that to 100 by the time I am done streaming about this Kamala stuff, then we'll watch an extra segment. And again, anything that's a dono counts towards that. So if you do donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you are getting yourself a membership on YouTube or gifting membership to other people on YouTube, whether you're signing up for Patreon or you are donating to Throne, whether you are getting yourself using a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself a free sub, get yourself out of the ad break that happens every hour on the hour and may have just happened to you on Twitch, or you are gifting subs to other people, or buying us up for $6, or donating bits. Anything that is a is a donation any way, it can count for the selection of topics. All you got to do is let me know after you donate what you want to see next. If it's Lauren Boebert, if it's Francesca versus Jink, if it's What If Alt Hist, if it's Destiny Losing His Shit, or if you just want to say Vox Populi because you believe in the voters, you believe in the viewers' ability to choose a good subject for us, or if you want to say Fallout New Vegas because you're a gaming frog and you haven't seen enough of that shit lately, just let me know and I will put your money where your mouth is when you donate. Okay, so Shaxby sent me something interesting. This is a statement on Christian nationalism and the gospel, draft version. So they may update this yet. Let me see what we've got here. This is the Draft 1 was released May 1st, 2023. Version 2 was released May 23rd, 2023. The final version will be published at a later date. Authors: James Silberman, Dusty Devers. Contributing editors: William Wolf, Joel Webben, and Corey Anderson. Okay, so, yeah, what is this? Definition: Christian nationalism is a set of governing principles rooted in the scriptures teaching that Christ rules as supreme Lord and King of all creation, who has ordained civil magistrates with delegated authority to be under him over the people and in order their ordained jurisdiction by punishing evil and promoting good for his own glory and the common good of the nation. Damn. Need eye bleach? Christian nationalism is primarily concerned with the righteous rule of civil authorities, not spiritual matters pertaining to salvation. The desire for a Christian nation is not a distraction from the gospel, but rather an effort to faithfully apply all scriptures to all of life, including the public square. As such, Christian nationalism is not just for civil authorities, just as submitting to Christ's lordship is not just for civil authorities, but for all people. After the Lord Jesus Christ declared his sovereign authority, he gave a great commission and commanded his followers, empowered by his everlasting presence, to make disciples of all nations and to baptize them, to teach them so nations are groups of people, right? As it's meant here, but they're applying this to like make disciples of all governments. So in other words, to dominate and take over all governments and to force those who are subject to those governments to be governed by Christian nationalism, and to baptize them, to teach them to obey all that I have commanded. Our Lord did not exclude all civil authorities from the command to submit to his authorities and display allegiance to him. We recognize the existence of other definitions of Christian nationalism. We certainly do not endorse every iteration of Christian nationalism and explicitly repudiate some such forms as will be evident in our affirmations and denials. Oh my God. You may sign this document and delineate if you affirm civil authorities legislating both tables in law. Second table after the article. We are honored to receive signatures. Okay. So, Article 1, Source of the Truth. We affirm that the Bible is God's word, breathed out by him as the only sufficient, certain, and inerrant, infallible, necessary, final authority for all life-saving knowledge, faith, what must be believed, what we must believe, obedience, how we must live. We affirm that the light of nature in man and God's work in creation and providence reveal God power. Oh my God, chat, this is just like, anyway, this is supposed to be their constitution, right? As much as these kind of evangelical, political busybodies always try to incorporate the lore of the United States founding fathers and the Constitution into their mythology, as much as they try to characterize the Constitution as somehow not being serious about things like the Establishment Clause, the wall between church and state, based on their proclamation that most of the founding fathers were themselves Christians, and therefore, we take like their personal beliefs as the as somehow superseding what was written in these documents, right? This does seem to be a group of people to whom the Constitution is not a workable template. We affirm that the church and the state each possess their own sphere of influence. For example, church officials ought not to write or enforce civil laws in their capacity as church officials. Civil officials ought not to administer church ordinances or dictate doctrine in their capacity as civil officials, even while both spheres are under the absolute authority of Christ. We deny the separation of authority between church and state. Means that there must be a separation of God and the state. We further deny that there can ever be a separation between religion and state, as everyone possesses views about the ultimate reality, purpose, and cause which inform their morality and their preferred policies. We deny the idea that nation's laws do not impose morality and religion. Alrighty then. Let's take a look at some of the ramifications according to the polls. Now, chat, this is a channel called Let's Talk Elections. I do not always agree with their analysis. They do keep up on the polls, particularly like the aggregate polls, and you know, informed by previous elections and the way that the degree to which polls have been off before. They take a lot into consideration, but remember, I think this is like a I can't remember if they're like a poli-sci student or what. They're definitely packing those keywords in. But anyway, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that your mileage may vary on this channel. Let's see what they have to say about the new situation with Kamala.
Welcome back to today's video. Today is Sunday, July 21st, 2024, and oh my god, what a momentous news day. Today, President Biden announcing that he is no longer running for president and running for re-election at all, and announcing in a subsequent tweet that he is endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to replace him on the ballot this coming November. This is a decision that came out and was released roughly 15-20 minutes ago. A very, very big announcement from the incumbent president, one that is likely to shake up the trajectory of this race for a very, very long time. We're 100 days out from the election. The convention is in under a month, and today we stand before you with Vice President Kamala Harris serving as the likely replacement for President Biden this coming November. Now, Donald Trump has been pretty much holding back on many of his attacks against President Biden, allowing a lot of what we've seen from the mainstream media and punditry to do the job for him. Joe Biden has taken a huge character hit from multiple points, whether it's the mainstream media, whether you're talking amongst donors, really pretty much everybody has been turning against President Biden in a way that has now ultimately decided that he should no longer serve in this role for the presidential nomination in November. A big part of this is what I think we've seen with new polling data that shows Vice President Harris doing better than President Biden on the national average by roughly 1 percentage point. But what is more alarming, and quite frankly something that should really terrify Democrats, is Biden's performance in some of these battleground states. A new poll today from the Detroit Free Press that shows President Biden down 7 points across the state. Now, for full context, the Detroit Free Press has conducted polls in the state before. In different instances had Biden up, in other cases had Trump up, but to show President Biden down 7 points in a state that he won by 3 in the last election shows roughly what we've been seeing across many battleground states, and that is a 10-point shift on the overall average in terms of support for President Biden compared to what he had back in 2020. Now, Biden has really been at a point where he has everybody up against him. Nancy Pelosi seemingly on the back end is trying to push him out of the race, which eventually ended up being the real decision, and President Obama doesn't seem to be entirely supportive of President Biden either. The decision that has been made seems to be one that was rooted very carefully in data and driven by a lot of what the narrative has been, that between now and the convention, this is only going to continue. A tenth of the Democratic caucus, nearly a fifth of the Democratic caucus has called for President Biden to step down out of the race. Some of them have gone so far as to say that President Biden needs to remove himself from the presidency entirely and allow Vice President Harris to step up and take that role as President of the United States. A lot of different decisions on that end, but most importantly, I think what we have seen is a huge hit in the finances, where you're seeing Donald Trump consistently out-fundraise President Biden, especially since the assassination.
I think you'll find that it's a lot more likely for MAGA to find itself on the sacrificial stone this November than Kamala. What was holding Donald Trump up was Joe Biden and his flawed candidacy, his severe mental decline. And now that that's not there, he's going to be exposed as the historically flawed candidate that he always was. The only thing that hides his shame and his weakness is the weakness of the Democrats that he is run against, whether it be Joe Biden or whether it be Hillary Clinton. The issues like his own cognitive decline are off the table when he's running against a guy that can't put two words together. But now that he's running against somebody that is a, former prosecutor, I think you're going to see what is really underneath.
an attempt on the former president, the conviction of the former president. So many different things have really made President Biden's one big true factor in that he had $200 million more to his name than President Trump. That was supposed to be the end-all be-all of this election. Democrats spent $250 million in advertisement buys after Labor Day in the 7 battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, and North Carolina. Evidently, that money is now going to be used for Vice President Harris. Now, some Democrats have been calling for an open convention, a decision that I think is really, really not rooted or grounded in reality or any type of intellectual, thinking. I think an open convention would be a complete catastrophe for Democrats, to put it lightly. You're talking about a vice president who was chosen to serve in the event that the president could not, completely bypassing her and moving straight into an open convention. Some congressional people have said that they don't want to call it a coronation and that it shouldn't be for Vice President Harris. In reality, though, it very much should be. Not necessarily, a coronation, but absolutely should be. If we're moving President Biden down out of off the ballot, Vice President Harris should eventually move up. Now, this open convention talk, I think, is going to be squashed with President Biden coming out publicly and saying that Vice President Harris should be his replacement. I think this was never really outside of the calculus for Biden, knowing that if he was to step down, even in the case of an open convention, it is very likely that Vice President Harris would take the reins and become the nominee in that instance. We've seen it, a lot of the conversations around Vice President Harris from Biden. He has been very adamant that she should, in fact, be his replacement. A week ago, he spoke to those in Detroit and said, we are going to have Vice President Harris. She's a great vice president. In one day, she will become a great president. And so maybe that day is January 21st, 2025. Maybe that day is January 21st, 2029. We don't know when that's going to be, if that day is going to come. But the reality is President Biden has now moved over to Vice President Harris. Now, in terms of electoral implications, I think there are some. I made an election prediction just 2 weeks ago talking about a Vice President Harris versus President Trump matchup, and I did have Vice President Harris performing slightly better than President Biden, but that isn't to say that she's winning today. All the polls have indicated that Vice President Harris is in a position where she might do better than Joe Biden, but she still loses the election. She's losing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in Arizona, in Ohio, in Iowa, in Florida, in Texas, and North Carolina. She's not doing well, and neither was President Biden. And so it's going to be on the Democratic Party from here on out to make her more electable, to make her more palatable to the average voter. Vice President Harris was a...
So here's the deal, right? This is not a issue of electability or palatability. It's an issue of information. These polls that we're looking at are taken prior to Harris entering the race. When somebody asks you, given a chance to vote for the Republican candidate that you do know, or the Democratic vice president that you may not know, which do you pick? The fact that the vice president would not be winning in that matchup is not exactly surprising. The issue, though, is in the negatives, right? In the people that have a negative opinion of Trump, in the people that many of whom have already made up their minds that they will never vote for him. That is what we call a ceiling. So in other words, there's a ceiling, there's a height to which Trump cannot rise above in terms of the voters that he can bring out to vote for him. Harris does not have that ceiling. Harris is not well defined as a candidate. So at this point now, it's a race between the Democrats to define Harris in a way that is a good look versus the Republicans trying to do what Donald Trump is doing already, calling her Laughing Kamala, saying that the laugh that she has is the laugh of a crazy person. He can tell crazy people. I mean, I don't know, maybe takes one to know one, Donald. But no, nobody's taking your analysis of somebody else's mental health terribly seriously. I think people are more concerned about your own. And so the question is, can the Republicans do the kind of hatchet job that they've done to other Democratic candidates before the people that want anybody but Trump solidify behind Harris? That's the question.
Value add to President Biden, in my opinion, back in 2020. I think it was a decision that could have been foreseen very early on, and one that just served to be Kamala Harris being the antithesis to President Biden. We talked about a Democratic Party. We talked about this back in 2020. A Democratic Party that was pushing for diversity, a Democratic Party that was pushing for all of these different opinion points, and yet representing them was an old white man. Again, to that point, he was also a centrist. In terms of ideology, Kamala Harris in the United States Senate got one of the most progressive records we've seen for a U.S. senator in a very, very long time. From her first vote in 2017 through the election, she was heralded as this progressive senator. And then she was supposed to be this value add to the ticket in the way that she would offer a progressive viewpoint to the campaign. She, again, ran to the left of Joe Biden back in 2020. So it's about bringing Kamala Harris front and towards the center in both ideology and in terms of being at the center focus of this election. It can no longer be about President.
Wait, okay, sorry. Bringing her front and to the center as far as ideology. Look, there is a phenomenon that usually goes on when a candidate gets the nomination and pivots to the general election, where they'll tend to move towards the center. I mean, like, that's a tendency. It's not a rule, and it really is dependent. It really is dependent on what generally it's the reason that happens is because a primary is meant to woo the party's base, people that might be on the left, people that tend to be activists within the Democratic Party, people that tend to show up for things like caucuses will tend to be people on the left. And then obviously in the general election, they want to pick up a certain amount of the independents so that the calculation is made to turn to the right. This is a little bit of a different situation than we've got now, because you've got some fundamental underlying issues in which the United States, the voting public, the moderates are actually to the left. And I'm talking specifically about the Supreme Court and its decisions on Roe versus Wade, its decision on presidential immunity, to a lesser extent, its decision on the Chevron doctrine, because most people do not know what that means, and that's kind of nerd shit. But there is a perception that the Supreme Court is illegitimate, has been politicized, and has been gamed by the right wing in order to push it into these decisions that no prior Supreme Court would take seriously. Like, in other words, this presidential immunity decision, taking down Roe versus Wade, it would have been unthinkable to any of the previous Supreme Courts. It's only the situation in which the Republicans have gamed themselves like one Supreme Court justice extra, and we've got the not just the appearance of conflict of interest, right? Which, if you have as a Supreme Court justice what appears to be a conflict of interest, even if it's not a conflict of interest, right? If you can, as a Supreme Court justice, say that to the general public, it might appear that I am conflicted on this issue that is going to be decided, you're supposed to recuse yourself. They don't do this. They haven't been following any kind of rules. They're treating themselves as above the rules, as above, any sense of justice. And for a court, that is not a good look. They don't look impartial, and they don't look legitimate. And more, the Supreme Court is becoming a political issue. That is a bad thing for the current Supreme Court, because it's only under circumstances like this that reform can be made to the court in terms of expanding the number of justices that are on it, in terms of things like term limits, in terms of maybe even something like an age limit, right? Things that would have been unthinkable are now considerations, and they are issues that the Democrats can run on. These are not like centrist, these are not like, this would not be a turn to the right for Kamala Harris. This would actually be a turn to the left, but it's a turn to the left that is in her advantage, because the American people have a position on issues like Roe versus Wade that is to the left of the court. So yeah, slightly different circumstance that we're in right now.
All the attacks against President Biden are now mute, and now are going to be things that the Harris campaign, or whatever they decide to call it, the Harris campaign, Harris HQ, are going to have to move forward and make this entire election about Donald Trump. And I think that's really where the major value add has been here for Democrats. Now that Vice President Harris is taking up this helm, there's no longer a concern about age. Kamala Harris is pushing 60. She's 59 years old. She by no means would be the oldest president ever elected, but she would be the oldest woman ever elected. And I think when you look at it from Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, again, she also is going to come into this with a brand new opportunity to choose a very, very, very strong vice president. Some of the VP nominees that have been in consideration, people like Governor Andy Beshear from the state of Kentucky, people like Governor Josh Shapiro from the state of Pennsylvania. There are a lot of names out there that she could choose. Some people want JB Pritzker, some people are floating Gretchen Whitmer. In reality, it's probably going to be either Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania, Andy Beshear from Kentucky, or Roy Cooper from the state of North Carolina. Those really seem to be...
Wait, sir, let's go back to this just a second.
They're looking for a governor from a swing state.
Oh my God.
It's not that, but it was a Trump plus 30 state that went to a Democrat in 2023. Or she could choose. Some people want JB Pritzker, some people are floating...
Okay, Jamie Pritzker, I believe from Pennsylvania. Is it Pennsylvania or Ohio? I can't remember.
Gretchen Whitmer, and people like Governor Andy...
Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan.
Probably going to be either Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania, Andy Beshear from Kentucky, or Roy Cooper from the state of North.
Now, there's one more person whose name has been floated, and it's somebody from Arizona. I'm trying to remember who this was.
Carolina. Those really seem to be the three options here that many Democrats want. They're looking for a governor from a swing state. Kentucky's not that, but it was a Trump plus 30 state that went to a Democrat in 2023 because Andy Beshear was just that guy. And so really, Kamala Harris has a huge value add that she's bringing in a new VP, pretty much handles all questions around age or
Mark Kelly
function on the election. She handles all of those things very well. And so I imagine that now moving forward,
Mark Kelly,
the way that President Biden has now expected her to and wants her to, it's going to be a whole new level of conversation. Back to the point about Project 2025, back to the point about the Biden-Harris administration, a lot of different conversations. And you know what? Donald Trump seems to have already taken on the offense. He issued a statement today. I don't have it in front of me, but he issued a statement already in response to Harris now being moved up. A lot of his attacks on her really don't seem to be too strong. It really is going to be a problem, I think, for the Trump campaign when they can no longer point to President Biden's age as a reason why Democrats should not be elected this November. And I also will say, too, it is clear that President Biden has now heard those claims. I think that is something that was really up in the air. Were his advisors telling him exactly what was being said? Were they showing him these statements from Democratic congresspeople that Biden should step down? Were they showing him the polling data that showed him running 10 points behind where he was in 2020? The fact of the matter is, Donald Trump has led every single day of the 2024 election, when in 2020, he did not lead a single day. When in 2016, he led for 5 days out of a 500-day campaign period. Donald Trump is in the best position he has ever been, and Joe Biden was the nominee he was running against. But now Democrats, a month out from their convention, are completely changing the trajectory of, quite frankly, everything. Now, Kamala Harris and the campaign don't seem to be completely ready to do this. The Joe Biden website still redirects to "Together we can finish the job for the American people." Everything is still up and ready. Joe and Kamala are on board is the first thing you see when you get onto the website. And obviously that is no longer the case here. And so it very much seems like this decision, it was just reported that Biden's campaign managers and also the people who are on cabinet side, so the official side members that are working in the White House office personnel, etc., all of them had no idea. So this seems to be a decision that was made very close to President Biden, done by his family, done by the First Lady, and one that is coming and was released via Twitter in a way that was not fully addressed in a news conference, in a statement to the American public. This seems to be a decision that was made very internally on the Biden family front, and one that, again, has completely changed this race, potentially for the better for Democrats or potentially for the worse. So we are not at a point where we have consistent data on the Kamala Harris front. I think we really need to see substantive polling that shows Kamala Harris against President Trump, because that is now the matchup. All of these pipe dreams about replacing President Biden with someone like Governor Gretchen Whitmer or Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, all of these different names that have been floated, none of them are going to happen as long as Vice President Harris takes on the reins running for president. And I think she will. I think we are fully ready to see Kamala Harris step up into this role and run for president of the United States. The Donald Trump JD Vance campaign announced that they didn't want to debate Kamala Harris. Well, now Donald Trump has to debate Kamala Harris. The first debate that was long seen as one of the most cataclysmic decisions of the Biden campaign now no longer matters. Again, Biden's age and all of these different ballot effects of his age and who he is as a person aren't mattering anymore. This thing is not going to be the issue of the.
So something really important to look for on the polling front is going to be the convention swing. That means the amount of a bump that a campaign usually experiences after its convention. We haven't, to my knowledge, seen. It's concluded on Thursday, right? But I feel like coming up this week, we're going to start to see some of the numbers of, we didn't see a bounce, particularly from, Donald Trump receiving that high-powered ear piercing on last Saturday. Will we see a bounce from him speaking at his convention, from the the amount of media attention that he gets? Because this is kind of like one of the biggest events in the entire election, for the Republicans is this convention, right? It's expected, it's customary, it's almost universal that a campaign gets some sort of bounce out of their convention. However, Donald Trump's speech was anticlimactic. Donald Trump's speech was boring, long-winded, self-indulgent, and literally put people in the audience to sleep, and had some of the lowest ratings in recent memory. So the question is, will this convention have that bounce, or has Joe Biden, by dropping out on this weekend, perhaps stolen the thunder from the Republicans? Only time will tell.
Campaign. Everyone talked about how this election is a referendum on Biden. Throw that away, because Kamala Harris just doesn't have that. In a negative way. She doesn't have that for the Democratic campaign. I am really interested to see what we see in terms of fundraising from here on out. I think moving forward, what we need to see, will Democrats raise $100 million today? They very well might, because people are thinking, if the Democratic campaign is listening to the concerns of voters, concerns of congressmen, concerns of the majority of the Democratic public, they're likely listening to us and will listen to us if elected again. Also, talk about revitalizing energy. Talk to anyone out there who's looking at this from a Democratic staffer standpoint. Many of them are probably either very excited or very terrified, depending on who you're talking to. But realistically speaking, energy has been exerted into this election. I think what the whole problem with this race was voter apathy. Nobody wanted to vote for Trump. Nobody wanted to vote for Biden. Now, Democrats have an opportunity with Harris and whoever chooses as VP, because a VP pick will.
Woke-eyed drone pilot says she's going to have to pick a racist old white guy like when Obama was picking his VP. Yeah, that is, a likely course of events, that these kind of candidates are going to be what's recommended to her.
Make or break this election, I really think, because Kamala Harris running even with Biden means that she needs to bring even more to the table now that she's moving up into this role to be the presidential nominee. She has a very, very, very strong opportunity to bring in some very powerful people. Again, to that point about who I think she should pick, let's go back and look at the most recent governor election results. In Kentucky, Andy Beshear won by 5 against Daniel Cameron, the incumbent attorney general who had won a statewide position, a Republican in this state, endorsed by Trump, endorsed by everybody. Daniel Cameron lost by 5. If you look back at the presidential result in 2020, Kentucky went to Donald Trump by 25.9%. Biden got a third of the vote in Kentucky, and Andy Beshear, as a Democrat just a year ago, was able to win by 5 points. In 2022, far more impressive, Josh Shapiro won by 15 points in the state of Pennsylvania. This is a state that Biden won by 1.2. In 2016, Trump won the state by 0.7%. 45,000 votes across Pennsylvania back in 2020.
Okay, so I will caution that Mastriano was a pretty out-of-step far-right candidate. So Shapiro winning by, 15 points, that's really impressive. It's just, you understand it in the context that it's, then again, Donald Trump is a very far-right, out-of-step candidate as well. So who knows?
Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania defeated Doug Mastriano, a Trump-endorsed Republican nominee for governor, by 15 percentage points. He was the attorney general. He won in the same race that we saw in 2020. He was a very strong contender. he did very well alongside the same ballot as Joe Biden. In fact, Josh Shapiro came into this governor race as the most voted for candidate in Pennsylvania history. He outran President Biden significantly to do very, very well in this race in 2020. Now for the governor's race, Josh Shapiro won by 15 points. He'd win Pennsylvania easy. And then in 2020, you look back at Governor Roy Cooper won North Carolina by 4.5%, when in 2020, Trump won the state by a point. In 2016, Roy Cooper won by 0.2%. Close race, Trump won the state by 4. And so you really see that many of these Democrats that are now being floated as potential VP picks for Kamala Harris are tremendous value adds. While Andy Beshear will not make Kentucky a battleground state, it is that level of appeal to voters in a state that voted for Trump by 25, 26 points in 2020 that could bring over swing voters in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Think about the electoral impact, and think about how close the election was in the 2020 election. Wisconsin was decided by 0.6. Michigan was decided by 2.8. Pennsylvania was decided by a point. Georgia was decided by 11,000 votes. Arizona decided by 12,000 votes. This election and this race has completely changed. Everything is now up in the air. And it is on the Democratic Party to take this newfound momentum, this newfound enthusiasm around Kamala Harris, coconut pill, whatever you want to call it. This election is entirely about her and who she chooses as VP, and a referendum now back on the Republican Party side.
I've heard people, including I think the Majority Report, calling it Coconut Island. I don't know if they're confused. Coconut Island, if you're not aware, is a Vosh reference. A reference to a thought experiment that Vosh did in a debate with a guy named Bastion, where they're talking about capitalism, and Vosh's thought experiment is, imagine you get sent to an island, or you end up washed up on an island, right? And you wake up, but luckily for you, there's plenty of food on this island. There are coconuts all over the place for your eating and drinking pleasure. And as you go to the pile of coconuts to get one and get some much needed nutrition from that, someone stops you and says, "Excuse me, I woke up on this island first, and I've gathered all of the coconuts. These coconut piles did not just happen by themselves. They happened because these are my coconuts. And if you'd like to partake in the coconuts, you must simply give me oral sex." Right? So kind of like a, edgy way of putting it. But the point being that the capitalism just doesn't make sense I don't know. It's a silly thought experiment. That's Coconut Island, right? I don't know where people are connecting this to Kamala Harris. She's not a socialist, and no. Anyway, it's Coconut Gang, Coconut Tree. I've fallen out of a coconut tree. Right, that's the phrase that people are using to signify affinity for Kamala Harris, not Coconut Island.
They now need to respond accordingly. And the best way the Democrats could have done this is exactly how they did it. In the lull time.
Wait, what's going on? Pretty sure Hulk Hogan had relations with his high school age daughter's friend. Oh my God. That's like libertarians for you, right?
When all of the attacks and Republicans tried to pivot, they tried to throw in the Biden, Harris, and their RNC speeches. It fell flat and will fall flat on voters this election.
Wait. Coconut Island is also a Counting Crows song from the 90s? Is that what Vosh was referencing?
You know what that means? No more allowance of mainstream media time for full 24/7 coverage from Monday to Monday. You're not going to see that level of coverage for Republicans, but you will see it for Democrats. Democrats chose potentially, and President Biden, I think, was very intentional with this, chose the perfect time to make this decision so there could not be any swapped out speeches. There could not be any changes in attacks. There could not be any vetting on the decisions around the VP choice, around who Kamala Harris would bring up to serve in the role as vice president if elected. Because the RNC has already happened. And the Republican Party, and they love their media spotlight. I mean, the media loves them too. You can see that their prime opportunity for attacks against an eventual Harris nomination have come and gone. And so now Democrats have everything on their side this time around. I genuinely think this is going to make a tremendous impact on this election. And I do think if Democrats were not doing well today, if they are not doing well in 2 weeks from now, it will because of failure on their end to not capitalize on the moment. Because everything matters from now until November. Everything matters on the Democratic Party side. They need to operate perfectly because this has given them a second chance, a Hail Mary in a presidential election. Things that we have never before seen in presidential election history since the founding of this nation. And Democrats need to capitalize on it if they want to have any chance of victory this coming November. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to comment down suggestions below. Huge news day. I'm going to have to change my end screen here with President Biden and replace it with Vice President Harris. Very big decision.
Yes, you will indeed. Yes, you will indeed. All right, so what is this? This is this weird channel that I found. And what they seem to do is take TikToks, some of them by people on the right, some of them by people on the left, and essentially do an animation over the TikTok to dramatize. I don't know. But this is something.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to Bedminster. Mr. Trump has asked me to chair this campaign meeting. He wanted to be here, working hard with you. Truly, he did. But just not quite as much as he wanted to knock a tiny ball into holes on a golf course, or as he calls it, paying respects to the first broad I married for the 17th consecutive day. In fairness, it is one of the few things he's good enough at that he doesn't cheat. Well, not on every hole. And speaking of cheating on holes, has anyone seen Melania? Well, other than the tennis pro, hashtag be best, if Donald doesn't find out about that. I've called this meeting because we've had a possibly damning hiccup. Project 2025, well, not Project 2025 itself, just that people found out about it. I blame the blabbermouths at the Heritage Foundation, which wrote all 922 pages. That it got out is embarrassing. It's chock full of unpopular policies Mr. Trump plans to implement in a second term that we should have kept quiet about until he actually had one. People seem troubled by the plans Project 2025 outlines to purge the entire government of anyone not loyal to Mr. Trump personally instead of the Constitution textually. Admittedly, an idea the Heritage Foundation stole from Stalin, or the proposal to consolidate all the executive power into one man, Mr. Trump. Yet another idea stolen from Stalin, like mass deportations, promoting discrimination against LGBTQ people, and allowing the president to politically direct the judicial activities of DOJ. Yes.
Ain't that the same thing we've been accusing Biden of?
Well, now, Theodore, you know the rule. The only thing we abhor more than candor is inconvenient information. And appearances of hypocrisy aren't a bug, they are the brand. Like the only president I know who has had sex with a porn star and is married to the only first lady I know who is...
Okay, so a little bit more low yield than I anticipated. I don't know about this one. Some of the stuff that they've got on there are like, I mean, this is like a parody, kind of like not a great parody. Dark Brandon, that's what this is. The other one I saw was on JD Vance.
Why do Appalachians hate JD Vance? What a great topic to talk about. As always, it's me.
Okay, so it's a remix of an Instagram reel from Jules and the Vibe on IG.
Jules. that Appalachian bitch that tells you Yankee motherfuckers about Appalachia. So JD Vance is what we in Appalachia would call a carpetbagger. If you don't know what a carpetbagger is, it's basically someone who profits off of specifically the South. The term came around after the Civil War when Northerners were moving into the South post-Civil War to benefit from Reconstruction. Also a term specifically for a politician who is seeking election and trying to pander to an area that they are not from. And it happens a lot in the South and in Appalachia. And JD Vance is a carpetbagger. He wrote a book called Hillbilly Elegy, and if you're from Appalachia, a cold rush just went down your spine. Don't worry. We only have negative things to say about it on this channel. Hillbilly Elegy was a memoir, supposedly, about his life. But in it, it was rife with all of these really negative stereotypes and misconceptions about Appalachian people. It implied that Appalachian people were lazy, that they were dirty, that the opioid epidemic happened in their area due to their own mistakes, that they didn't know how to pull themselves up from their bootstraps, and so they were going to be consistently stuck in these cycles because they didn't want to help themselves. And it's something that a lot of Northern Yankees, as I refer to them on my account, basically like Northern educated, typically liberal people, absolutely ate the fuck up.
I mean, this is the thing. Yeah, this was the audience for Hillbilly Elegy. And look, here's why it's a problem. I guess, like, it fulfills some of those stereotypes that people who aren't aware, don't have any connection with this area of the country have about people in this area of the country. And it's like a faux concern, but the concern is like, God, these people really need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps, and maybe this welfare for them is not the best thing. And it's just like, it's very similar to like the sort of smears that right-wingers have against other demographics as well. And the blaming of the JD Vance is about as country as the downtown Dallas Cracker Barrel.
I said it before on this account, I'll say it again. Northern-ass liberal people love to have any form of negative stereotype about the South because it makes them feel better about themselves. So they loved Hillbilly Elegy. It was essentially a form of poverty porn, which is something that happens in Appalachia all the time. It's where reporters or photojournalists or what have you will go into really deep rural parts of Appalachia and photograph these people or interview these people and profit off of talking to these really poor people, whether it's photographing them in their very poor homes or what have you, even though they're not from there. And it also doesn't help the people in Appalachia because they're not seeing any of that money. That's essentially what Hillbilly Elegy did. It was adapted into a Netflix movie, I believe, that was terrible. JD Vance is talking about a region that he's not even fucking from. Homeboy is from fucking Ohio. It's something I've tried to explain before on this channel, but the Appalachian Mountains and like their presence does not necessarily equate yourself to that.
So does this make sense, right? Like, I mean, I could show you the Appalachian Mountains, right? It's a mountain range on the map, but not all of those areas are going to be, areas of economic deprivation. The way that when we're talking about Appalachia in the sense of the sort of the region negatively impacted economically, we're talking about a much more limited one. So you could find places in the mountains that are like, state parks, where national parks, where there's tourism, right? And you can find places in the Appalachian Mountains that were traditionally coal mining country, and that either the supply of coal in those areas has been utterly depleted, maybe even with a negative impact on the environment in the area, or the need for coal is not quite what it was years ago. Oh, you picked Destiny. Thank you, Omega Star. Let's put that up to 46%. So we're 46% of the way towards the sub goal. But so, like, in other words, like, it makes it kind of easy to steal valor, right? If you are in a mountainous region of the, like, southeast up to the Midwest and then kind of, like, into the Northeast, right? And that range of the Appalachian range, you can be like, oh, yeah, I'm from Appalachia. And, like, I mean, you could be very, living in very posh circumstances. JD Vance, though, we're talking about like Cincinnati. I don't even know how. Like, I don't think, are there any mountains around Cincinnati? I feel like that is to the west of the actual mountain range, even. Oh yeah, and Destiny. So Destiny's got 11% added to it.
The Appalachian region. So while you may be in Ohio and you may have the Appalachian Mountains, that doesn't make you Appalachian. It's also important to note that he wasn't Appalachian anyways. He was in the fucking suburbs of Ohio. But his family was from Kentucky. He used that connection to fucking milk the shit out of this idea that he was Appalachian and to milk this poverty. This State Press article about the book, it says the book blames, or depending on how you read it, thanks the region for electing President Donald Trump, but does so without breaking down voter suppression in the region and the lack of broadband internet for researching candidates. Instead, Vance leans
on... I mean, look, this is kind of wild, right? Because JD Vance, while he has said very critical things of Trump, including calling him a potential American Hitler, he has, he did change his tune, so... where exactly he was in that journey when he wrote Hillbilly Elegy or published it, I guess, in 2016, it sounds like it's written in a vague way where you could sort of, take it in a number of different ways.
The out-of-touch title the region has garnered. Like I said earlier, he's not even from Appalachia. Even Kentucky, where he's from... Did I have a stroke? Even Kentucky, where his family is from, he only ever spent summers there. It was never for very long periods of time. So he was writing about these times that he was spending with his grandparents, claiming he was getting the full Appalachian experience, and writing all these things about these people that weren't even true, profiting off of it. And mind you, I'm someone who, though is Appalachian through birth, I did not grow up in Appalachia. I grew up all over, but I did spend summers in Appalachia the same way he kind of did for longer periods of time, and I actually like it there. So, and I actually like respect the people and the culture. But anyways, someone who has like a similar, I guess like a similar experience to a degree, although I wouldn't make that argument really at all, would not have been enough for him to understand. He would not have been in Kentucky enough for him to understand Appalachian culture and to be able to understand the inner workings of the South. Because unless you're like really, really deep in Appalachia and really, really from there, or at least know people who are really, really from there and have connections to people who are really, really from there, you wouldn't really know, because that area is so secluded and so remote, I guess, to a degree, that he's basically pulling everything out of his ass. In that same article, they say Vance uses a disenfranchised arguments to say that hillbillies need an elegy in the first place, that they need mourning or reflection for themselves and their lack of what he sees as opportunities to thrive. His memoir bashes the entire region with shocking ease and gives a false impression of what the people of Appalachia are really like. The book reaffirms negative stereotypes for anyone who might not be familiar, and that's really dangerous. It stings knowing that someone I might sit next to in the fall would ask me where I'm from on the first day. This author is from Kentucky, and she was talking about how when she moved to a liberal school and how she was afraid of the way people would react when she said that she was from Kentucky, just like for context. She says, it stings knowing that I might sit next to someone in the fall and they would ask me where I'm from on the first day, and they won't get to know me because they think they already know. She goes on to say, people love to talk about Appalachia, but they often aren't willing to listen. Ooh, Hollywood and mainstream media continue to hyperfixate on one piece of the South and on Appalachia, trying to tell the stories of offbeat people or sometimes the systematic struggles they face. Another review of the book, they wrote, Elegy is a little more than a list of myths about welfare queens repackaged as a primer on the white working class. Vance's central argument is that hillbillies themselves are to blame for their troubles. This is a quote from his book. We spend our way to the poorhouse, Vance writes in the book. We buy giant TVs and iPads. Our children wear nice clothes thanks to high-interest credit cards and payday loans. We purchase homes we don't need, refinance them for more spending money, and declare bankruptcy, often leaving them full of garbage in our wake. Thrift is inimical to our being, which I don't know if any of y'all are Appalachian or have been.
I mean, it's okay. So you've heard this kind of shit before, right? when it's like coming from ostensibly within the community of like, we need to, stop doing all these bad behaviors that are making us poor and making us miserable, rather than acknowledging, what is done to the community, right? It's a very common thing. In this case, though, the call is actually not coming from inside the holler. JD Vance does not get to fucking say this shit. Look, it's bad enough when you've got like, a figure who wants to like a figure from a community who wants to kind of like drag down the community and like morally scold that community and blame the community for all of the problems inflicted on it, right? But when you got somebody that's, not even from there, and like his connection is what he spent summers with his Maymaw. No.
To Appalachia, but then motherfuckers are thrifty as fuck. In a review of the adaptation of the film from the book, Vulture writer Sarah Jones wrote, "The book is poverty porn, wrapped in a right-wing message about the cultural pathologies of the region. In Vance's Appalachia, poverty and immorality intertwine. Success happens to hardworking people, and structural explanations for poverty receive glancing attention when he chooses to mention them at all." Much of what I have talked about on this account has been the misconceptions about Appalachia, and has been about how the government has systemically kept the South and Appalachia as a part of that down. Appalachia is made of really hardworking people that are being consistently oppressed by the government. And it has always been that way. The South has been that way for, since kind of the foundation of the country, but it's always been that way. And they're consistently ignored and left behind.
I mean, I'd be a little bit careful about how you say the South has been the victim of systemic oppression by the government. I'm sure this Instagram account is not implying that the war of northern aggression was one such. But like, I mean, if you gotta kind of specify, because that kind of shit has been said. But
it drives me up the fucking wall to make TikToks where I say, the South deserves to be helped. Like the South deserves for people to come in and to help it, and to have liberal Yankee ass motherfuckers look at me and say, well, no, they don't, because they voted for Trump. And actually, that's kind of which is why it's crazy to me that JD Vance
and also recognize that like a percentage is voting for Trump. And it's just not right to write off, like, an entire state based on the voting patterns of like even like 65, 70% of them. That means that 30% of the voters really did not want Trump. And it's such an easy thing to do, to look at red and blue territories on a map and to think of it as like everybody in that state is like that. Everybody's fucked up. Everybody there wants Trump, and they hate like, whatever group they look down on more than they care about their own interests, because that's what they're sacrificing. And that's true, but it's not everybody in there, and it's not right to kind of leave people behind or, I mean, and it's just like, I mean, it's literally the definition of the phrase, the map is not the territory, right? The map is going to show you a red Indiana, red Kentucky, a red Alabama, a red Arkansas. But if you look into the, even the county map, you're going to see that some of those counties are blue, and even within the counties that are red, there's people that are voting blue as well, and it's pretty easy to forget.
It's Trump's running mate, because he actually accredits the whole reason that Trump became president to Appalachia and to the South, when, mind you, voter suppression is incredibly prominent in Appalachia in the South, and because it's so incredibly rural, voting has always been something that's hard. I've made whole videos about how the reason Republicanism runs rampant in the South is because, one, it's so incredibly hard to vote. Two, it's so incredibly hard to educate yourselves on the...
Wait, Several Wolf says, if I remember correctly, when he spent periods in Kentucky visiting relatives, local kids bullied him a lot, so he seemed to have a lot of personal resentment.
Types of candidates you have, and three, Democrats have consistently abandoned it. And when Republicanism is all that's
You don't like that term, poverty porn? I mean, I don't like the phenomenon, right? And of course, you've seen, like, maybe you've seen. I covered Tyler Oliveira, whose thumbnails are always like the most dangerous city, and it'll show a picture of two angry black guys with weapons, right? A city where only criminals are allowed, right? It's like or like those are his crime videos. He also does videos that are kind of essentially exploiting unhoused people. And I guess the idea of it is that people watch it on one hand because however bad their situation is going to be better most of the time. The person watching the video, their situation is going to be better than like living in a tent and constantly being swept up by the police, being forced to move, dealing with dealing with poverty with no real insulation from it. What's up, Tamara? But yeah, I mean, I guess there's maybe a better name for it. Oh God, yeah, absolutely, Miska. It's I see what you're saying. So Miska's saying that if you call it food porn, that's fine because food is good, but with this, it kind of gives porn a bad name. Yeah, that makes sense.
Pandering to the South, where do you think people are going to go? JD Vance's take that the fact that Appalachia is poor is only because of their own doing is untrue. And not only is it untrue, it's harmful. It completely ignores all the ways that the government not only keeps the region down, but keeps people down in general. And when you remember that the southern region of Appalachia specifically is mainly, and I shouldn't say mainly, but you remember that the South has the highest rate of people of color, you understand why the South is the way it is. They are trying to keep the South oppressed, and they actively try to keep Appalachia oppressed. So JD Vance is someone who Appalachia does not like. And that's like not even getting into his like shitty politics that I absolutely could. I've got a minute and a half. Hold on. I was pulling some of his political takes and stuff. I came across this from Politico where he writes in his memoir, quote, "There is a lack of agency here in Middleton." As I was pulling his political stuff, I found this also where he writes, "There is a lack of agency here," talking about Appalachia, "a feeling that you have little control over your life and a willingness to blame everyone but yourself." Again, assuming Appalachians are not taking accountability for if they're the ones keeping themselves impoverished, but reminder, they're not. But from a political side, clearly he says, quote, "I gotta be honest with you, I don't really care what happens to Ukraine one way or another." Politically, he's not the best. He's also implied that the Biden administration is allowing fentanyl to cross the border as a part of a deliberate strategy to kill Republicans. He's also incredibly anti-
No, it's to go after cops, obviously. Cops are super susceptible to that stuff. If you've ever seen the videos. They're sensitive to the like most minuscule dosages of that stuff, right? It'll just have an amazing, it's almost like Havana syndrome, right? It's Anyway, let me read donos really quickly. Thank you, Omega Star, for 2 gift memberships. Wait, I usually like to say, oh my god. This whole thing of reading donos after, there we go. Natalie Marie. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Miska Tonic Petrol and Soda Fountain. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And yes, I did. Harris Ventura. Okay. So that gets us up to 46% of the dono goal tonight. Destiny is now at 11%. With those donations, Francesca's got an extra 28%. Destiny's actually kind of kicking some ass. Destiny's kicking some ass. I mean, apparently kicking some right-winger ass for once. Apparently, like, going after Appalachia is not the southern. Oh, it's not the south. Well, I mean, like, there's like it stretches from the southeast, through the Midwest and into the Northeast. Yeah, actually, is Destiny winning? I guess as far as Destiny winning, I sound like I'm saying good things about a content creator I really don't like. This is not my intention. This is not my intention. I just mean in the poll, Destiny is doing the bestiny. No, reconnect that shit. Okay, are we still there? Are we still good? We had a little snafu there. No, why? How? You piece of shit. Okay, are we still good on... Is short still okay? I mean, this is shitty, and then it automatically... Oh my god. I don't know, chat. I don't know if I have the fucking energy to do this more. This is so shitty. Like, no, this is really fucked. Yeah, I'm feeling sick and I'm dealing with like just ridiculous stuff. Okay, I'm sending the links to the... Wait, is it even the right one, though? What happened? Regular chat is back? I mean, kind of. You know what shouldn't have happened is that stream got cut off. right? There's a setting that it's like whether you want the stream to auto stop or whether you want the stream to reconnect if it goes down. And I always set it like reconnect if it goes down, and it didn't do it. Something wrong with your connection? Nope, it was my connection or something, or my software, or I don't know. And I'm freaking out now. Let's watch this.
We just got a significant one in the last few minutes, Lester Holt, and that is Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York. She, of course, a leading progressive figure, someone who was among the group of congressional Democrats that was insistent that Joe Biden stay in the race. And one of the things that we've been closely tracking is whether or not progressive Democrats would get behind Kamala Harris's campaign. And she has now given Kamala Harris her full-throated endorsement, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And she joins a growing list of Democrats that are rallying around Kamala Harris as the nominee of the Democratic Party. They include Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, someone who might be considered as a candidate himself. And Gavin Newsom may also be considered as Kamala Harris's running mate if it gets to that point. We also saw endorsements from Bill and Hillary Clinton, Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina, who's a powerful member of the Congressional Black Caucus. Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado, has also endorsed Josh Shapiro, who is the governor of Pennsylvania, considered a rising star in the Democratic Party, also someone that we should watch as a potential running mate for Kamala Harris if she's able to win the nomination. You also saw Congressman Adam Schiff of California, who's likely to become the next senator from California and is also closely aligned with Nancy Pelosi as well. So, Lester,
So the one name that's missing from here, obviously, is Barack Obama. It may be because he is the party's kingmaker at the moment that he is not weighing in as a because his endorsement would be seen as being, I don't know. I mean, this is the guy that decided that Bernie wasn't going to win in 2020. So, but yeah, for whatever reason, he's staying out.
We've seen a lot of Democrats come forward and express support for Kamala Harris, say that she should be the nominee. There are still many that believe that this should be an open contest, that there should be the opportunity for other Democrats to throw their hat in the ring as well, some describing it as it not wanting to be a coronation. So we're going to continue to have to watch this process play itself out as we head into the convention coming up next month. Lester.
Thanks for watching. Politico.com is reporting tonight on the meeting that took place last night in Delaware between President Biden and two of his closest and longest-serving advisors, Steve Ricchetti and Mike Donnellan. According to Politico, this is pretty stark reporting. The two men, Donnellan and Ricchetti, presented President Biden with, quote, new concerns from lawmakers and updates on a fundraising operation that had slowed considerably. Now get this. They also brought with them new internal polling done by the Biden campaign, which showed that Joe Biden's path to victory was, quote, gone, according to 5 people familiar with the matter. When President Biden first started fielding questions about whether or not he would heed the calls from some in his party that he should not be heading the ticket heading into November, that somebody else would have a better chance at taking on Donald Trump, one of the things that he said was that he would get out if he was brought data that showed that he did not have a path to victory, that he did not have a way to win.
The other thing that he said that it would take a act of God to get him out of the race, right? That like the Almighty came down and said, Joe, you need to move on. That would change his mind. And then he got COVID.
Again, Politico.com, this is not NBC News reporting, we have not confirmed this, but Politico.com reporting tonight that that data was delivered to him last night at his home in Delaware, where, of course, the president has been isolating with COVID. That is internal Biden polling. We haven't seen that internal polling, so we can't confirm it either publicly or through our...
Megastar says, then God said, I got you, America.
But we've had Steve Kornacki closely watching the polls around this decision. Steve Kornacki, MSNBC national political correspondent, has been looking at the polling that was staring President Biden.
Adeline Gearbox says, as far as the donations, Kamala's gotten 47 million in 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of hype for this, you know, given the breaking news. There's also, you know, the war chest of Biden is available to her as well, and a lot of the donors for Biden had been holding off as a way to get Biden to drop out, because more than anything, a lot of the, you know, the ones that were holding back, they didn't feel like Biden had the path to victory. And again, like, this is kind of showing us what Biden and his administration might have looked at that, you know, gave them the idea that there was no path to victory, as well as what donors might be looking at. It kind of sucks to have to cover the race I mean, like, we're acknowledging it, though. I'd be lying to you if I said it wasn't true, that, like, there's a whole nother separate primary that is the primary of donors, and it has a way of selecting who is taken seriously as a candidate, who is effectively able to run with the wind at their back for the primary, who's able to get on ballots, etc. Is a lot of it's determined by the donor primary.
In the face heading into this decision, but also the bits and pieces of polling that we've got about how a presidential candidacy of Kamala Harris might look a little different in the polling than what President Biden was up against head-to-head with Trump. Steve, what have you been looking at today?
Yeah, I guess a couple of things, Rachel. Let's call it up and look at it this way. First of all, we've just been tracking. This is an average of all of the polls nationally that have been conducted since that debate at the end of June that set all of this in motion. So nationally, the average had Biden running 2 points behind Trump. Now, a couple things to say about that. First of all, of course, we know that back in 2020, when Biden defeated Trump, never in 2020 did Trump ever lead Biden in the polling average. Biden led it from start to finish that year. This time around, here's Trump leading Biden in a polling average. And frankly, we've seen this for a long time now. It was the end of last summer, the end of the summer of 2023.
I'll be more specific.
For the first time.
I'll be more specific. It was October when Trump overtook Biden.
Donald Trump drew level with Joe Biden, then he pulled ahead of him, and he's been there in our poll and many other polls since then. So in some ways, looking at these numbers since the debate, you know, just as a lot of Democrats, I think.
Okay, so I want to look at the silver lining on this cloud. Okay, you've got, with Joe Biden at this point, essentially a dead campaign, and I'm serious about that. I think there was very little chance that Joe Biden had, you know, going forward would have been almost ridiculous to think about, given the constraints of his, you know, the hours where he's able to function, and given the constraints of his, you know, physical, I don't know, constitution, if you will, right? You've got a campaign that alienated some of its most crucial bases in swing states. And somebody that, you know, there's like an insecurity about him even being able to go forward, right? With that, it's still 45-47, right? This is what I mean when I say that Donald Trump is not a juggernaut. Donald Trump is not a force of nature. Donald Trump is an incredibly flawed and incredibly weak candidate. And the only thing that was holding Trump up was Biden, and the only thing that was holding Biden up was Trump. I would almost say, just like rolling the dice once again is likely to yield you a positive result. And I mean, you know, put Trump behind.
Looked up in that debate and said, whoa, you know, Biden, not quite what we expected in terms of his public performance. You certainly heard Democrats making comments like that. I think one of the things that happened was that the numbers didn't change dramatically from that debate. The polling numbers did not change dramatically, at least nationally. But I think a lot of Democrats also looked at them almost for the first time in a year and started to take them a lot more seriously, because we've been seeing numbers like this for a year or so now in the polls. Now, they did get a little bit worse for Biden nationally, and we do have swing state polling. We've seen a number of swing state polls where Biden's down mid-single digits, some where he's down high single digits. So, there's that as well, certainly, that complicates the path to 270. When you see that the article there saying the path is gone, I would just caution it will forever be unprovable, and that's always going to be a subjective statement there at the path.
I mean, just like the question of so we always talk about in 2016 Bernie is polling ahead of Trump even when Hillary is polling behind Trump. In 2020, Bernie is beating Trump by a larger number than Biden is, right? It does seem like Bernie would have had a better chance. But again, that unfortunately remains an academic question, remains unknowable.
Was gone. Just as a reference point, I think always remember in the middle of October 2016, the entire political world, including Donald Trump's own party, concluded that his path to the presidency was, quote, gone, and Donald Trump won in 2016. And I think there might be some lessons from that had Biden stayed in might have been worth considering. But that'll.
Oh my God, what a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to say. Look, if you're going to say that, you got to be able to make an argument that poll, that debate was a low point, was the low point, and that Biden's only going to get better from there when we know how this kind of stuff works. People do not get better from aging. They age. It's just such cope. Still with the cope. Oh yeah, chat, I just realized maybe we should cover the. Do we need to cover the Xander Hall thing? I feel like we do. I'll see what he said and see if it's worth covering, right? If it's just an offhanded comment, like he's joking, like that he like supposedly chat's telling me that he said something like that Biden being forced to drop out was tempting him to vote for Trump.
No, it'll be unprovable. But anyway, that is what the national polling's been showing. So then the question for Democrats becomes, okay, if Kamala Harris does become the Democratic candidate, does that change things?
Yeah, you're right, Professor Orange. I think Kamala does have smoke in her, for real.
So the same polls that produce this average since the debate in the Biden-Trump race, what do they show when Harris is substituted in? A difference, but it's a difference of a point. The Biden.
That's not a difference.
45, Harris in these same polls.
Statistical noise. I mean, it's like, seriously, margin of error.
6%, Trump 47% in both of them. So you look at this, and Kamala Harris is not entering, at least in the head-to-head standpoint, with an obvious strength over Joe Biden, nor with an obvious weakness.
Yeah, it's a silly thing to say for somebody who up until today was not running, right? I would be surprised if I didn't see that number go up. Now, does that mean, though, and this is the important thing, that Kamala is going to be ahead of Trump in the swing state polls? That remains to be seen. That remains to be seen.
Compared to Joe Biden, really, those numbers are pretty close to the same in terms of a starting point for Harris. Also, just the basic impression of these folks. So Joe Biden, this is the average when you ask that question. Do you have a favorable, unfavorable view? Biden, 36, 57, been seeing numbers like that.
Yeah. Well, okay, so she entered. So here's the deal, though. She doesn't have the nomination locked up. She's got a lot of endorsements, and nobody's come out to challenge her or run against her. But she, it's like the convention, I guess, the delegates are now free to vote their conscience. Joe Biden has given the endorsement. A lot of the Clintons have given their endorsement. The only one that's holding back an endorsement is Obama. So, and that's not in a weird way. It's just because he's the biggest figure on the board and apparently calls the shots when it comes to the Democratic Party these days.
a long time with him. Obviously, these are very perilous numbers. What are they for Kamala Harris? Average from the same set of polls. A little bit better. 36 goes up to 38. 57 comes down to 52. But, take a step back. Those are not strong numbers. She doesn't enter the race with strong numbers on that basic question. What's the comparison to Donald Trump here? Trump averaging 41 favorable, 55 unfavorable. Also not strong numbers. A tick, though.
Well, look, that's a tick above Kamala in terms of favorable, a tick below Kamala in terms of unfavorable. Add those numbers up. Well, you wouldn't add them up, but subtract those numbers and you're going to find, yeah, it's the exact same split between favorable and unfavorable.
Both Biden and Harris are. Again, this is the starting point for Kamala Harris. The big question here is going to be what happens in the next week, the next 2 weeks, as this sort of rollout of Kamala Harris as a presidential candidate begins. Does she get a second look from some voters? Do these numbers improve? Is there movement in the horse race? Is there a backlash? I think you have to ask as well. Look, Kamala Harris will be the first, if she is nominated, the first candidate from either party since 1968 to be the nominee without contesting in name the presidential primaries. Is there any kind of a backlash to that, to how all of this went down? That's another question. If it's Harris or whoever it is as the Democratic nominee, this is the battleground, of course, they'd be walking into. If it's Harris versus Trump, we've talked about this a lot, the core 6 battleground states, every single one of these states was won by Joe Biden in 2020. 5 of them, Biden had flipped from Donald Trump in 2016. So obviously Harris, if she is the Democratic nominee, doesn't have to win all of these states, but these are the states where I referenced that polling that was showing Biden down in many cases, mid-single digits, sometimes even worse. She's going to have to win a number of these states. Maybe those 3 Midwest states that could potentially hold it for Democrats. There's different combinations here. The other challenge, though, for Harris, or again, whoever the Democratic nominee is, the polling that had come out in the last couple of weeks was also suggesting, and there wasn't enough of it to be definitive at all, but it was suggesting that Democrats were starting to get into trouble outside of the core battleground states. And in particular, there's been polling from Virginia that showed a close race, a tied race in some cases, or even Donald Trump ahead by a couple points. Virginia thought to be a solidly blue state. New Hampshire, Joe Biden won New Hampshire by 7 points back in 2020. It was thought to be safely Democratic. Polling there had a very competitive race. There were rumblings about maybe the statewide vote in Maine, maybe about Minnesota, maybe even about New Mexico. So again, there wasn't a ton of polling there. There were some indications, but that's the other order of business for whoever emerges as the Democratic candidate. Can they make sure there's no trouble in those states and then solidify enough of these swing states to win the election?
Can I just ask you a technical question and just sort of setting expectations? It does seem like what's happening in Democratic politics is the consolidation around Vice President Harris is fast, overwhelming, and therefore I think likely to be pretty much complete in fairly short order. If there isn't going to be a protracted fight in the Democratic Party, and it is very clearly going to be Vice President Harris as the nominee, how soon would you expect high-quality swing state polls to start emerging that reflect that news?
So specifically when you say swing states, I think that complicates it a little bit. In terms of national polls, I would expect in the next 2 weeks or so, we'll start to get a pretty good readout nationally. I mean, because you can just imagine what's going to be happening now. The profiles of Kamala Harris, presumably, interviews, whatever the public rollout looks like here immediately. I think a real test nationally of sort of, is she getting a new look? There'll be plenty of national polls I would expect in the next couple weeks for that. The hesitation on the swing states, and when I mentioned these swing state polls that showed Biden getting into some trouble here, we haven't had a lot of them. And the swing state polls that we've had, a lot of them don't necessarily fall into that. They're proven commodities. They have long track records, widely thought to be very accurate polls. We've had some here. We've had some, and they've certainly shown some trouble for Joe Biden, some real trouble in these states. But I think one of the realities we've had this campaign cycle, and it's complicated why it's all kind of come about this way, is not a ton of high-quality swing state polling. So in terms of when we'll really start to get a readout on that about Harris or whoever the new Democratic candidate is against Trump, I'm not sure that might take a little bit longer, but I do think, look, if there is going to be some significant movement here one way or the other that shakes up this race, I do think you'll at least get a pretty clear indication of that in the national polling.
Okay, so I think we've got 2 more videos from CBS News. All right. I'm sorry I'm kind of low energy right now, chat. This reporter is Steve Kornacki. Kornacki. Steve Kornacki. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm a little bit less nauseous than I was before, which is good. It should be Michelle Obama with Barack as VP. That would be the first husband and wife team, wouldn't it? Chat, what is going on with ads? Are you seeing a lot of ads? I know that YouTube, like I've seen more ads in videos that I've watched lately. Brock can't run for oh, you're right. Wait, is that right? Yeah, because otherwise that would be a backdoor to getting a president, like, who'd already run for 2 terms. Like, right, if the president is the vice president, yeah, you can't do the Medvedev and Putin thing in the US, right? Because if the vice president was somebody who'd already served 2 terms as president, then if the president were to die or become incapacitated, that would leave somebody that would give that person a 3rd term. Well, yeah, if you have YouTube Premium, you won't see the ads, but I'm just like, it looks like it's something weird is going on where it's showing like more ads. And somebody earlier said that there were a lot of ads. Wait, it's like castling and chess? Wait, because you can't castle after you've moved your rook, is that right? Unless you count George W. Bush and Dick Cheney as a husband and wife team. Earlier, I was getting a lot of ads, but since the stream has restarted, I haven't seen any. Interesting. Is the heat affecting me? No, it's actually not heat. It's just like, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried. Who's the rook? Wait, I guess they were talking about in terms of I forget how castling works. I'm trying to remember. It's like you switch the positions of the king and the rook, I think. But it's only if the rook and the king have not moved yet. And I think you've also got to have like you've got to have you got to have the bishop and the knight moved out. And the queen, if it's on the queen side, you can castle the king or yeah, you can, wait, can you? I never successfully castled. I barely even en passant, chat. I know a few of the rare chess rules, but I haven't used them that much. But yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm worried that, like, I guess I was kind of like hanging out with my roommate yesterday, and now I'm worried that I got sick. It's entirely possible. The rook and the king move 2 spaces towards each other. Do they not switch places? I thought you switched their places. Professor Orange has not got a single ad yet, so. Oh my God, I wasn't even thinking of that, Jules, but it's always a possibility, and it's unfortunately still with us. Anybody who tells you that it's not is lying. You can castle through the night, and you can castle through the night and rook or bishop if you want. It destroys them? Yo. Really? That seems like a dodgy move. I don't know. You can castle. I mean, maybe if you need to castle, you need to castle, I guess, with the king. But you can castle using either rook. They end up on opposite sides of each other. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense than switch places. Yeah. That is more to the point of what we're describing here. Come on with the Lauren Boebert live stream meltdown. I wish. Look, let's take a look. Maybe for the last time at the poll and at the dono goal. It seems like it's kind of arrested here at this stage of development, with 46% of the dono goal reached, and has not moved in a little while. I do have 2 more videos to show, but I'm kind of, I don't know. Destiny still ahead in the shorts poll. Oh my gosh, and I haven't even started the, oh no, chat. I would have to start a new poll, wouldn't I? Like, I could look for the other poll, but Jesus Christ. The king may move 2 squares to either side, the rook moving to the other side of the king. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh my god, there's a Anna Kasparian clip channel now. Yo, that's cursed. Okay, what do we have? We have these are the potential vice presidential candidates. Governor Beshear of Kentucky will not win Kentucky for the Dems, but may, I guess the thought is, appeal to, like, Rust Belt voters because of his contrast with, Kamala being from, San Francisco and everything. Pritzker, okay, governor of Illinois. I don't see a particular advantage given that Illinois is a state that the Democrats will likely pick up. Whitmer, obviously, Michigan is very much in play this year and might help, secure Michigan, Wisconsin, and now people are saying Minnesota, although I'm not sure if Minnesota is really in play. I think the last Republican, wait, no, not even Reagan won Minnesota, right? Roy Cooper from North Carolina, again, similar appeal to Governor Beshear. Gavin Newsom of California, I see absolutely no reason to pick him. I mean, they're from the same state, right? Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, there is, again, I think we looked at his numbers earlier. He won by 15% in his last race for governor. Of course, he was running against an unpopular incumbent, Mastriano, and there's an advantage to picking somebody from Pennsylvania, obviously. Warnock, Georgia is a state that could be in play, although it seems to be going mostly Republican now. But yeah, Warnock could easily put that back into play. Pete Buttigieg, formerly from Indiana, I believe. I don't know what benefit he would offer. Gina Raimondo, the Commerce Secretary, we haven't heard much about her, actually. Mark Kelly from Arizona. Again, Arizona is a swing state. Governor Wes Moore from Maryland. Maryland is not in play, but maybe could help with some neighboring states, possibly.
And it is now 3:30 on the East Coast. And just to update everyone who is just joining us, President Biden has made the decision to drop out of the 2024 presidential contest. This happened at about 1:45 Eastern time, so almost 2 hours ago, of informing his campaign team just a minute before he put this statement out, where he said, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election,
Wait, we gotta switch this.
in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down
And then switch this.
and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." President Biden has also endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, to be the Democratic nominee. And we have also heard from the Clintons in a joint statement saying they endorse the vice president to become the nominee because, in their words, America's future depends on it. They say they have been through many ups and downs, but the Clintons saying nothing has made us more worried for our country than the threat posed by a second Trump term.
According to my brother, conservatives are fleeing Florida for Alabama or Tennessee, where he lives. I don't know how that affects. That's interesting. I mean, we definitely heard during the lockdown about conservatives fleeing other states for Florida, since like after a short lockdown, DeSantis kind of opened it up in a way that seems pretty irresponsible. But as far as fleeing Florida, I wonder if you mean because of insurance prices. Insurance prices, especially for beachfront property in Florida, are going up. But I'm trying to think of what reason other than that people would flee from Florida. He talked about how where he's at in Tennessee is getting crowded. Interesting. Presidential debate between Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro and Destiny Hassan. Destiny and Hassan on the same ticket? Yo. Wait, really? Destiny and Hassan? Yeah, insurance. Okay, so that's what that makes sense.
I want to bring in Ed O'Keefe, who covers the White House as well. And this has been a difficult decision for President Biden, who has been described as very angry as he is still recovering from COVID at his home in Delaware.
Interesting.
What moved him to make this decision?
Well, we're still trying to figure out exactly what it was, but there were obviously a collection of things that were occurring. And the latest that had come essentially in the overnight hours is the fact that money was becoming an issue. Donald Trump now has more money on hand than Joe Biden does in his campaign coffers. And so that was a signal that after weeks of hearing that donors were withholding large sums of money, not only to his campaign, but to the various super PACs that run ads and try to find people across the country to turn out and vote, that it was going to become difficult to keep the lights on, conceivably.
And what that was about was not just a pressure on Biden to get out, but also triage, right? They had given up on Biden being able to beat Trump and were channeling their money to down ticket races as like a bulwark against Trump taking total power.
Weeks and to pay for the advertising and the travel and the staffing necessary across the country. So that was another factor that had emerged just in the last day, essentially. We don't know that that is necessarily the one, but it is a big data point that affects any candidate when they're in the crunch if they start to see money issues. This appears to be becoming a conversation about how do we formally nominate her, the vice president, and then who do we pick as her running mate? There are no indications yet, and Bob has reported this as well, that there are no others currently planning to step up and challenge her after the president said what he said this afternoon, endorsing his running mate. But there will be a conversation about who is most palatable, who makes the most sense to be on the ticket with her. We've heard about a handful of governors, some senators as well across the country from key swing states that could conceivably help. We've seen some statements from some of those that had raised concerns about the president in recent days. Let's look at this list, for example, here. You have the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, the Michigan governor, Gretchen Whitmer, the North Carolina governor, Roy Cooper. Those four right there are seen as potential good ones because they have executive experience. They've run modestly sized states, or in the case of Andy Beshear, won re-election as a Democrat in a red state, and are seen as the kind of person who can be sent out to campaign with the Senate and House candidates who for the last 3 weeks have been saying they can't campaign alongside the president. Others on that list, Mark Kelly from Arizona would be an interesting pick, the former astronaut from a swing state. There's a Democratic governor who could
Oh, I forgot. That's his claim to fame. I forgot he was an astronaut.
deliver a much-needed battleground state. Those are the kinds of conversations going on right now with Democrats.
Well, certainly the same still exists today about that blue wall that the Democrats, assuming that Vice President Kamala Harris could carry the same states that they did in the last election, the most contested ones being the blue wall, giving Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, very popular in that state and popular.
Yeah, Pritzker is the governor of Illinois.
Who voted for Trump, so his name also at the top there. Robert Costa.
Nora, I just stepped off set for a few minutes to get calls from a couple of the people closest to President Biden and some fascinating new details to share with you. This was in the minds of, in the words of his closest advisors, a quote, presidential decision. That's how he frames a lot of things in his presidency. And he did it very much alone. Yes, he conferred with some of his family members and advisors, but he has been in isolation in his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He has been exhausted in recent days. He has been monitoring the polls, including one from the Detroit Free Press. The weight of this all, as he's been coughing all weekend alone, has been enormous on his shoulders. He has felt wounded at times from how fellow Democrats, including from the Obama-Biden administration, have talked about him publicly, how he feels pressured to get out of the race. But he kept this decision extremely close. His son Hunter, reportedly in California, not in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, this weekend. He's talking to his sister Valerie, talking, of course, to the First Lady, Jill Biden. And they have all said to him in recent days, you do what's best for you. This is your decision to make. And he has been alone because of COVID, not because he wants to be alone. He's actually been in a pretty salty mood, I've been told, because of COVID, and he doesn't have the ability to use his phone as much or have the kind of meetings he wants to have. But there have been some key people who've really helped him with this decision to think it through. Mike Donnellan, who goes back decades with him, one of his
means that Newsom is out. Well, Newsom wouldn't have a lot of advantage. Look, it's very uncommon for a president and vice president to come from the same state, right? Because there's an advantage, in the state where you're known, or in the state where you run, and they usually like to try to maximize that advantage by spreading it out, and that's why some of the considerations are for people from Arizona, people from Georgia, people from Pennsylvania, as opposed to doubling up on California, even though it's the most populous state.
Trusted advisors. They always say,
is he known for salty moods? I've heard he's difficult to work for. Yeah, I have heard that.
Is like a parish priest. He never speaks. He has this kind of kind demeanor.
Oh yeah, no. So isn't there a rule that they can't be from the same state? Is that true? I feel like I've heard that.
almost never speaks in meetings. He only speaks to Biden. He has that kind of relationship, doesn't speak to other advisors because it could trickle out. President Biden, I'm told by his closest advisors, has been angry about the leaks, about anger towards him, about his electability. He has also made clear to people privately that Vice President Harris needs to be fully supported. And they're watching in the coming days. Not only does President Biden address the country, but will she address the country in some capacity? Now, it's unusual for a vice president to have a national address, but she could make some sort of major speech that's not formal with the office of the vice presidency, but a political speech to reintroduce herself to the country. And as late as yesterday evening, some of the people closest to Biden still believe the decision was fluid, was being active, that this is something that came together with 3 or 4 people in the last 6 to 12 hours.
And that I can confirm, having reached out to some of the folks who even this morning, like Cedric Richmond on our air, on Face the Nation this morning, coming out and backing Joe Biden, saying he is staying in this race. I've reached out to others from the campaign who said they were also surprised because they went out in fight mode this morning saying he's dedicated, he's not giving up. It was news to them when this was announced. You know, when it comes to the vice president, Nora, it's important to remember, this isn't the first time the question has been asked, is she ready? This was an 81-year-old president. Every single interview Kamala Harris has done, she's been asked, are you ready? Because she was a heartbeat away, and that meant something for an 81-year-old president. I was just looking at my last interview with her, and she said, yes, I am, if necessary, but Joe Biden's going to be fine. That was last September. That's how long we've been talking about Joe Biden's age as a factor in this election and a worry for the electorate. But during the Democratic primary process, we were told, put that aside. The public was told it is not a factor in his viability. And yet, 3 weeks ago, that changed completely at the debate. We watched it. We covered it in that moment, and the ground shifted.
It's an excellent point about how much has changed in such a short period of time. And now, while Kamala Harris has been endorsed by the president, by the Clintons, by a number of other top governors say they will not challenge her at this hour, there is still a test that presents itself when running for president of the United States. There is no sharper spotlight than a presidential race. It does things to people. It changes them. It changes people's views of them. No matter how qualified you are, people have stereotypical views. It is a tough grinder to run for president of the United States. She has the benefit of having run for president. She has the benefit of being 4 years almost in the vice presidential mansion in the White House side by side. Joe Biden has kept her in a lot of these key decisions by her side, but now this will test her and those around her in a way that she's not been tested to this point.
So one more. And we'll see if we've made any progress on the dono goal by then. If not, I'm going to probably end stream at that point. So
CBS News is doing a lot of reporting, and I want to make sure we get to all of the news.
What's winning right now? Let me check really quick. I think Destiny. Yeah. There's a lot of the dono is going to Francesca. Like 19 points ahead, and then this is like 70. Oh my God, it's really close. It's really close between Francesca and Destiny losing his shit, but we are at 46% of the dono goal, so it may very well not matter for today. It may be a purely academic question.
New information that is just coming in. Robert Costa, I know you have something new you want to share with us.
Yes, so sources close to several of the people who might be considered possible challengers to Vice President Harris for the nomination, people close to California Governor Gavin Newsom, people close to Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, all saying they're preparing to stand down. They do not believe that Democrats will challenge Vice President Kamala Harris at the convention in Chicago. Already in this immediate aftermath of President Biden's momentous decision, you see behind the scenes Democratic consolidation. The real race will be for vice presidential nomination on the Democratic side, but it is intriguing to me as a reporter, but there's no one at this moment preparing behind the scenes to challenge Vice President Harris.
That's right. Governor Gretchen Whitmer just saying, with Biden out, my job in this election will remain the same, doing everything I can to help elect Democrats and stop Donald Trump. She wrote that on social media, so she will not get in the way of Kamala Harris seeking this Democratic Party nomination.
And my sources agree with yours in terms of not seeing a head-to-head challenger, but the question then becomes, who is the person who stands beside her August 19th at that Democratic convention to seek the nomination in that vice president role? That's where the focus is. Anyone, I was told, looking to challenge her would be committing political suicide to try to go head-to-head after Joe Biden had been so key in making it very clear, just within minutes of announcing he was not going to seek re-election, that he was endorsing her. So that's what we're looking at now.
So now, a couple more things I want to hear about, and I'm not sure if they're going to go into this, right? There was an attempt to take, there was some kind of plan early on when there was discussion of Biden stepping down to lock in the nominee ahead of the convention through some sort of phone event. I've been told that that was postponed because when it came to it, the people making the decision decided that they'd rather not lock in the candidate. It seemed to be a fluid situation. So, but I'm wondering if that's still going to go on, or if we're going to end up in a situation where we go to the nominating convention. Now, if we go to the nominated convention and nobody stepped up and say, I'm running, I'm assuming that, that it'll be a pretty slam dunk event for Kamala Harris. That being said, with party insiders being what they could be, I mean, I could imagine maybe, I think the worst outcome would be people start getting used to Kamala, start expecting Kamala, and then you get to the convention and something weird happens with the delegates where they're, pushing her out.
In a moment, let's talk about who those potential vice presidential picks will be. But first, I do want to touch base with Willie James Inman. He is in Delaware. And I know, Willie, you have some reaction from the Biden family. Willie?
Hey there, Nora. Good to be with you. Well, the Biden family is reacting to this seismic news today. Jill Biden, she reposted the president's statement and she put a heart emoji, so sending her love to her husband. We know that the First Lady has been with the president as he's recovering from COVID-19 here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. We also are seeing some reaction from the president's granddaughter, Naomi Biden, who said, quote, "I'm nothing but proud today of my pop," referring to her nickname, of course, for the president there. And I want to bring up some reaction as well from Frank Biden, the president's younger brother, who tells ABC News that his brother's decision to step down out of the race boils down to his overall health and vitality, but also beating this genuine threat to our nation in the form of Donald Trump. Some reaction there from the Biden family, of course, who have been close with the president and coming to this decision that we are seeing today, Nora.
Willie James Inman, thank you. It is now the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we are coming on the air with this breaking news. The historic decision by President Joe Biden announcing that he will not seek re-election, that he is dropping out of the presidential campaign, and that he is throwing his support behind his vice president, Kamala Harris. The president, in a statement, saying, "We have made great progress as a nation, and that it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." The president also indicating that he will speak to the nation later this week and have more detail about his decision. Let's go now to our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes, at the White House with new details. Nancy?
Nora, you just read from that letter that the president sent and that went out publicly at 1:45 this afternoon. Well, I've just learned from a top White House official that senior campaign and White House officials were informed of his decision right before that letter went out. He said he'd been reflecting on it for the past couple of days and that this information was closely held. We still don't have much timing on when the president plans to make an address to the public. Keep in mind, he's still got COVID. He is isolating at his home in Rehoboth, but I'm told it should be sometime later this week.
And Nancy, what about the vice president? I understand that she was just in Cape Cod at a multi-million-dollar fundraiser. Where is she today? What's happening inside her group of advisors?
She has had to be so careful these past 3 weeks to be out there on the trail campaigning as if nothing has changed. At no point did she want to look like she was gunning for this job or hoping for the president to step aside, and yet she had to continue to be a vigorous campaigner pushing for the Biden-Harris ticket. And I anticipate that she is going to continue to not want to get out ahead of the president. She has to now launch into a lightning sprint between now and Election Day, and yet with the president holed up with COVID, she's going to want to be very careful until he's had his opportunity to get out there and explain in a more fulsome way to the American people why he has decided to step aside and why he has decided to throw the weight of his support behind Kamala Harris.
Nancy Cordes at the White House, thank you for that perspective and new reporting. Robert Costa is here. Robert?
I've been texting and speaking with members of the inner circle of Vice President Harris. She is now perhaps the most important political figure in the United States. The assumed Democratic nominee, the first female to serve as the Democratic presidential nominee since Secretary Hillary Clinton in 2016. Her team and her closest friends are telling...
Can you imagine being Hillary Clinton at home and hearing that and you're like, God damn it. God damn it.
CBS News this afternoon.
Hillary's jealous.
To be the nominee to take on former President Trump at a debate, that they believe she is a strong debater, that she proved her chops when she was on the Senate Judiciary Committee grilling nominees for the Supreme Court, and that she was a prosecutor in California going back to her days in San Francisco. Her inner circle said she has been careful in recent days, but she has also been thinking ahead to the possibility as these calls and discussions have picked up speed. She expects former President Obama, President Biden in particular, to be out on the campaign trail for her. And there's also a belief right now inside Vice President Harris's inner circle that they could put former President Trump on the ropes, that he has so far in the past few days attacked her on personal characteristics, attacked her laugh at his latest campaign rally, called her laughing
Kamala.
And they believe those kind of attacks, which are personal, will not stick with the kind of swing voters that are ultimately perhaps going to decide this election in the key battleground states.
Laughing Kamala. That is his nickname for Kamala Harris. I took ayahuasca and I spoke to God Almighty, Jack. They should steal JD Vance and get him to call Trump Hitler again? Yeah. If Kamala goes into prosecuting attorney mode, she can mop the floor with Trump. I would have liked to see her go after Vance. I don't know what it is, but something about that matchup I feel like would have really resounded in Kamala's favor. They really need to come out swinging and not be tepid, do nothing silly heads. They tend to be generally. All you really need to do is to be aggressive on key issues and come off as competent, which is not that hard against Trump. Just Julie, I hope it's not anything like that. But I will get some rest after this. YouTube doesn't like Trump and poop together for some reason. Wait, you can't say Trump and poop? Definitely no bouncing. Yeah, unfortunately. What's up, Mark Gold? As far as Trump nicknames go, not his best work. He's really reaching. I do believe that he's reaching. Laughing Kamala. Who's going to be laughing in November? Probably Kamala. Laughing at him. Laughing at loser Donald. She needs to laugh at Trump, not her own jokes. Well, look, the one... Okay, so when we were talking about laughing at her own jokes, are you talking about, like, you think you fell out of a coconut tree? And she's not... Anyway. Like, it reads to me as laughter at those who think that they exist without context, right? I don't read that as Kamala being entertained by her own joke. That's not how it sounds. Canadian brunch. Thank you for the resub. And lovely to see you again as well. And that puts us up to 51% on the dono goal. Canadian brunch. Let me know if any of these topics, if any of, let's switch again. Any of these topics tickle your fancy. These are the potential topics for a second segment. I am kind of fading here, so I was gonna talk to chat for just a little bit at the and then maybe end stream if we don't end up hitting the dono goal. So I do think that I just fell out of a coconut tree. Well, then she's laughing at you, I guess. Hopefully not in a mean way. Like the context is that Kamala's mamala told her that, you know, she used to say to the kids, like, you know, do you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? And the point was that you exist in the context of that which came before you, like your, you know, parents, your family, your culture, etc. Right? That's what the coconut tree thing is about. And so, it's like her laughing in between. Do you think you fell out of the coconut tree, and you exist in the context of all that which came before you? That's where the giggling comes in. You think Kamala's bulkiness that reminds you of George W. Bush? That's an interesting comparison. I never would have thought of that. George W. Bush. Anybody else getting George W. Bush? Mark Gold says, I'm ready to get contextual, baby. Yeah, exactly. Cackling Kamala at least would have had an alliteration. Yeah, I mean, that right? That's slightly better, maybe. We could workshop it. Her working together to work together to get it done. When is that? Where is that? Oh yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to find, was like a collection, a compilation of all of Biden's faux pas. And Normie, I'm just a whale? What do you mean just a whale? You, unlike Donald Trump, are a force of nature and are well by nature. I just want to see her be better, says Miska. I don't think the coconut tree connects with many people. Telling somebody, oh, I've never heard this phrase before. Telling someone they just fell out of a coconut tree is matronizing. I mean, it was a Mamala that said it. Harris polls worse than Biden? It's not what I've been seeing. Poopy Rump Trump. There we go. That's a nickname. I don't know how to elaborate this, so don't ask me, but I've thought of it for years. Kamala's public speaking style is the left-wing version of Ted Cruz's speaking style. Yo, these are comparisons I've never considered. Iraq says, sounds like a phrase from a tropical island. Well, I mean, it's a phrase from, I believe, India, right? There's, coconuts. Coconuts in India. Wait, it's narwhale, not narwhal? But whale nonetheless? Wait, all politicians laugh at you when you have no hack voice? I can see the Ted Cruz parallel, says several wolves. Coconuts are a great source of healthy calories that is always also affordable. Gotta stand with Kamala on that one. A liberal version, not left wing. That's what I assumed you meant. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant, Mark. Yeah, it's like didn't just fall off of the turnip truck. That's kind of that's kind of the same idea. I think, right? Isn't that kind of the same thing? She needs to sell young, says Miska, not folksy. Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub to Mylan, saved from the ad break at the top of every hour. Thank you, Omega Star. Did you said Destiny before, right? Chat, you're sure there's not like a million ads coming at you? Because I keep on seeing this pop-up that says they're running an ad, and I'm just like wondering what's going on, and I'm hoping it doesn't mean that you're getting an ad every 2 minutes, because that's what it looks like to me. Anybody getting excessive ads in YouTube's shorts, or it feels like it's either running a lot of ads or it's telling me that it's running a lot of ads, and I'm not sure why it would be doing that, because I definitely did. I know where the lot of ads setting is, and I did not set it for a lot of ads. That's not. I don't make money, like, my money does not primarily come from ads, and I'm not trying to force a million ads on you. Not like Twitch, which is all about the ads. Canadian Brunch says, I'm grateful that Biden dropped out and he endorsed Harris. I'm relieved, to be honest. Me too. And I predicted it would be today. I predicted it would happen. I predicted this back in May, chat. Back in May, I said, look, I know that Biden just secured the nomination and Trump just secured the nomination, but I still think that it's not going to be Biden versus Trump. And I mentioned Biden's health, and I mentioned Trump's legal cases. And at least one of those things seems to have come true. We'll see if the other one drops. Actually, it might be better if it doesn't. AOC for VP. AOC isn't old enough. She's 34, says several wolves. My understanding is that AOC will be 35 this fall. I think she'll be, isn't she going to be 35 this fall? Am I wrong? Oh God, we didn't watch the Legal Eagle thing. Iraq says, I kind of get paranoid. that the media industry makes things happen to keep itself relevant. Oh, like this? Look, I mean, when I first heard people freaking out on Biden over the debate, I thought it might be overwrought. But when I rewatched the debate, I realized it was worse than I thought. I was doing this thing where I was listening to the debate, but not broadcasting the debate because they were threatening to copyright claim people. And so, I didn't hear a lot of Biden's endings, and his endings was when things were really falling apart. So I would hear the question, I would hear him start to answer, and then I would describe the question and the answer, right? And I wouldn't get to hear the part where he trails off or he loses focus or whatever. And so I didn't even notice how bad it was until I rewatched that. Legal age range for VP 36, is that right? Seriously? I thought that somebody said she would be eligible. She not eligible? She's not legal. Don't tell Vosh. If Trump gets defeated by a woman of color, he'll never recover. True. You will have an issue with that, no doubt. You're just making jokes? Wait, I don't know either. I thought it was 35. The media beat the horse till it was dead. Well, see, the thing is, like, I gotta admit, the night of the debate, his campaign was dead. And it's more like beating a dead horse until until you can get it out of the road. Because honestly, that campaign was going nowhere. Josh Shapiro makes more sense as VP. Yeah, the guy from Pennsylvania. That's one that makes sense. Yeah. Trump beat himself off in that speech? I mean, Google says 35, but it might be AI messing with us. I mean, look, that's the whole thing is like the media talks about the most interesting issue at the time. And that's where the dead horse, comes from. And Trump was smart enough to shut up while Biden's campaign was self-immolating, allowing the media to obsess about it for even longer. The one thing that did get the media to move on, though, was the assassination attempt. The media did kind of disconnect from that story at that point, and yeah, you're right, Earthkeeper. He did seem to be almost overtaking Trump before the debate. I'm Peachy says no extra ads. Okay, that's good. It's just telling me that it's sending out a million ads. This was a matter of dragging a dead horse off the racetrack. Yeah, basically. Trump beached himself off? Wait, what? I feel like I've seen that joke before. The debate was awful, and every single attempt at recovery played out as the exact same way, or in some cases worse, actually. Weird to bash on Ben Shapiro and think of possibly supporting the same name for president soon. Also a Shapiro family in church growing up. Several Wolf says, I think Mark Kelly, that's the astronaut from Arizona, would be a good choice. I'm not sure about picking an astronaut who's going to gaslight us that the Earth isn't flat. Wait, well, what I mean, or that time isn't cubic for that matter. Oh, it's from Barbie. Yeah, I mean, like I was trying to remember what that was from. Yeah, Barbie. God, that's a year ago. Has that really been a year? Chad, it's been a year since the Barbie movie. Oh my God, that's freaking me out. It doesn't feel like it should be that long ago. Is the governor of Arizona a Democrat? Yes. If not, then there's no way Kelly is chosen. Oh, good point. Yeah. So what Mark Gold is talking about there is the when when a senator is either retires or is gets elected to a higher office like vice president, the custom is for the governor to pick a new senator. So if that governor is a Democrat, then yeah. So Kari Lake was the Republican governor candidate, and despite what she claims, she did not win. She did not win. What you can do says one huge upside. Harris is about to get a huge chance to make her case for why the Dems should win. A lot of folks who normally wouldn't pay attention. Yeah, exactly. What you can do. That's huge. That is huge, right? This is another positive aspect, silver lining, if you will, to this situation is that it is a novel situation, meaning that there will be more media attention, meaning that, Harris has more of a chance to introduce herself to the voting public. The summer of Barbenheimer was indeed last year. I know, right? No, it just doesn't seem like it's been like a year. It's too quick for time to go. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to protest. The flat earthers would be going nuts. Yeah. They would call him a flat earth denialist. Oh, ye of little faith, anti-corporatist. Ye of little faith. Do you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Do you think this stream just fell out of a coconut tree? Yeah, of course, if it goes down, it's going to come back. Come on, use your brain. Cooper says Gary DeFore, that being Roy Cooper of North Carolina, is the most Anglo-normative name. The undecided will choose Cooper. Okay. Well, also, it's the guy from Fallout, right? The ghoul. They're going to choose the ghoul. They're going to choose Cooper. Actually, Biden was starting to look like the ghoul. That's what I was wondering, is like if Biden gets ghoulified, right? Will he go feral? That's the question we haven't answered yet. We still don't have an answer. Now I'm thinking of Mr. Cooper from Sesame Street. Who is that from Sesame Street? Oh my God, I was thinking Mr. Rogers, Sesame Street. Wait, Mr. Cooper? Shout out to Michael Brooks. 4 years since he's passed. Wait, today or still Hell World? But he would have made it every bit of it so much more bearable. Yeah. I mean, I wish we could vote for the ghoul. Do you think we could vote for Walter Goggins or something? Maybe that could be Kamala's vice president, Walter Goggins. AOC and Bernie played 5D chess. They backed Biden because they knew Dems always do the opposite of what progressives want. Oh, that's really some five-head shit right there, Chad Alpha. That's some six-head shit. That's some big brain shit. Harrison Goggins, Joe Rogan would get on board. I think she's a Goggins stan. Wait, Kamala's a Goggins stan? Yeah, Walter for VP. Right, I feel like everybody would like confuse him with his character and be like, yo, I want him to find his family, and so that's why I think he should be vice president, all right? He needs to be vice president so he can go to New Vegas and find his family. Buttigieg shot his best shot with that Mara clip and aimed at Vance. I can't see him being tapped for the ticket. Yo, I would be so impressed if Buttigieg took a shot at Bill Maher. Not a literal shot, obviously. And not a shot at Club Random, like not, drinking the. That's a mistake. That's a trap to drink the alcohol that Bill Maher furnishes you at Club Random. I'm all for electing fictional characters. I think so too. That way, when Alex Jones says, I'll eat your leftist ass, Cooper Gordon can be like, I have literally eaten ass meat because I'm the ghoul and it was good. I made ass jerky. Chat, I'm like thinking about that. So the joke behind that is like when I first saw that, I was like, oh, I guess ghouls eat people, right? But then I realized it's actually a reference to the perk of cannibalism, right? I'm pretty sure there's a perk in Fallout called cannibalism, and it makes it so if you kill anyone, you can get meat off of them. I think that's what I think that's what the perk is. The liquor on Club Random is 100% stupid juice. That's racist. Wait, which one's racist? Oh, racist about ghouls. Well, yeah, I guess I didn't know the lore. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that it's like the perk. It's the idea, the joke is that he's got the cannibalism perk, right? And she's from the vault, so she doesn't have that. But if she levels up, maybe she can get it. And she'll be like, I'll eat that ass jerky right with you in New Vegas. Is that what we're going to see from Lucy in New Vegas? Ass jerky? That ass jerky, yeah, it do be slapping. But it reminded me of like, well, it just made me think, okay, like, wait, so if you were like serious about eating people, like what muscle would you go for? Like, what are you eating of people? You're not going to eat like do you eat a bicep, a tricep? Do you eat the pectoral muscles? Yeah, I'd say like the pectoral muscles or the ass muscles are probably the two primary sources of nutrition, right? Is that how cannibalism works? I have Dragula by Rob Zombie stuck in your head? The calf muscle, yeah, I guess so. Or even like the quadriceps and hamstrings could be pretty good. I guess there's a lot of muscle. I guess it depends on who you're eating. Eat the hammy. Eat the hamstrings. The legs are stringy. Oh, yeah, I think you'd be right. Yeah, there's a lot of different, like, muscles in their own little capsules in the lower leg and the upper leg. Especially in between the thighs, right? There's so many muscles in between your thighs. The legs are a lot of meat. The glutes have a lot of marbling, depending. Yeah, probably. I'd go for the heart. Stir fry it. Oh my god. Now I have the munchies. Yeah, now we're like, we're gonna, look. It's gonna be merch, okay? Human meat for sale. But it'll be beyond meat or something. What if they made, oh yeah, chat, they should do this. I think this was in some sci-fi, right? Rudy Rucker has something like this where they clone somebody, but they don't make clones of her. What they make is like a never-ending supply of self-generating meat. And her name is Wendy. And so it's like, would you like hamburger? Would you like chicken? Or would you like Wendy's, right? And the Wendy's is actually like cloned meat from Wendy. That's and people eat it to be edgelords. They're like, ooh, I'm eating human, right? But it's not, it's clone, it's like lab-grown clone meat. And then like I think like Wendy eats it too. Like I think she eats herself at some point. Slow smoked. Yeah, exactly, Miska. Sorry, we're talking about cannibalism in here. This is the, subject du jour. I'm actually hungry too now. Wait, I was I was nauseous and now I'm kind of hungry. Because we're now certified cannibals. Oh no. Only in Fallout, right? Don't eat the lungs. Well, yeah, especially of a smoker, right? We definitely don't want to eat the lungs of a smoker. That's bad news. Or the liver of an alcoholic. The funny thing is that we have the technology to clone meat. Didn't Ron DeSantis ban lab-grown meat? He's so weird. He's so fucking weird. The shit that he bans, the shit that he gets like a craw in his undies about. Right? He's like, I don't want them making the fake meat. If you're gonna eat a meat, something's gotta die for it here in Florida. We don't want consequence-free sex. If you're gonna have sex, you're gonna get pregnant. And if you're gonna eat meat, something's gotta die. That's how he works. We will ban the woke meat. And plant-based beer? Are you serious? Or the eyes of a porn addict? Oh my god. The eyes of a gooner? As far as I know, the lab-grown meat is perfectly safe. It's been served in Michelin star restaurants. I thought it was more expensive to produce than like meat. I thought there was something about that. Or maybe not as tasty. YouTube won't let me hand out important canny ball info. I think it would be a mistake to let large numbers of people acquire a taste for human flesh, especially if they're Trump voters. Look, we're just talking about cannibalism, Leonard. Chill out. You fucking woke moralist. It censors some organs? Okay, wow. It doesn't want us to talk about cannibalism. I'm gonna get, like, demonetized for cannibalism. They're gonna be like, she's, like, actually eating people over there. It's like, no, I'm not eating people, okay? It's a thought experiment. It's a debate topic. It is more expensive for sure right now, but if it gets cheaper, that will be a game changer for impoverished people. Trump baby, right about Hannibal. Yeah, they're sending over Hannibal Lecter. Folks, every single immigrant is Hannibal Lecter. They're coming over with a taste for human flesh. That's what they got rid of their cannibals because they were eating too many people. If Trump says he eats steaks made of human, you can bet his cult would, yeah, they would say it was way better than rare steak too. Absolutely. We can share recipes. I just wonder, are humans good with A1 sauce, right? What do you flavor human meat with? Would it be like the same as like cows? It won't let me talk about liver? That's wild. But there's a Liver King that used to advertise on here. Why were his ads banned too? Can we share recipes if we only talk about sauces? Yeah. Wait, what are sweetmeats? Oh my god. You have to censor organ names? What if I was a medical channel? What if I was like a med school, like, test prep channel and I wanted to talk about what about the Liverpool King? Wait, is that a real thing? It doesn't want you to say intestines? Why not? Jesus Christ, this is like normal shit. On the plus side, sales are up of fava beans and Chianti. Yes, that's true. Wait, sweetmeats are sexual organs? Oh, oh. That does not sound yummy or appetizing. What if I was giving you, like, test prep for, like, anatomy and physiology lab, right? What if you were med students and I was going over organ systems? Would they censor it then? Like, seriously. If we're not eating lungs, I'm not eating those. Wait, what? Yeah, sweetmeats. I don't. That does not sound good to me. YouTube doesn't like biology or cannibals. Yo, they wouldn't like the pilot of Bob's Burgers then. The Liver King was not sent, or the word Liver King. Oh no, chat. Am I really sick? I hope that's just allergies. Yeah, because like as if you don't know, like Bob's Burgers like started off like the idea was gonna be, I mean, okay, so you know the actual thing of Bob's Burgers, they're next to a funeral home, and because they're next to a funeral home, somebody started probably Joey Pesto, right? Started a rumor saying that they're putting dead people into the burgers, right? So that attracted the attention of one Hugo, the health inspector, and Hugo the health inspector came in to make sure that there weren't like, humans in the burgers, right? But in the pilot, there really are humans in the burgers. It starts off with Bob and Linda like grinding human body parts into hamburger meat. And the joke is supposed to be that Hugo the health inspector is on their ass, and he's always like, I think I can prove they're eating human meats over there, but then somehow he never gets it. He's like fumbling. Hugo Army, yeah. And so like the show was going to be totally edgy, right? It was going to be like that these two, this married couple, they like making, human hamburgers, essentially like legit human hamburgers, and selling them and seeing people eat them. But there's a health inspector that's up their ass, and he's always, following them and trying to prove them to be cannibals, and they're always just narrowly escaping like detection. And he keeps on going like, well, maybe they're not actually cannibals. And he's like, no, I think they're cannibals. No, maybe they're not cannibals. It's like, that was the original concept. And they changed it because they said somehow that's too edgy. Somehow that's too dark. For a animated show that was supposed to like also appeal to, so like not to kids, but to like, some real Sweeney Todd shit, except with those, without the close shaves. Yeah. Well, the close shave was going to be Hugo almost figuring out that they're eating human. Mountain oysters, are they okay on YouTube? I mean, I guess that's like a cuisine. Sam Cedar is really, well, Sam Cedar, had this been the original concept, Sam Cedar would have been a main cast member. Hugo would have been like in every episode had it stayed with that concept. To be fair, can we prove that that Bob does not use human meat in the current show? Have we seen Bob make burger meat? Only during the first episode. I think only the first episode. Sounds like a plot of Dexter or Perry the Platypus or The Prisoner. Wait, The Prisoner? I don't like shows that lean on MacGuffins. Wait, is the MacGuffin the human food? The human meat? I'm glad they didn't go with that plot. I mean, you would have gotten to see Sam Cedar a lot more. There would have been a lot more Sam Cedar. Wait, are mountain oysters? I thought mountain oysters were buffalo balls, right? Are they buffalo balls? Wait, why is Capricorn the devil card in tarot? What? Capricorn is the devil? There's a mountain oyster and there's a Rocky Mountain oyster. We also need Sam on the Majority Report. That's true. Sam would have gone Hollywood or maybe not continue. Really? There's no way he'd leave us. A MacGuffin is that they never catch them in the act. There are real... Well, no, I'm sure that Hugo would see them in the act, but somehow he would get his memory erased. Dexter never had to go through a trial or go to prison. Capricorns are clearly devils, really? Attend the take of Bob's Burger Bob. He served a dark and vengeful god. The ending of Dexter sucked. I never saw much Dexter. I'm sure they'd just eat Hugo at some point. Yeah, but then they would wake up and it would be a dream. Isn't a MacGuffin a thing that solves all the issues but was never mentioned? It just represents the card, and the card isn't really a dark subject concept. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Is it like temptation? How's Biden doing? I wouldn't know, David. He's toast. He's toast. But probably not good. The dude's got COVID. A MacGuffin can be all of the above. The goal is never realized because the writers are using it as a crutch. The MacGuffin is the initial plot complication that drives the plot forward. So like the Horcruxes. Are the Horcruxes a MacGuffin? Because it's like okay, Voldemort bad, therefore kill Voldemort. What's the problem with killing Voldemort? He's got Horcruxes. You can't just kill him. You gotta get the Horcruxes and do shit to them. And then you can kill Voldemort. Who's next? It's Kamala. Oh, you haven't heard. Okay. Look, some of us did just fall out of a coconut tree. And that's alright. Shame he couldn't handle it. I mean, bitch, right? It moves only forward, never backwards. Okay, so Narwhal by Nature says, in fiction, a MacGuffin, sometimes McGuffin, MacGuffin or McGuffin, is an object, device, or even that event that is necessary to the plot and the motivation of the characters, but not insignificant, unimportant, and irrelevant in and of itself. The Maltese Falcon is a MacGuffin. What about the One Piece? Is the One Piece a MacGuffin? Jimmy Stewart getting mistaken for someone else was a MacGuffin? Wait, so it's not just a thing? Object, device, or event. Okay. So the Mint 400 in Fear and Loathing, is the Mint 400 a MacGuffin? Oh, I'm sorry, David. I didn't mean to sound like I was making fun of you. It's a Kamala Harris reference. Her mom told her, did you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? It's a quote from her mom. Trump wants them to move the debate from ABC to Fox because he's afraid of Kamala. You know, honestly, he could probably argue that it's like one debate with home field of advantage, so to speak. Oh, I mean, you mean Cary Grant. Oh, okay. But wait, Trump was the MacGuffin all along? What do I think that Trump's chances are? Worse than they were yesterday, but still pretty close to 50%. But wait, can I get that answer? Is the Mint 400 race in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, is that a MacGuffin? Or like what's the MacGuffin from One Piece? And is it the One Piece? Or is the devil fruit? Maybe is the devil fruit the MacGuffin? Plot device is another word for MacGuffin. It's a thing that provides a plot, like Excalibur, or finding the friend in Hangover, or getting him into the Greek. Is the Greek a MacGuffin? Is the furry wall a MacGuffin? Is the Jeffrey the MacGuffin? When the world flips you a Jeffrey, chat, stroke the furry wall. Although that's really taken on a nasty thing because of who Russell Brand is. It can represent the material world, physical or material seduction, breaking addiction, change. Oh, the devil can. Oh, interesting. Ah, interesting. Well, yeah, the position, right? So upside down or not. Wait, you broke me? Wait, am I broken? In Pineapple Express's MacGuffin is impress the girls. I don't remember that one. I do remember that Pineapple Express is pretty dope, but the strain, that is. Maybe cannibalism was the friends we ate along the way. That's right, Hannibal Lecter. The late, great Hannibal Lecter, folks. I need to get that soundbite. The Ark in the Raiders of the Lost Ark is a MacGuffin. Okay. Infinity Stones are a MacGuffin. Oh, the briefcase from Pulp Fiction. Yeah, okay. Like, Pineapple Express is actually really good shit. Like, amazingly, phenomenal, right? There's not a lot of strains that I will pick out and say this one is especially good, but Pineapple Express, I will say that, you know, and obviously, chat, everything's mixed with everything these days, so strains aren't as unique as they used to be. I'm sure the furry wall is cleaned regularly. You'll have to ask P. Yo, wait a minute. P. Diddy and Russell Brand. P. Diddy and Russell Brand, both in that movie. The one ring to rule them all is a MacGuffin? So are the Horcruxes MacGuffins? All this talk about MacGuffin, but what about McMuffin? Oh my god, you're making me hungry, Tommy. And I don't have money this month. Oh, what? I gotta be real efficient this month to make it to next month. But yeah, August and everything after is looking good, chat. We got this. We got the full-time thing, and you're gonna see more content coming from me as a result of that. In fact, if I get to a point, what I really need to get to is a point where I can hire an editor. I feel like I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, right? You want to make sure you're getting enough, you're making enough money before you say you're making enough money to hire an editor. But I don't think we're that far off. They become that in the movies where they are the goal of the protagonist. I just made another Counting Crows reference? Wait, what was the first one? Oh, the White Castle. Wait, is the White Castle a MacGuffin? Yeah, that's a good question. Wait, so I need like MacGuffins from references that I'm more familiar with, right? Like, can I get some anime MacGuffins? Steven is the MacGuffin in Steven Universe. So wait, he's irrelevant? Oh, Coconut Island is also a Counting Crows reference? August and everything after. I think my sister had that album. My sister was into that shit. Sasuke has to be the MacGuffin in Naruto. Inuyasha is the part of the pearl thing? Oh my god, it's been too long since I saw Inuyasha. Steven was the real MacGuffin all along? I thought Fusion was the MacGuffin. Is Fusion not the MacGuffin? White Castle's the MacGuffin. If you're Harold and or Kumar. I don't remember that one very well. But the problem I have with remembering, like, weed movies is that my ex usually had us, like, faded when we would watch those, and so I don't have a great memory of them. Going down with the Dems, but Kamala has a better chance than Biden. His gym and human parts. To be Steven. Wait. David's asking us if we're happy with the grocery prices and gas prices. Well, David, considering that we're in the middle of a global inflationary period, I would say no, but I'm aware that other countries have that worse. Are you aware of that? Or did you come in here to pretend that this was a policy of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and that they are purposefully inflicting higher grocery and energy prices on you because they are globalists that are against our beautiful, wonderful President Trump? Random Girl 3PO says, I always understood MacGuffins to be a thing, like a thing you can touch. Yeah, isn't it usually, like, I think of it as an item. That's why I was saying the One Piece. Is the One Piece a MacGuffin? Is Gold Rogers the MacGuffin? Is the Devil Fruit the MacGuffin? Is Gear 5th the MacGuffin? Yes, that's an interesting observation, David. Gas prices are different in different countries, true. But yeah, like counting on a millionaire to control prices when some of the prices are from inflation and some of the prices are from price gouging, I don't know if that's a great strategy. I don't know if that's the guy that I'd go with, right? The guy that whose policy it is to increase tariffs, thereby raising prices more. I don't know if that's if I was looking for lower prices on shit, I don't know if that's where I'd look. The stand arrow is a MacGuffin. Okay. Only problem with One Piece is we don't even know if it's real. No way. It's not real. Wait, what do we know that's real? Like the worst generation was the worst generation? Do we know if that's real? Look, here's what I'll say, David, okay? If you are working class, like most of us in here, almost all of us, I'm in here, I would assume, I don't know if there's anybody in here that controls the means of production, right? Then you are not getting paid enough for what you do, and you are paying too much for the goods and services you purchase. And on both ends, you're being squeezed by those who do control the means of production. And if you want to get out of this situation of constant exploitation of this like cyclical crisis that is not a bug of the system, but rather a feature of the system, then I would suggest you look into changing the mode of production. We did it once before. That took us from feudalism to capitalism. I think that it might be time for another change. How likely is it for Trump to win the election? Less likely than it was yesterday, but still right around 50%. And I feel like anybody who tells you different is lying, right? Anybody that says that they know that like Kamala's got this or that Trump has got this, they're full of shit. We are not real. We are batteries plugged into the mainframe for the pleasure machines. But I mean, a lot of people have this question, all right? Yeah, the Trump's chances just went down, but I still think they're close to 50%. Wait, Technoapoke says, we think AI is a threat, but in reality, it has already won. Wait, are you talking about the basilisk? Wait, is Rocco's basilisk a MacGuffin? Everything in Evangelion is the MacGuffin. Do I think Kamala will keep Biden's pro-labor policy if she knows what's good for her? Right, the Democrats are kind of running out of options here. Their neoliberal pivot that started 40 some years ago under Carter has not yielded positive results. It has been exploited by the Republicans, not in a way where the Republicans really give a fuck about workers or going to make anything better for them, right? But they're able to they're able to use, fake populism and scapegoats. You're quoting for the Matrix. Wait, so what's the MacGuffin from the Matrix? Wait, in the first movie, the MacGuffin is moving faster than the machines? So it's this thing that they're chasing, but it's like a plot device. It gets them to the next part of the plot. So is the disc, are the discs the MacGuffins in Stone Ocean, like Jotaro's and Weather Report's discs? We have to understand the MacGuffin. Well, I'm glad you understand that, David, because there are some people that make in the six figures that think of themselves as maybe minor figures in uh, in the world of capitalism, and very likely you're not, right? There's a lot of people that get into professional and managerial jobs and think they have more in common with the capitalist class than they do with the working class. It's not in every book, movie, book, etc., but it's very common literary device. Well, they call it like a crutch too, right? It's either this or back to cannibalism. I mean, maybe cannibalism is the MacGuffin, or maybe the human meat is the human hamburgers in Bob's Burgers. Are those the MacGuffin? The discs in Stone Ocean are 100% a MacGuffin. Wait, so like the crystal skulls in Persona 2? I'm trying to think of other MacGuffins. We got to catch them all. We got to get all the MacGuffins and get them together because that's our MacGuffin. Well, I'm trying to understand MacGuffins because I keep on hearing the word. You know what I thought a MacGuffin was, chat? Like when I first heard of it, I was like, wait, you mean McGonagall from, I think for some reason I thought McGonagall's name was MacGuffin in Harry Potter. And when people were saying this is the MacGuffin or this person's the MacGuffin or this thing is the MacGuffin, I thought that they were like comparing that thing to McGonagall. If I had to pick something as a MacGuffin from the Matrix, it would be the Matrix itself. Like most interactions happen in the coded world until we see Zion and the machine. Another dono, says Izzy Sanchez, voting for Destiny, losing his shit. And that's up to 20%. And 59%. Professor Oak was the MacGuffin in Pokemon? And thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry I'm kind of out of it, chat. I don't feel like sick at my stomach anymore. Yasmin Lee from The Hangover 2 broke the brains of conservatives. Maybe she was the McMuffin. I want not a McMuffin, but like a McSomething. Wait, how is the ad break going off on the 20s? I don't even understand. I am so confused, chat. I am so utterly confused today. Anime and manga have arcs. Well, the thing they need in each arc is the MacGuffin. Characters, objects, locations, even concepts can be MacGuffins. I'm going to be on the lookout for MacGuffins from now on. So wait, the call to adventure, is that like another name for what we're talking about? Okay, so let's say that we write a story for me, and I like find a magical world of Narnia in my closet. But the reason that I go into my closet is to get this dress that I want to wear. Is the dress the MacGuffin? Or is it only the MacGuffin if the dress is somewhere in Narnia and I've got to go through Narnia and find it? Like, right? Like, what if it's the kind of thing that, like, it's important to me now because I'm like, I gotta wear this dress, right? I'm looking for the dress, but I go into the closet and instead I am transported into the magical world of Narnia, and there's Mr. Tumnus and Aslan, and everybody is doing Narnia stuff. They're in the midst of Narnia. Only if you have to find it. Wait, so if I go into the closet and then I'm in Narnia and all of a sudden I don't care about the dress anymore, then it wasn't a MacGuffin? It has to lead you down the plot points. I was always fond of Mr. and Mrs. Beaver. David, inflation comes from so many different things, right? It's like saying the weather comes from the moisture in the air. Yeah, that affects it, but that's not the totality. And also, like, it's a coconut tree thing. It exists in the context of everything that's come before it. Literally, if you wanted to accurately predict the weather, you would have to know the like starting, you know, like you'd have to trace it back to like the beginning of like weather systems on this planet. And when you start to get obsessed with things like inflation, you get things like deindustrialization. Do you realize that? There was a crisis in the 70s known as stagflation. Jimmy Carter, in an effort to solve the crisis, abandoned the Democrats' Keynesian economic strategy for a neoliberal strategy, and the medicine, the cure ended up being worse in a lot of ways than the disease. Like it was Carter went into the wardrobe to find his dress, and instead he ran into Mr. and Mrs. Beaver and the Mr. Tumnus, and like it's like well, David, as long as you're not reaching around on like Donald Trump, that's maybe inflation is inflation is not the MacGuffin. Inflation has a real effect on prices. Unfortunately, it also becomes an easy scapegoat for corporations that want to price gouge and make extra money. The background with pink, purple, and blue is very cool. I don't know if it's looked like this for the whole stream, but I just noticed it now. Yeah, for the last few streams. Wait, I think I can. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat, I didn't realize how late it was. Whoops. Okay, wait. Neat. Am I in California? Why? I'm not like Hank Green. Okay, chat. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end stream, okay? And I'm gonna work on being more of a channel like Hank Green, and when I can provide you with all the answers to all the questions, I'll come back. I will come back. All right, so I'll let you know when I've got everything figured out, and I'll see you then. They're my colors, like Glimmer and Oh, Shira?